Chapter 482. What are you waiting for, Marquis Dongwen? Xu Yangshu roared. Immediately, a terrifying attack erupted from the city wall, heading straight for Shi Yang. Such a turn of events. Shi Yang's expression changed slightly. Marquis Dongwen, Fu Qing, die. Shi Yang was furious. Then, he loosened his grip on the sword tip and flicked it. A powerful force was transmitted through the sword, forcing Xu Yangshu to retreat. Then, another palm print was launched, colliding with Fu Qing's attack. The two palms collided. Fu Qing was sent flying by the shockwave. At this moment, the other officials finally came to their senses. Marquis Jianhua, how dare you rebel? You're courting death. A minister was furious. The sword at his waist was unsheathed, and pure sword energy erupted. Get lost. Xu Yangshu slashed out with his sword, and the sword energy that burst out was directly annihilated. Then, he struck out with his left palm, and the minister immediately coughed up blood and retreated. To be a marquis. Xu Yangshu's strength was also at the peak of the Saint Realm. As for the other officials, although there were also Celestial Realm experts, they had already joined the battle. The strongest of the remaining ones was only at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. The gap between the two was insurmountable. The situation on the city wall changed rapidly. In just a breath's time, Marquis Jianhua Xu Yangshu and Marquis Dongwen Fu Qing attacked one after another. It was surprising. Fortunately, the two didn't send too many soldiers to rescue the emperor. Instead, they came in person. So, while the two assassins were assassinating, the battle below did not cause too much chaos. Seeing that the assassination of Shi Yang had failed, Xu Yangshu took a step into the air and directly escaped from the city wall. On the other side, Fu Qing did the same. The rebellion of the two marquis was also a major blow to the morale of the imperial court. However, the news that Shi Yang was a powerful figure was also exciting. No one had expected that Shi Yang had already reached the level of Almighty at some point in time. There was only a difference of one level between the 6th and the 7th level of the Celestial Realm. But the gap couldn't be made up by one or two peak Saint Realm experts. Shi Yang took to the air, and a vast aura spread from his body, shaking the void and buzzing. We know that you all want to kill me. Now that we are here, you traitors, quickly come forward and accept your death. His voice was like heavenly might, covering all the other sounds on the battlefield. Boom. Fang Yilan and Eagle Sage clashed, and then both retreated. Almighty. Fang Yilan looked at the arrogant Shi Yang, and her old eyes revealed a hint of bewilderment. Obviously, even the imperial astronomer did not know that Shi Yang had already broken through to become a mighty figure. On the other side, Eagle Sage also looked at the proud figure, his eyes cold as he said, Shi Yang. Then, he sent a telepathic message. The Ghost Sage, who was originally fighting with other cultivators, also pushed his opponent back and immediately charged towards Shi Yang. Don't worry about anything else. Kill Shi Yang. It was fine if Shi Yang did not show up, but since the other party dared to show up, there was no reason to let him go. Kill Shi Yang first. In that case, all the problems would be easily solved. Although Ghost Sage and Eagle Sage were both shocked by the other's breakthrough, they were still veteran demon sages. Even ordinary almighties were no match for them. On the other side, Shi Yang also sensed the Ghost Sage's approach and immediately shouted angrily, "Good timing." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. Terrifying power shattered the void, and directly charged towards the Ghost Sage. The Ghost Sage was not afraid at all, and similarly struck out with his palm. The two attacks collided in the air, and a terrifying gust of wind rose, dispersing the clouds in the sky. Then, both of them exuded a mysterious aura, and then directly collided. For a moment, the space suddenly distorted, and the two disappeared on the spot. Boom. Boom. The moment Shi Yang and the Ghost Sage exchanged blows, the power was enough to shatter heaven and earth. It was even more powerful than the battle between Fang Yilan and Eagle Sage. Whether it was Shi Yang or the Ghost Sage, both of them had the intention to kill. How dare a mere demon clan try to encroach on my great Zhao? You're courting death. Shi Yang's face was filled with rage. He struck out with his palm, and a golden energy palm instantly enlarged, crushing layers of the void, and directly disintegrating the ghost sage's attack. The powerful force caused the ghost sage's expression to change. Boom! The ghost sage took a step back after the collision. Sword, come! Shi Yang shouted. An ancient bronze sword appeared from the void, and he instantly grasped it in his hand. Holding the ancient bronze sword, the aura on his body instantly soared. There seemed to be a true dragon wriggling in the sky, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and appeared in the minds of others. Then, Shi Yang struck out with his sword, and there seemed to be a true dragon circling in the golden sword chi. Endless power exploded, and the impact shook the ghost sage's mind. The true dragon of destiny. The great Zhao nation's destiny. The ghost sage's face was filled with shock. He did not expect Shi Yang's strength to be so powerful. Facing this sword, he already felt the threat of death. He did not dare to hesitate. Black energy condensed and spread out like a black cloud, then turned into a huge 9-headed demon beast, and charged towards the golden sword chi. However, although the 9-headed demon beast was powerful, it was not of much use in front of the golden sword chi. The golden sword chi streaked across. The 9-headed demon beast was torn apart, turned into a black cloud, and dissipated. Boom! In the end, the golden sword chi sank in, and the ghost sage was sent flying with a grunt. Blood. It had already turned into an arc in midair. Many people were in disbelief at the ghost sage's defeat. One had to know. The ghost sage was also a mighty, and before this, he had severely injured Dan Hao and suppressed the experts of the imperial court. Now, he was no match for Shi Yang. That sword was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Shi Yang is so powerful. On the city wall, Qin Shujian happened to see this scene, and his pupils shrank. He, who had recovered from his injuries, had planned to come here to fish in troubled waters and see if there was a chance to harvest some life source. In the end, he saw the scene of Shi Yang's great power. The first time he saw Shi Yang, Qin Shujian knew that the other party was a powerful expert. However, at that time, he thought that Shi Yang was only at the peak of the saint level, similar to Du Chengwu and the others. He never expected him to be a mighty. And looking at his strength, it was not something that an ordinary mighty could compare to. At this moment, Shi Yang injured the ghost sage with a sword, and then he did not stop attacking, wanting to take this opportunity to kill the ghost sage. Not good. Seeing this, Shen Hong could no longer sit still. Shi Yang's strength had clearly exceeded his expectations. At this time, whether the ghost sage was a member of the demon clan or not, he could not die like this. Otherwise, not many people would be able to resist Shi Yang's sharpness. So the moment Shi Yang chased after the ghost sage, Shen Hong directly attacked, and the halberd pierced through the air, blocking Shi Yang's attack. Shen Hong, you're courting death. After seeing the person who attacked, Shi Yang was even angrier. Until now, he did not believe that Shen Hong did not know the ghost sage's identity, but even so, the other party still wanted to stop him. In order to destroy the great Zhao and seize the world, he did not hesitate to openly collude with the demon clan. In the midst of his anger, Shi Yang felt another wave of sorrow. This was the Duke of the great Zhao, this was the Duke of the human clan. But after the sorrow, there was an even greater anger. Boom! The ancient bronze sword slashed out, and Shen Hong did not dare to face it head-on. His body immediately moved, and the sword chi bombarded the void in an instant. It was also at this moment. The ghost sage had already adjusted himself, and similarly charged towards Shi Yang. On the city wall, Qin Shujian did not intend to intervene in their battle. Even the weakest, Shen Hong, was an expert at the peak of the saint realm. With his strength of the first tier of the heavenly realm, he would probably be beaten to death before he could make a few moves. Don't you see how those people from the imperial court are hesitating? After all, if one wanted to intervene in a battle of the Almighties, they had to be at least at the saint realm. If anyone below the saint realm wanted to intervene, it was not much different from sending themselves to death. Then, Qin Shujian shifted his gaze and finally landed on a familiar person. Ming Jingshan. He was also quite familiar with this array grandmaster. Back in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, He had sat down and discussed the Dao with the other party, but in terms of array Dao, the other party had not reached the peak of the first realm. Now, when he looked again, Ming Jingshan's condition was not very good. The person fighting with him was also an array grandmaster, but his appearance was unfamiliar, and Qin Shujian did not recognize him. Of course. In the entire world, he had only seen 2 array Dao grandmasters. One was Ming Jingshan, and the other was Fang Xinglan. Apart from that, there was no other one. In the battle between the two, Ming Jingshan was obviously at a disadvantage. The battle method of an array grandmaster was to break an array with an array. The things involved were much more complicated than a head-on confrontation between cultivators. Grandmaster Ming, I'm here to help you. Qin Shujian first shouted loudly, and then with a move of his divine thought, thousands of array patterns were as bright as stars, and then immediately fell down with a loud bang. Ming Jingshan was overjoyed. Before he could speak, he saw the endless array patterns fall and directly break the opponent's array. That was not all. In less than a breath's time after the array was broken, that person was directly swallowed. The speed of breaking the array made him stand on the spot in a daze. Qin. Grandmaster Qin, you've solved it. Ming Jingshan stuttered a little, and his white beard trembled a little. Solved. It was solved just like that. The array grandmaster who had been fighting with him for more than 10 days and had even stopped to recover his spirit soul several times was solved just like that. One had to know. Qin Shujian did not directly break the array with the cultivation of a celestial being, but with an array to break the array. In this way, the difficulty was even greater. Breaking an array with an array. Even if the other party was at the peak of the first realm of the Grandmaster realm, it would not be so easy to break the array of an array grandmaster. Recalling the scene just now, Ming Jingshan's heart trembled again, and he asked in surprise and doubt, Grandmaster Qin, could it be that you have broken through to the second realm of the Grandmaster realm? I was just lucky. You really broke through. Qin Shujian's direct admission shook Ming Jingshan's mind even more. Broke through. He really broke through to the second realm of the Grandmaster realm. When he thought about how he had wasted so many years and had still been in the first realm of the Grandmaster realm, he had not even touched the peak of the current realm, and the other party had already broken through before him. His heart was very complicated. To this, Qin Shujian did not say much. He would not tell Ming Jingshan that he had not just entered the second realm, but was at the peak of the second realm. After all, it was better for him to know such a domineering thing as breaking through to the peak. If he provoked the other party, looking at his age, if he could not catch his breath, he might die here. Grandmaster Ming, the situation is critical now. You and I will talk after this. After saying that, Qin Shujian directly left the place and went to other places to kill. The battle between the armies. It was the place where the source of life was harvested. When an array fell, it would cause a large number of deaths. This was also the reason why array grandmasters were valued so much. Because in terms of killing range, the experts at this level were much larger than that of celestial beings. To put it simply, any array grandmaster was a war machine. Looking at the source of life that was constantly increasing, Qin Shujian was grinning from ear to ear. The general strength of the rebel army participating in the battle was not high, but it was definitely not too far off. At least, they had reached the 5th level of the martial arts realm and above. Under such circumstances, the source of life that each of them contributed to him was as high as dozens or hundreds. Such a source of life seemed a little too little for his current level of improvement of tens of billions. But there was one thing to know. The number of troops here was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. 1 or 2 soldiers were nothing, but if there were thousands of them, then even 1,000 was not a small number. Not to mention, there were also many real martial realm soldiers in the army. However, it was not easy to harvest the source of life on the battlefield. When the armies fought, they would form an array. A powerful array was enough to make a group of basic martial realm or real martial realm cultivators directly have the combat strength of a divine martial realm cultivator. Among them, the elite array was even comparable to that of a celestial being. It would not be easy to destroy such a powerful military formation with a formation. Seeing Qin Shujian wantonly killing there, a duke immediately ordered the people around him, "Stop him." After that, immediately, a celestial being attacked. The horsetail whisk turned into silver threads that filled the sky and blasted toward Qin Shujian. In this regard, Qin Shujian held the mountain blood in his hand. As the blade swept out, all the silver threads were cut off. Then, an old Taoist in a Taoist robe appeared in front of him. Someone from the cultivation world? The moment he saw the old Taoist, Qin Shujian determined his identity. Tai Xuanzi of the Black Sieve sect greets sect leader Qin. Tai Xuanzi of the Black Sieve sect. Qin Shujian's eyes narrowed, and his heart grew heavy. He naturally misheard the name of the Black Sieve sect. Among the top sects in the world, the Black Sieve sect was one of them. When it came to strength and foundation, the Black Sieve sect was one of the strongest among the top sects. Tai Xuanzi. It was the sect leader of the Black Sieve sect. The outside world had heard that he had broken through to the celestial being realm, but there was no specific strength. However, from what Qin Shujian could see, he was at least a second-level celestial being realm cultivator. With that in mind, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma eye. His eyes turned into stars, and he instantly saw through the other's attributes. This glance caused him to be stunned again. Not second-level celestial being, but third-level celestial being. Third-level celestial being. Peak Master Realm. Such a realm was only one step away from entering the Saint Realm. When Qin Shujian activated his Dharma eye, Tai Xuanzi also felt a little uncomfortable. Qin Shujian's gaze was invasive, especially when he met Qin Shujian's eyes that were like stars. Tai Xuanzi was shocked. Eye technique. A divinity realm martial art that specialized in cultivating the eyes. Tai Xuanzi instinctively disliked such an invasive gaze. However, he did not get angry easily. "You want to stop me?" After seeing some of Tai Xuanzi's attributes, Qin Shujian's face turned cold. So what if he was third-level celestial being? As long as he did not break through the fourth-level celestial being realm and enter the Saint realm, he was not worthy of his fear. Hearing that, Tai Xuanzi bowed and said, "I was just invited to help. Sect leader Qin, it's now a battle between the Great Zhao and the feudal lords. Why do you have to risk your life for the Great Zhao? Why do you risk your life for the feudal lords? The fall of the Great Zhao is inevitable." "I'm just following the will of heaven," Tai Xuanzi said calmly after announcing his Taoist name. "If the Great Zhao wins, the Black Sieve sect will be reduced to ashes in an instant." Qin Shujian sneered. Tai Xuanzi said, "I'm just following the will of heaven. How can I be punished by heaven?" "Sect leader Qin, you have to be careful. The fall of the Great Zhao is predestined. Those who go against heaven will not have a good ending. Do you have to stop me?" "I have to." Tai Xuanzi nodded and replied sincerely. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian suddenly attacked. The saber light cut through the void, and a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted. Tai Xuanzi was already prepared. The moment Qin Shujian attacked, he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and 100 feet of energy fell like a long river, drowning Qin Shujian. The moment he attacked, the power was shocking. Qin Shujian's eyes focused. The Thousand Mountains Blood Thunder Dao seal appeared and instantly destroyed the 100 feet of energy. Then, the two of them fought. The third tier of the celestial being had reached the peak of the transcendent realm. The shackles of the physical body had been broken, and the fusion of the soul and body had been perfected. Powerhouses who had reached this realm might not be able to control the power of heaven and earth. Even so, their strength was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Although Qin Shujian was not afraid on the surface, he was extremely cautious in his heart. To put it bluntly, the difference of two small realms was not that easy to make up for. His true foundation did not lie in the Dao artifact in his hand, but in the Guyuan ancestral codex that had opened up the 366-star acupoints and the second stage of the Master Realm. These were Qin Shujian's true foundation. The former allowed him to have the strength to fight across realms, making him not weaker than an ordinary second-tier or third-tier celestial being. The latter, combined with the former, He could barely exert the strength of a saint. However, even so, it was not easy to deal with Tai Xuanzi, who was at the peak of the transcendent realm. The saber energy shattered the sky, and the lightning turned into a sea. Then, thousands of silver threads shattered the void. Qin Shujian's heart was solemn. Tai Xuanzi was not much worse than him. However, from the beginning, Tai Xuanzi did not have any contempt for Qin Shujian. The fact that the other party could kill Du Chengwu was enough to prove his strength. Therefore, although he felt solemn about Qin Shujian's strength, he was not too surprised. At this moment, boom, boom, two heaven-shaking auras erupted with a loud boom. Then, the two of them broke through the air and instantly joined the battle. Immediately after, a terrifying wave of energy exploded. The golden sword Qi in the sky instantly collapsed, and Shi Yang coughed up blood and retreated. He had been defeated in an instant. The sudden change. This caused the others to be greatly shocked once again. Originally, with Shi Yang's strength, even if he fought against Ghost Sage and Shen Hong together, it would be easy. However, two more people intervened, which directly led to his defeat. Looking at the two unfamiliar faces and the aura that spread out from them, everyone was even more shocked. Mighty figures. Two mighty figures. The sudden appearance of two almighty experts not only shocked the imperial court, but also surprised the rebels. At this moment, there was no joy on Shen Hong's face. Because he realized that things were out of his control. There were two more mighty figures out of nowhere. It was obvious that they had a plan. Even if he could not see the true identity of the two, Shen Hong could understand where they came from. The monster clan. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Shen Hong's breathing stopped and he immediately looked at Jiyu Changqing, his eyes full of shock and anger. Together with Ghost Sage and Eagle Sage, there were a total of 4 mighty figures of the monster clan. They were completely different from the two in the rumors. Jiyu Changqing was not just asking for help from the demon clan. He was clearly asking for the entire demon clan's help. For a moment, Shen Hongjin didn't know what to do, nor did he know what to do. At this moment, the 3 monster sages had already surrounded Shi Yang. I didn't expect the monster clan to send out 4 monster sages. This is really surprising. Shi Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the 3 monster sages surrounding him with a crazy expression. 4 monster sages. This was most likely not purely to destroy his great Jiao, but to destroy all the experts of the human race after the matter was settled. Immediately, Shi Yang shouted harshly, "Now that the 4 monster sages have appeared, how long are the Imperial Astronomer going to wait? Are you going to wait until I die and all the experts of the Great Zhao dynasty are destroyed before you are willing to attack?" His angry roar shook the world. Instantly, the Ghost Sage and the others' expressions changed drastically, thinking that the Imperial Astronomer had some backup plan. However, after a few breaths, there was no movement at all. Gradually, the Ghost Sage sneered and said, "Shi Yang, it seems that the Imperial Astronomer is a coward and doesn't dare to attack now. Are you going to kill yourself or do you want me to send you on your way?" Now, many human experts had been killed or injured. The 3 monster sages surrounded Shi Yang. Even if the other party was a mighty figure, he had no chance of escaping. The monster clan had victory in their hands. Therefore, the Ghost Sage did not need to hide anymore. So what if he exposed his identity in front of everyone now? As long as Shi Yang died, the remaining people were just chickens and pottery dogs. After all, the monster clan's army had completely invaded the Great Zhao dynasty. It would not be long before they reached the Middle State Prefecture. At that time, the entire world would fall back into the monster clan's control. As for the human race, the Ghost Sage wanted this place. A cold light flashed in his eyes. They would not give the human race any more chances. On the other side, Shi Yang felt even more sorrowful that the Imperial Astronomer had not made a move. He could not understand. Why was the Imperial Astronomer still unwilling to attack at this point? Could it be that the Imperial Astronomer was the mastermind behind the rebels? At this time, the Ghost Sage and the others did not waste too much time. After exchanging glances, they directly attacked. Attack with all your strength and kill Shi Yang. P.S. I recommend the book. I can see the correct posture. Chapter 483. The three demon saints joined forces. The moment they attacked, their power was earth-shattering. Although Shi Yang held the ancient bronze sword, he had no right to resist. Sigh. A sigh seemed to have traveled through time and went straight into the depths of everyone's hearts. However, whether it was Shi Yang, the ghost saint, or even Shen Hong and the others, when they heard this sigh, their expressions changed drastically as if they had heard something terrifying. Boom. After Qin Shujian and Tai Xuanzi exchanged a blow, they retreated. Immediately, both of them stopped at the same time. At this moment, in Qin Shujian's line of sight, the yellow clouds above the imperial city were vast and mighty, and there seemed to be a true dragon's roar. This scene forced him to activate his Dharma eye to take a look. He saw that the prostrating true dragon had already opened its eyes and was soaring in the sky. Dragon roars came out of its mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. As for the auspicious beasts of the various prefectures, they were all prostrating on the ground, their bodies trembling incessantly. A boundless mighty force descended from the sky. Qin Shujian took a step back but did not suffer any injuries. After breaking through to the diviner realm, the backlash from spying on the great Zhao nation's destiny was not that serious anymore. However, although the backlash was not that serious, the shock that Qin Shujian felt was more intense than the previous two times. The original destiny of the great Zhao nation was in a state of deep sleep. Now, the destiny of the great Zhao nation had completely recovered. What did this mean? A terrifying thought emerged in Qin Shujian's mind. Impossible. The system's notification did indeed show that the human emperor was dead. Could the system's notification be wrong? For a moment, Qin Shujian was a little confused. If the system's information was wrong, then he could not easily believe the notifications in many aspects in the future. Pretending to be mysterious, kill. After the ghost saint recovered from his shock, his attacks did not stop at all as his energy blasted toward Shi Yang. At this moment, the sky collapsed. A hand reached out from the shattered void and easily crushed the energy. Then, it grabbed the ghost saint in its hand, and his body instantly collapsed. Shi Yingtian, you can't kill me. The ghost saint roared madly. His body suddenly turned into a huge 9-headed demonic beast. He forcibly broke through the restraints of the palm and flew into the distance. However, not long after the ghost saint escaped, another palm came down from the void and smashed him into pieces. Ah! The ghost saint let out a miserable howl. The huge demonic beast fell to the ground, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. This scene, everyone was shocked once again. Everyone knew how strong the ghost saint was. He was a mighty expert. But now, he could not even withstand 2 palms before he was seriously injured. At this moment, all the battles on the battlefield stopped. Shen Hong and the other vassals were now looking in the direction of the imperial city. Their bodies were cold and their faces were full of fear. The ghost sage's words caused them to be unable to remain calm. Shi Yingtian. The one who attacked was Shi Yingtian. Impossible. The human sovereign is dead. This can't be fake. Shen Hong's face was pale. He could no longer maintain his flight and had no choice but to return to his camp. Right now, he already had the urge to turn around and leave. However, Shen Hong was worried that this was a trick played by the great Zhao to deceive him. As for the news that the human sovereign was not dead, he did not dare to believe it no matter what. How could the human sovereign not be dead? Then why did he fake his death? Could it be purely to force us out? But what's the point of that? Shen Hong racked his brains but still could not figure out why the human sovereign had faked his death. It was completely meaningless if it was purely to lure them out. Because if the human sovereign was not dead, they would not have dared to rebel so openly. They would not have let the great Zhao fall to its current state. Just to force them out, the human race had lost so much strength. No matter how he thought about it, it did not make sense. Could it be, for the demonic beasts? A thought suddenly flashed through Shen Hong's mind. He looked at the several mighty experts in the sky. If he still did not know the identity of these people, then he, the Marquis of Wuan, would be blind. Mighty experts of the demonic beast. Demonic saints. At this moment, the situation changed rapidly. The ghost saint was seriously injured, causing the other 3 demonic saints to feel greatly threatened. Shi Yingtian, Eagle Saint's originally indifferent gaze could no longer maintain his calm. The other 2 demonic saints had a similar reaction. The ghost saint's serious injury was a great blow to them. But, back in the heavenly demon temple, Ziyi Sheng had personally calculated that the human sovereign had indeed died. Under such circumstances, it could not be fake. After all, when it came to the Tao of divination, no one among the demonic beasts could surpass him. Even among the human and demonic beasts, Ziyi Sheng's Tao of divination could be considered the pinnacle. As a result, how could Shi Yingtian have faked his death? Unless, this was a backup plan left behind by the great Zhao. In reality, the human sovereign was already dead, and what had appeared just now was something similar to the heavenly human decree. Thoughts churned in his mind. Eagle Saint and the other 2 demonic saints had now forced themselves to calm down. As for Shi Yang, he was currently in a completely dazed state. The sigh just now and the commotion caused by the attack made him think that his father was not dead. But, if his father was not dead, then why did he fake his death? More importantly, he also wondered if this was one of the methods left behind by his father. Speaking of which, it was a little ridiculous that the current divine emperor did not know about the methods left behind by the previous human sovereign. But Shi Yang understood that some things were only in the hands of the imperial astronomer. Although he was the current divine emperor, he did not have the right to interfere with the imperial astronomer. Not long after, everyone was puzzled. Yellow clouds rose into the sky and thousands of auspicious clouds hung down. A person stepped out of the imperial city and arrived at the battlefield. When he saw that familiar but dignified face and the black imperial robe he wore, Shi Yang's pupils contracted violently. Father, your subjects greet the human sovereign. At this moment, whether it was Fang Yilan, the imperial court's experts, or the soldiers, they all bowed at the same time and greeted the human sovereign. In the formation of the rebels, everyone stood rooted to the ground in a daze. When Shen Hong saw that familiar face, he staggered a few steps and could not stand steadily. Human sovereign. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. It was not just him. When Zhong Yi and the others saw the human sovereign, their faces were ghastly pale. Their original arrogance had disappeared. The human sovereign. It was really the human sovereign. The human sovereign was not dead. He was just faking his death to trick them. As for the purpose of faking his death, some people had already guessed that it was for the demon race. After the extreme fear, it turned into a monstrous murderous intent. Kill, all of you. Kill him. Shen Hong immediately commanded the Wuan army to attack the human sovereign. However, no matter how he commanded, the Wuan army did not move. It was as if they did not hear him. Regarding this, Shen Hong was even more furious. All of you are ignoring my orders. Kill all of you immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you and your 9 generations. It was useless. It did not work at all. No matter how angry Shen Hong was, the soldiers of the army lowered their heads and did not move at all. At this moment, Jiyu Changqing rose into the air and shouted loudly, "Army of Qian Mountain, listen to my orders. Follow me and kill the rebels." The silent situation was completely disrupted by this loud shout. Soon, the Qian Shan army turned their spears around and charged at the original rebels. Jiyu Changqing rose into the air and pressed down on Shen Hong with his palm. "Jiyu Changqing, how dare you betray us?" Shen Hong was furious. At this moment, Jiyu Changqing's betrayal was like adding fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Jiyu Changqing laughed heartily and said, "Shen Hong, when did I betray you? What do you mean by that? You should know very well what I mean." After a simple conversation, the two of them started fighting in the air. Boom. However, in just a single exchange, Shen Hong felt an inexplicable ripple covering him. The heaven and earth powers that he had originally controlled were all cut off. Instantly, his power dropped drastically. Then, he took Jiyu Changqing's palm and retreated while coughing up blood. Territory. You're an almighty. Shun Hong clutched his chest and looked at the powerful Jiyu Changqing. The shock on his face was even more intense. Jiyu Changqing was an almighty. When he thought about how Jiyu Changqing did not reveal his power, he felt even more miserable. As for the others, many people were attracted by the battle between the two of them. When they heard Shun Hong's words, the way they looked at Jiyu Changqing changed. However, the news that Jiyu Changqing was an almighty was shocking. However, what was truly shocking was the words that came out of his mouth. In an instant, many people realized what was going on. Zhongyi immediately cursed, Jiyu Changqing, king tricked me. Even though the human emperor was intimidating him, he could not hold back his anger. The reason why Nanfeng Prefecture rebelled so quickly was that Jiyu Changqing was forced into a corner by Yang Caizhe. In order to ease the situation in Thousand Mountains Prefecture, he rebelled with Fallen Moon Prefecture. After all, if Thousand Mountains Prefecture was destroyed, it would not be so easy for the other prefectures to rebel. In the end, now, Jiyu Changqing told him that he was a member of the imperial court from the beginning. The rebellion was just to lure them out. It was hard for Zhongyi not to be angry. As for Sacred Eagle and the other monster saints, they were even more furious. Jiyu Changqing, how dare you lie to us monsters? Sacred Eagle's eyes were terrifyingly cold. If he could, he swore to tear Jiyu Changqing into pieces. Hearing that, Jiyu Changqing glanced at him and sneered. So what if I work with you? Now that the monster race is attacking, have you ever let Thousand Mountains Prefecture go? Humans and monsters are enemies. So what if I lie to you? Sacred Eagle was so angry that his liver hurt. Yes. Now that Jiyu Changqing had confessed, what could they do to him? Marquis Qianshan was now an almighty, and the human emperor had faked his death. The tables had turned in an instant. Pass down my order. Kill all the rebels. The human emperor, who had been silent, said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the morale of the imperial court was greatly boosted. They immediately charged towards the other rebels. As for Shi Yang, he stood there in a daze. His expression was complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. The human emperor glanced at him and said calmly, "Go and kill the rebels." Hearing that, Shi Yang was stunned. Then, he lowered his head and replied, "Yes, father." Then, the human emperor looked at Sacred Eagle and the others and said, "The monster race has been hiding in the Endless Mountains for so many years. Now, they are finally willing to come out. You did not disappoint me. You deliberately lured us out." Sacred Eagle gritted his teeth. If he still did not know the human emperor's plan, he would have lived for nothing. The 12 monster saints were guarding the heavenly monster temple. Their purpose was to resist the human emperor. Now that the monster saints had left the heavenly monster temple and the human emperor was not dead, it meant that the monster race did not have the ability to resist the human emperor. As for escaping, Sacred Eagle looked at the severely injured ghost saint and could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The current human emperor was even more terrifying than he had been 6,000 years ago. Although the human emperor had been powerful back then, but he was definitely not to this extent. Otherwise, the monster race might not have had the chance to escape into the Endless Mountains. Hearing that, the human emperor shook his head and said, "Monster race, do you really think that I have done so much just for the monster race? What do you mean? Nothing. I have said enough. Do you want to kill yourselves, or do you want me to do it myself?" The human emperor put his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 monster saints as if he was looking at ordinary people. His eyes did not waver at all. Sacred Eagle and the others felt their hearts sink. In the next instant, the 3 monster saints revealed their true forms. Then, they smashed through the void and fled into the sky. Run. This was the only thought in the minds of all the monster saints. In the past, even the monster emperor was not a match for the human emperor. How could the 3 of them fight the human emperor? As for the ghost saint, they had given up on him long ago. They did not have much confidence in escaping by themselves. If they brought the severely injured ghost saint with them, it would be equivalent to dying together with the other party. However, the 3 monster saints had just fled when they saw the human emperor's body in the air. The sky within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed and turned into an extremely powerful domain that covered the three monster saints. Then, it was the stellar shift. The monster saints who had fled far away now appeared in front of the human emperor again. Impossible. Even if you are a peak almighty, you can't have such means. One of the monster saints was in a frenzy. There was an uncontrollable fear in his heart. After breaking through to Almighty, one could have their own domain. But now, Ranhuang's domain had completely covered the three of them. The powerful pressure caused the originally vast domain to shrink to a radius of 10 feet around them. It was barely enough to protect them. Such a difference, it did not seem like they were on the same level at all. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, was completely reduced to a spectator. There was no doubt. The human emperor was really not dead. Not only was he not dead, but his strength was also terrifyingly strong. An ordinary almighty was simply on a different level in front of him. It could be seen from the way the human emperor played with the three monster saints in the palm of his hand. Then, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Tai Xuanzi. The Black Civ sect master's face was frighteningly pale. His white beard was still trembling. Tai Xuanzi, now it seems that the person who defied the heavens and changed fate is not me. Qin Shujian's face was full of mockery as he said with a faint smile. But I really admire Brother Tai Xuanzi's courage. I believe that in the future, even if the Black Civ sect is gone, your name will definitely go down in history and be respected by tens of thousands of people. What was the saying about the Wheel of Fortune? Now, the Wheel of Fortune had turned. The human emperor was not dead. The original disadvantage of the Great Zhao dynasty was instantly reversed. Originally, the rebels' side had already lost their momentum. With the appearance of the human emperor, the armies of the various prefectures did not dare to act rashly. Some had even surrendered directly. The only ones left who were still resisting were Shen Hong and a few others. On the side of the imperial court. On the surface, Shi Yang, Fang Yilan, Jiyu Changqing, and the others were already three mighty figures. There were also a few saint experts under them and an army to support them. The strength of the two sides was no longer on the same level. So, Tai Xuanzi was not in the mood to pay too much attention to Qin Shujian's words. With the appearance of the human emperor, his Taoist heart that he had cultivated for thousands of years was also shaken at this moment. It could even be said that it collapsed. The human emperor had appeared. There was no doubt that the imperial court would win. In this way, with the strength of the Black Civ sect, the imperial court would probably be able to turn it into ashes with a single breath. Tai Xuanzi was certainly afraid of death. But he was even more unwilling to see the foundation of the Black Civ sect for so many years be completely destroyed. So now, Tai Xuanzi was in a dilemma. He had no intention of fighting with Qin Shujian at all. Tai Xuanzi did not make a move. Qin Shujian did not plan to fight with him either. It was not easy to kill a third-tier celestial being expert. If the other party wanted to leave, he might not be able to stop him. Instead of wasting time, it was better to save some energy. As for harvesting the source of life, Qin Shujian looked at the rebel army that had almost all surrendered and shook his head again. Everyone had surrendered. It would be too much to rush over and kill at this time. As for the rest, watching the battle between the celestial beings on both sides, Qin Shujian was already looking for an opportunity to intervene. Boom! Boom! Whether it was Shen Hong or the others, they were now desperately resisting. They had no intention of surrendering at all. Everyone knew that surrendering now was no different from throwing away their lives. Stubbornly resisting might still have a chance of survival. Only death awaited them if they surrendered. But, although the rebel vassals were strong, in the face of the three celestial beings led by Shi Yang, a group of saints, and the encirclement of the army, it was difficult for them to be of much use. After Jiyu Changqing displayed the strength of a celestial being, he changed his usual low-key style and suppressed Shen Hong. The battle had only been going on for less than 10 minutes. Shen Hong was already severely injured. At this moment, Qin Shujian flew over and shouted, "Marquis Qianshan, I will lend you a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, his divine consciousness burst forth, and countless runes fell with a loud rumble, swallowing Shen Hong whole. Then, Qin Shujian stepped into the formation and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Jiyu Changqing silently put down his raised hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, it was no different from stealing someone's head. To this, he didn't care too much about it. Because Jiyu Changqing knew very well that Qin Shujian was a vengeful person. Stealing someone at this time was equivalent to indirectly taking revenge on him for sending someone to assassinate him. As for if the other party could kill Shenhong, then all the treasures on Shenhong would belong to the other party. Fine, Shenhong will let you go. From now on, our grudge is over. Jiyu Changqing shook his head and then set his eyes on the next target. Shenhong would let him go. With the strength that Qin Shujian used to kill Du Chengwu, Shenhong's current state was even more miserable than Du Chengwu's. It would not be difficult for the other party to kill him. Of course. If the other party was killed instead, it would not be his fault. On the other side, the three demon saints wanted to escape, but they were trapped in the human emperor's domain. No matter how they tried to escape, they could not escape from the human emperor's control. Then, the human emperor pointed out with his finger, and a myriad of mighty forces crashed down. Eagle Saint's body crumbled, and his feathers flew everywhere. He let out a miserable shriek as he fell from the sky. The other two demon saints saw this. Their expressions changed drastically. Have you broken the heavenly human limit? Impossible, no one has been able to break the heavenly human limit for thousands of years. It's impossible. The remaining two demon saints were about to go crazy. They couldn't escape. They couldn't beat him. The demon saints who had once guarded the heavenly demon temple and suppressed the entire demon race were now pitifully weak in front of the human emperor. The two demon saints trembled slightly and endless fear surged in their hearts. How could they fight? How could they fight? The human emperor slowly retracted his palm and looked at the remaining two demon saints. He said, after the death of the demon emperor, the demon race has really regressed. There was a hint of regret in his words. Hearing this, the expressions of the two demon saints changed again. The death of the demon emperor was a secret, but judging from the human emperor's expression, he clearly knew about the death of the demon emperor. They had originally planned to use the demon emperor to intimidate the human emperor, but now it was in vain. I'll give you a chance to attack. Otherwise, go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the two demon saints suddenly burst out with a terrifying attack, shaking the void and cracking it. Since they couldn't escape, they would fight it out with the other party. To be able to become a demon saint of the demon clan, it was impossible for him to be a coward. It was just that the appearance of the human emperor at the beginning had shocked them so much that they didn't come back to their senses. But now, the human emperor's words completely aroused the anger in the hearts of the two demon saints. Sword, come. The human emperor said softly, and the ancient bronze sword that was originally in Shi Yang's hand was now in his hand. Then, like a child, he simply slashed out twice with his sword. When the two sword lights appeared, the light of heaven and earth seemed to be absorbed by the sword lights. The sky suddenly darkened. But soon, it regained its light. The two demon saints froze in midair, and in the next second, they exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. 2 slashes. He had killed 2 demon saints at the almighty level. Suddenly, everyone was shocked again. Then, the human emperor looked down at the heavily injured eagle saint and ghost saint. The ancient bronze sword in his hand fell, and the ancient sword that was originally only 3 feet long instantly grew to dozens of feet long, nailing eagle saint to the ground. Ah! Eagle saint let out a miserable cry, but he couldn't break free from the ancient sword's restraint. Then, the human emperor reached out his hand, and a giant hand of energy grabbed Ghost Saint's body. Then, he squeezed hard, and the 9-headed demon body exploded, and the spirit god was destroyed in an instant. In less than 2 breaths of time, all 4 demon saints had fallen. And just as the 4 demon saints fell, the entire demon clan's chi fluctuated. In the heavenly demon temple, Zi Saint suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils were filled with disbelief. Chapter 484. What happened? The other beast overlords opened their eyes and looked at Zi Sheng. Just now. They all felt their hearts throbbing. Zi Sheng said softly, Eagle Sage and the others have fallen. What? As soon as he said that, all the Beast Overlords' expressions changed. A Beast Overlord had fallen. Now that the human emperor had passed away, what kind of powerhouse could kill a Beast Overlord? Moreover, 4 Beast Overlords had joined forces. Even if they couldn't defeat the former human emperor, they could still escape. A Beast Overlord asked anxiously, Ziyi Sheng, you must have sensed wrongly. I can't be wrong. Eagle Sage and the others have all fallen. Now that the Beast Overlord's luck is in turmoil, it's a sign of the Beast Overlord's fall. Ziyi Sheng closed his eyes in pain, and no one knew what he was calculating. Not long after, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and a tragic smile appeared on his face. The human emperor is not dead. Impossible, how can the human emperor not be dead? Didn't you deduce that the human emperor had fallen? At this moment, all the Beast Overlords couldn't sit still. If they could still maintain a little composure when the Beast Overlords fell, then the news that the human emperor was not dead completely shocked them. The human emperor was not dead. How could the human emperor not be dead? How could the human emperor not be dead? If the human emperor was not dead, and the Beast Overlords left the Heavenly Beast Temple and died in the hands of the human emperor, the Beast Overlords would be in big trouble. That's right. After the other Beast Overlords knew that the human emperor was not dead, it was needless to say who killed Eagle Sage and the other Beast Overlords. In this world, the only person who could kill a Beast Overlord was the human emperor who fought with the Beast Overlord in the past. With that thought in mind, immediately, a Beast Overlord looked at Ziyi Sheng angrily and questioned, if you didn't say with certainty that the human emperor was definitely dead, we wouldn't have left the Heavenly Beast Temple so easily. They originally believed in Ziyi Sheng's deductions 100%. Otherwise, the Beast Overlords wouldn't have left the Heavenly Beast Temple. Facing the Beast Overlord's questioning, Ziyi Sheng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then exhaled, and said in a low voice, this time, I was deceived by him, but my clan is good at deduction. To be able to deceive me in this world is not a simple matter. The human emperor definitely has trump cards that we don't know about. Compared to the human clan's providence last time, this time, the human race's providence was clearly flourishing, and even he was being devoured by this power. After all, it was not an easy task to deduce the past and future of a clan. However, Ziyi Sheng couldn't divine the future of the human race either. All he could do was take a simple peek at the present. Even so, he still suffered serious injuries. Hearing this, a demon sage said in a deep voice, what we're concerned about now is not what trump cards the human emperor has, but that the Heavenly Demon Temple can't gather the 12 demon sages. If the humans attack, how are we going to defend against them? For the other demon saints, it was no longer important what trump cards the human sovereign had. What was important was, what should the demons do next? At this moment, they had also experienced what it meant by every dog has its day. When the human sovereign faked his death, the human race was in chaos. The demon race walked out of the endless mountain range that they had not stepped out of for thousands of years and attacked the vast world. But it hadn't been long since the human sovereign reappeared. The human race with a human sovereign overseeing it. It was not something the current demon race could deal with. So, a demon sage said, retreat. Otherwise, when the humans react, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy casualties. Retreat is inevitable. If the human sovereign attacks, what should we do? Allow me to think about this matter. Ziyi Sheng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. When the demon emperor was defeated, the demon race was driven into the endless mountain range by the human race. With the human sovereign's personality, he should have killed all the demon race. Fortunately, the Heavenly Demon Temple existed among the demon race. The Heavenly Demon Temple. Although it was founded by the demon emperor, the main body of the entire temple was actually a Zhu Bing. Zhu Bing's power was vast and infinite. Even the human sovereign and demon sovereign of the past found it difficult to conquer. But driving Zhu Bing's main body and unleashing its full power was something that even a mighty figure couldn't do. To truly unleash the power of the Heavenly Demon Temple to the extreme, the 12 demon sages had to work together. This was also why, For more than 6,000 years, the 12 demon sages had never stepped out of the heavenly demon temple. Only the 12 demon sages guarded the heavenly demon temple. The human race would not step into the endless mountain range, because the power of the heavenly demon temple was enough to make the human sovereign flinch. Moreover, in order to prevent the demon sages from being assassinated or seriously injured, causing the heavenly demon temple to be unable to be used perfectly, all the demon sages stayed in the temple for thousands of years. It wasn't until the news of the human sovereign's death was confirmed that the demon sages walked out of the heavenly demon temple. But even Zi Sheng didn't expect it. This time, the demon sages left the heavenly demon temple, directly causing the situation that the demon race had maintained for thousands of years to completely collapse. He was also very tired now. 4 of the 12 demon sages had fallen. It was difficult for the remaining 8 demon sages to activate the heavenly demon temple at its peak. If the human sovereign came again, the demon race, they probably didn't have the capital to resist. However, the most important thing now was to withdraw the demon race army first. As for the rest, they could only wait until the future to plan. Soon, an order was issued from the heavenly demon temple, ordering all the demon race that entered the Great Jiao to return to the endless mountain range. At the same time, the news that the human sovereign was not dead was also spread through the order. Immediately, the demon race in the world was shocked and led their clans back to the endless mountain range. Without experiencing the war between the two races for more than 6,000 years, they would never understand the terror of the human sovereign. But as long as the demon race had experienced that war, they would still feel their hearts throb after hearing the name of the human sovereign. In Baiyun Manor, after Marquis Baiyun returned, the army immediately set out to suppress the demon race's unrest. Marquis Baiyun even personally took action and killed 2 heavenly human demons, wiping out 2 clans, and intimidating many demon race. In Marquis Baiyun Manor, when Marquis Baiyun received the news that the human sovereign had faked his death, he was also stunned. He obviously didn't expect this. The human sovereign is not dead. Looking at the communication jade token in his hand, he was stunned for a moment before his expression became a little solemn. It would be fine if the human sovereign had fallen. But since the other party had faked his death, there was only one possibility. The human sovereign. There was a bigger plan. Could it be to deal with the demon race? Marquis Baiyun's mind turned. Then, he looked at the empty place and said softly, "Didn't you say that the aura of the human sovereign had disappeared and that he had indeed fallen? I was wrong about this matter." That voice sounded in his mind, and there was a hint of seriousness in its tone. But soon, the voice changed the topic and said again, "To be able to do this, it seems that the current human sovereign really has that supreme treasure." What supreme treasure? Marquis Baiyun instinctively frowned and asked. There were many things that he didn't know as much as the other party. The heaven-deceiving token. What is the heaven-deceiving token? When the heavenly court was still around, the Emperor of Heaven had once refined a supreme treasure that could deceive the heavenly Tao and avoid the 3 calamities and 9 tribulation. At this point, the voice's tone became more and more solemn. But with the collapse of the heavenly court, the heaven-deceiving token had long disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the human sovereign. The human sovereign must have used the heaven-deceiving token before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to successfully fake his death. Not to mention me, there must be cultivators in the world who can peek into the heavenly Tao and deduce the past and future. If he wants to deceive everyone, he must have the heaven-deceiving token. Hearing this, Marquis Baiyun roughly understood some things. Before he could speak, the voice sounded again. If the human sovereign can obtain the heaven-deceiving token, he must have also obtained the legacy of the heavenly court. I'm afraid that his strength is not that simple. This time, he might not have used the heaven-deceiving token to fake his death to deal with the demon race. Do you mean that the human sovereign has other plans? It's very possible. After saying that, the voice fell silent. As for Marquis Baiyun, he fell into deep thought. It was not easy to guess what the human sovereign's plan was. However, whether the human sovereign fell or not, it didn't have much impact on the Baiyun manor. Since the human sovereign had faked his death, there was no need to say much about the fate of Shenhong and the others. The internal strife of the Great Zhao would not last for long. When the human sovereign swept through the world again, all resistance would be in vain. As for himself, from the beginning to the end, he had not participated in the rebellion. It was impossible for the human sovereign to punish him. Therefore, Marquis Baiyun was not worried about this. What he was more concerned about was what the human sovereign's plan was for faking his death. This would affect the entire human race. At this moment, Su Mingyang walked in from outside. The moment he saw Marquis Baiyun, he bowed. "Marquis, what happened?" Marquis Baiyun collected his thoughts and looked at Su Mingyang again. Su Mingyang cupped his hands and said, "The demon race has retreated." "Yes, pass down my order. Hunt down the demon race with all your might, but don't enter the endless mountain range for the time being." "Yes." Su Mingyang accepted the order and left. Marquis Baiyun's expression was much calmer. The demon race had retreated. After knowing the news of the human sovereign's fake death, he had already expected it. The demon race dared to jump out because the human sovereign had fallen. Now that the human sovereign was not dead, what right did the demon race have to jump out? What courage did they have to jump out? Retreating now. It was undoubtedly the wisest move. However, in Marquis Baiyun's opinion, the demon race's retreat was only a temporary solution to the war. After the human sovereign settled the matter of the Great Zhao, it was inevitable that he would attack the demon race. After all, the demon race had attacked the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao. If the imperial court did not fight back, it would not be in line with the human sovereign's character. As Marquis Baiyun's order was passed down, the entire army of the Baiyun prefecture immediately chased after the demon race. As for the itinerant cultivators in the Baiyun prefecture, they also understood at this moment and followed the army to hunt down the demon race. During this period of time, the demon race had attacked the Baiyun prefecture and caused a lot of damage. For this, how could the people in the Baiyun prefecture let go of this opportunity to beat the demon race? Chapter 485. In the Imperial City, the human emperor had killed 4 demon saints with a wave of his hand, which had completely shocked everyone. Many people had heard of the human emperor's reputation, but they had never seen the power of the human emperor. But now, he had already seen it with his own eyes. He had killed 2 demon saints with 2 swords. Of the remaining 2 demon saints, one was directly nailed to death, and the other was crushed without any resistance. Such strength. This was already shocking to hear. Boom. The formation was broken, and Shenhong's broken body fell directly to the ground. Qin Shujian's body was also stained with blood, but compared to Shenhong, it was a complete victory. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the experts of the imperial court did not change much. Qin Shujian had killed Du Chengwu before, so it was not surprising that he had killed Shenhong now. He landed. Qin Shujian took the halberd and the storage ring from Shenhong's hand in full view of everyone. He waited until everything was put away. Only then did he stand up in satisfaction. Although an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm would be able to refine it, it would definitely give him a rich source of life. However, Qin Shujian still had a bottom line in his heart. Moreover, this time, he had taken the Taoist artifacts of the Fallen Moon Prefecture and Wuan Prefecture, which had already made a lot of money. As long as he refined the next 2 Taoist artifacts, Yuan Zhong's promotion was basically a matter of certainty. It was just that Qin Shujian looked in the direction of the human emperor, with some concerns in his heart. In this case, his power would definitely be like the sun in the sky. If Yuan Zhong was promoted, what would the human emperor think? As for this matter, Qin Shujian quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart. It was not the time to think about this. Whether Yuan Zhong should be promoted, and how to do so, needed to be seriously considered. Moreover, Yuan Zhong was now on the right track. At this time, the promotion of the sect might cause some turbulence. Long before, He knew what kind of drawbacks would come from the promotion of the sect to directly improve the strength. Similarly, if the sect was promoted, the overall strength would definitely be improved to a higher level. It was up to Qin Shujian to decide what to do with it. There are advantages and disadvantages to being a grade 6 force. Only after the matter of the central state capital is over will we be able to consider these problems. Qin Shujian shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the battlefield. After Shen Hong was killed by him, the other rebel dukes were now in a desperate situation. Your Majesty, I'm willing to surrender. Please give my Qin family a way out. After Qin Yangbo took Jiyu Chongqing's hit, he spat out blood and knelt down without any resistance. He didn't ask the human emperor to spare his life. Because none of the leaders of the rebellion would be able to survive. Otherwise, it would not be enough to intimidate the world. In the future, everyone would rebel at any time. Therefore, Qin Yangbo didn't ask for a way out for himself. He only wanted to fight for a chance of survival for the Qin family. After saying that, Qin Yangbo prostrated himself on the ground, pressing his forehead against the ground. The Marquis of the Marquis Manor had lost all of their previous prestige. The human emperor looked calm and said indifferently, "Exterminate the Qin family. Your Majesty, are you really going to kill all of us?" Qin Yangbo suddenly raised his head and looked at the human emperor with red eyes. The emperor said, "Your uncle Qin Yang rebelled and killed many soldiers of the great Zhao. How many lives have fallen? Do you think you alone can offset this sin? To be honest, you don't deserve it. Even if the entire Qin family works together, you don't deserve it. Your Majesty, I rebelled alone. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Qin family. It's their sin to be born in the Qin family." The human emperor shook his head. The coldness in his words made Qin Yangbo's heart tremble. After saying that, the human emperor pointed his finger and Qin Yangbo's kneeling body exploded. The arrogant Marquis Shichong, who had dominated the Shichong prefecture, was completely dead. Boom! The golden crow soared into the sky and let out a loud cry. The surrounding temperature suddenly skyrocketed, forcing the others to step back. Zhao Xinghuai was no longer as high-spirited as before. Under the siege of many imperial court experts, he was battered and exhausted. As for rebelling, when the human emperor appeared, he no longer had this thought. The burning mountain raging flame flag in his hand was Zhao Xinghuai's last resort. It was because of this six-seal Dao artifact that he had been able to hold on until now. The moment the heat wave skyrocketed and forced the others to step back, Zhao Xinghuai directly flew into the sky and fled out of the central state prefecture. It was impossible for him to surrender without putting up a fight. Even though he knew that the chances of escaping were slim, he still had a glimmer of hope. "Come back." The human emperor stretched out his hand and the burning mountain raging flame flag that originally belonged to Zhao Xinghuai fell into his hand. Then, the human emperor shook his hand gently. A 100-foot-long golden crow soared into the sky and instantly swallowed Zhao Xinghuai. Feeling the heat behind him, Zhao Xinghuai had not yet recovered from the state of the burning mountain raging flame flag being taken away. He immediately propped up his protective energy and tried to block the 100-foot-long golden crow. The powerful protective energy of a peak saint could not be broken by ordinary Dao artifacts. However, it melted in front of the 100-foot-long golden crow. Soon, the Marquis of White Yong, Zhao Xinghuai, was swallowed by the 100-foot-long golden crow and turned into ashes. Immediately, the human emperor put away the burning mountain raging flame flag and looked at the other marquises. An invisible hand of protective energy stretched out. "Come back." The Dao artifacts in the hands of the marquises all broke away from their original control and flew toward the human emperor. Looking at the Dao artifacts in front of him, the human emperor used his divine thought to forcefully erase all the master recognition marks on the Dao artifacts. Puff! After the master recognition marks were erased, the marquises all spat out blood and their strength fell to the freezing point. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly when he saw this. The human emperor took away the Dao artifacts of the marquises so easily. Was it because of the other party's strength, Or did he have a hidden card in the beginning? This point, he was not sure. However, he still had 2 Dao artifacts in the marquises. If the human emperor asked him to take them back, should he give them back or not? For a moment, Qin Shujian was a little conflicted. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, the human emperor had already attacked and killed the remaining marquises. Just like the fall of the 4 demon saints. The remaining marquises could not even last a round in the hands of the human emperor and were all killed. This strength. It was already beyond the scope of what ordinary people could understand. Even Shi Yang and the other Almighties looked extremely solemn when they saw the human emperor's means. Only by breaking through the Almighties. Only then could they understand how terrifying the Almighty's strength was. However, such an Almighty's could not stir up any waves in front of the human emperor at all. There was no reason for it. The same thought appeared in their minds. The other party had broken through the celestial limit and reached a higher level. Only this conjecture was in line with reality. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the human emperor was so strong. Moreover, there was an even more important point. That was, if the human emperor did not break through, his lifespan would not be long now. It was simply unreasonable for him to have such strength at this stage of dying. At this moment, all the marquises were dead. Only the marquises' armies stood there quietly, waiting for the human emperor's orders. The human emperor's calm expression disappeared and turned solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Shi Yang, your son is here. From today onwards, you are the crown prince of the great Zhao. I will give you 7 days to quell all the rebellions in the various marquises. Your son accepts the order." Shi Yang respectfully accepted the order. From the moment the human emperor appeared, he knew that his emperor's position was over. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he felt more relaxed. A month later, the great Zhao will attack the demon clan. All humans can participate in the battle. The human emperor looked at everyone and issued a second order. Instantly, everyone's expression changed drastically, but it was quickly replaced by joy. This time, the attack on the demon clan. It would definitely not be as simple as driving the demon clan back to the endless mountains. As such, attacking the demon clan, they would probably destroy the entire demon clan. If the demon clan was destroyed, the human clan would be the only major clan in the world and it would be difficult to resist. What happened after that was much simpler. All the rebellious dukes were killed. Just as the human emperor had said, they were all exterminated. For a moment, heads were rolling everywhere. But no one dared to plead for mercy. They did not even dare to say a word. In less than 7 days, the rebels who still existed in various places surrendered one after another and did not dare to go against the imperial court. As for this period of time, Qin Shujian stayed in the Bright Vision General's mansion, quietly recovering from his injuries. Killing Shen Hong was not an easy task for him either. Of course, the harvest was also very rich. One was Du Chengwu and the other was Shen Hong. Both of them were experts at the peak of the Saint Realm. Although they did not use the Red Lotus of Purgation to refine them, they still gave each of them 300 million points of life as a harvest. In addition to that, they were the treasures in their storage rings and the 2 Dao artifacts. For these things, Qin Shujian had not tidied them up yet. It was not until he completely recovered from his injuries that he began to prepare to tidy them up. At the same time, he also received the news that the demon clan had retreated from the Baiyun mansion. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not too surprised. After all, the 4 demon saints had fallen and the human emperor's power covered the world. It was natural for the demon clan to retreat. From the beginning to the end, the demon clan did not have the ability to compete with the human emperor. Otherwise, they would not have hidden in the Skyend Mountains for so many years and did not dare to move. They only dared to come out when the human emperor faked his death. This was a typical example of a monkey becoming king when the tiger is not in the mountain. Now that the human emperor had reappeared, the demon clan could only retreat into the Skyend Mountains if they did not want to die so quickly. Just as Qin Shujian was about to take stock of his gains, however, Dan Hao had come alone. He did not hide his aura, so Qin Shujian had already sensed him when he approached. Immediately, Qin Shujian put away the things and then opened the door. He happened to see Dan Hao coming in from outside. "General Dan, Sect Master Qin, you came out just in time. His Majesty ordered me to come and invite you to meet him." Dan Hao was obviously in a good mood and there was a smile on his face. "His Majesty wants to see me." Qin Shujian was slightly stunned and there was some surprise on his face. The human emperor wanted to see him. To be honest, he really did not expect it. The human emperor was not Shi Yang. With such a level of existence, it was a bit strange to see him, a cultivator at the first level of the heaven realm. However, although Qin Shujian had concerns in his heart, he also knew that he could not refuse this matter. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "When do you want to go?" "Now. General Dan, please lead the way." "Haha, Sect Master Qin, just follow me." Dan Hao smiled and led the way on the side. While walking, he seemed to know some of Qin Shujian's thoughts and comforted him. "Sect Master Qin, don't be nervous. His Majesty summoned you this time, it will only be a good thing, not a bad thing." Hearing this, Qin Shujian also calmed down a little. Thinking about it carefully, Dan Hao's words were not without reason. If the human emperor really wanted to do something to him, he did not need to go through so much trouble and summon him personally. With the power outside the imperial city and the means of doing things. If the other party really wanted to deal with a person, he was afraid that it would be better to directly crush him to death. The second time he entered the palace, Qin Shujian was somewhat familiar with it. The same back garden, the same place. The difference was, the person standing there had already changed from Shi Yang to the current human emperor. "Your Majesty, Qin Shujian has been brought here," Dan Hao said with a respectful attitude. The human emperor glanced at Dan Hao and said with a smile, "General Dan has worked hard this time. Your Majesty is too kind. If there is nothing else, this humble subject will take his leave first." "Go." "Yes." Dan Hao cupped his hands and left. Unlike in front of Shi Yang, this General Ming Yuan did not dare to be rude in front of the human emperor. After Dan Hao left, Qin Shujian then cupped his hands and said, "Qin Shujian greets the human emperor. I heard that Sect Master Qin is the reincarnation of a mighty figure. I wonder if it is true or not." The human emperor smiled slightly, like an ordinary elder, but the faintly discernible majesty on his body still made people not dare to look directly at him. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's heart trembled, but his expression did not change as he replied, "Maybe. It seems that Sect Master Qin has not awakened the fate." Fate. As long as the reincarnation of an expert, some are born knowing, and some are covered in dust. They need to return to the peak of the past to awaken the memories of their previous life. The human emperor patiently explained. Said, "If Sect Master Qin has not awakened the fate, then it should belong to the latter. If your Majesty had not said it, I would not have known. The mountain-breaking halberd and the perishing jade are in your hand." The human emperor suddenly changed the topic and said lightly, "The mountain-breaking halberd, the perishing jade?" Hearing this, Qin Shujian was obviously stunned. These two names, he was a little unfamiliar. However, Qin Shujian was only confused for a moment before he immediately reacted, "Your Majesty is talking about the mansion guarding Dao artifacts in the hands of Du Chengwu and Shenhong?" "Yes, in the past, I obtained 12 six-seal Dao artifacts and distributed them to each mansion to suppress the world's luck." The human emperor nodded and said, "Among them, each mansion has a Dao artifact. The perishing jade in the hands of Du Chengwu, the mountain-breaking halberd in the hands of Shenhong, and the mountain-burning flame flag in the hands of Zhao Xinghuai are all like this." Hearing this, Qin Shujian had a little understanding of the mansion guarding Dao artifacts. 12 six-seal Dao artifact. To be honest, even if he had guessed, he was still a little surprised when he really knew. What did a six-seal Dao artifact mean? If Qin Shujian was not wrong, a six-seal Dao artifact could at least give birth to a sixth-level force. As for a sixth-level force, it was definitely not comparable to a fifth-level force. However, now that the human emperor mentioned these two Dao artifacts, it also made Qin Shujian's heart pound. After the other party finished speaking, The scene quieted down for a moment. After a long time, Qin Shujian felt that the surrounding environment was a little dull, and could not help but ask, "Your Majesty means that you want to take back the heaven-breaking halberd and the perishing jade?" According to the normal process. As soon as the human emperor mentioned these two Dao artifacts, ordinary people should consciously hand them over. However, for Qin Shujian, the two six-seal Dao artifacts were too precious. If he handed them over for nothing, he would die of heartache. Therefore, it was better to ask more clearly. If the human emperor really wanted them, then he could only return them. If he misunderstood the other party's meaning and lost the two six-seal Dao artifacts for nothing, he would have nowhere to cry. Hearing this, the human emperor laughed and said, "You can kill Du Chengwu and Shen Hong with your own ability. Those two Dao artifacts are your spoils of war. If you can use them well, they will be a big resistance." Speaking of this, he looked at the distant sky, shook his head and said, "There are too few strong people in the human race." Qin Shujian cupped his hands and thanked, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the treasure. Well, I heard that you have reached the second realm of array formation Grandmaster. This is a third realm array formation Grandmaster comprehension crystal. I might as well give it to you." The human emperor laughed, took out a crystal from somewhere, and threw it over casually. Qin Shujian hurriedly reached out and caught it. For a moment, he looked a little embarrassed. He dared to swear. He really did not intend to ask for benefits from the other party. However, looking at the inheritance crystal in his hand, Qin Shujian simply kept it and said with a sincere face, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The third realm array formation Grandmaster comprehension crystal. For him, it was still very useful. The gap between the first realm and the second realm was 100 times. The gap between the second realm and the third realm was at least 100 times. 100 billion life sources. This was a huge number. Now that most of the demons in the Great Jiao were killed, it was obviously impossible to harvest a few 100 million more life sources. If only Yuan Zhong provided it. 100 billion life sources, it would probably take hundreds of years. Moreover, this was under the premise that he did not raise his own realm. If he had to raise his cultivation techniques at the same time, the consumption in the later stage would be even higher. Although this inheritance crystal might not be able to make him suddenly reach the third realm of array formation Grandmaster, it was enough for him to gain some enlightenment and explore some things. "Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back." The human emperor directly ordered him to leave. In response, Qin Shujian immediately cupped his hands and left. In front of the human emperor, he felt pressured all the time. Now that the human emperor asked him to leave, it was just what he wanted. Looking at Qin Shujian's back view, a look of doubt flashed across the human emperor's eyes. The reincarnation of a mighty figure who has never awakened. Even if he is the reincarnation of a mighty figure, it is impossible for him to go from nothing to a heavenly being in just a few years. To be able to do this, only an expert above the almighty level would be able to do so. If that's the case, could Qin Shujian be an expert from the ancient heavenly court? For a moment, many doubts arose in the human emperor's heart. However, he did not seriously investigate too much. So what if he was a mighty figure of the ancient heavenly court? Whether he was the reincarnation of a mighty figure or not, what did it mean? As long as the other party was a mighty figure of the human clan, it was enough. As for the others, they were all small problems. "I only hope that the human clan will exist forever," the human emperor sighed, and there seemed to be some melancholy on his face. But soon, the melancholy disappeared. Immediately afterward, a dense aura spread from his body, and then his body disappeared on the spot. On the other side, after coming out of the palace, Qin Shujian went back to Mingyuan General's mansion without stopping. As soon as Dan Hao sat down, he saw him coming back. "Sect Master Qin, you came back so soon?" "I just chatted with His Majesty for a while, and came back when there was nothing else." Qin Shujian laughed and did not say much. The human emperor gave him something. He would not spread it everywhere. Dan Hao heard this and did not ask too much. Then, Qin Shujian said, "I've troubled General Dan for a long time this time. Now that the matter of the Imperial City is over, I should take my leave. Sect Master Qin, don't you want to stay for a few more days? No, although the monster clan has retreated now, Yuan sect is close to the Skyend mountain range after all. I'm afraid there have been many twists and turns in the attack of the monster clan this time. I still have to go back and deal with some things. Qin Shujian shook his head and refused. Now, he was not eager to go back, but he was not far away. Some time ago, when the monster clan attacked, the list of people who died in Yuan sect was almost flooded. Fortunately, there were no familiar names on it, which proved that nothing had happened to the higher-ups of the sect. But this time, Yuan sect was definitely shaken by the twists and turns. If he had not received the news that Marquis Baiyun had led the army back to the Baiyun mansion, Qin Shujian would have rushed back when the monster clan attacked. It was also because of Marquis Baiyun's return that he suppressed the impulse in his heart. After all, with Marquis Baiyun's help, the problem could basically be solved. If even Marquis Baiyun could not solve it, it would be difficult for him to change anything with his own strength. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not go back. Now that the rebels were dead and he had taken the benefits, the rest had nothing to do with him. There was not much use for him to stay in the Bright Vision General's mansion. Hearing this, Dan Hao did not stop him. If I go to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain in the future, Sect Master Qin, please do not avoid me. Haha, General Dan, don't worry. When the time comes, I will be waiting for you. Goodbye. Take care, Sect Master Qin. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and left the Bright Vision General's mansion. The Imperial City was different from other cities. In the Imperial City, only the inner city had a teleportation door for the people of the Imperial Court. Other than that, there was nothing else. Qin Shujian was not a member of the Imperial Court, so naturally, he could not use the teleportation door in the inner city. Therefore, if he wanted to go back, he could only go to other cities and then teleport to the Baiyun mansion step by step. He did not waste too much time. After a simple identification of the direction, he walked toward the city gate. After he went out of the city gate, Qin Shujian flew into the air and turned into a stream of light, escaping into the distance. About an hour later, a city was already in sight. Chapter 486. Mount Liang Spirit Domain. As the first line of defense of the North Cloud Mansion, it was also desolate. Even though there were top sects here, it was still the same. After all, although the top sects were strong, compared to the monster race, they were still too weak. Even though the monster race had retreated, there were still traces of devastation. Yuan sect. Zheng Fang's face was also a little pale. He turned his head and looked at Shu Yuanming. Have all the monster race retreated to the Skyend mountain range? From the news, the human emperor faked his death and the monster race has retreated. This calamity is finally over. Zheng Fang also breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of monster race attack, Qin Shujian was not here. As the Great Elder, he was also under a lot of pressure. The moon-devouring wolf clan was not weak, and they could control a large number of monsters. In addition to that, there were also other monster race attacks. Relying on Jiang Feng alone, it was also completely impossible to contend with so many powerhouses. In the end, he activated the array left by Qin Shujian to protect the inheritance. But even so, Yuan sect also suffered a great loss. Among them, many disciples died in the hands of the monster race. Even some guest elders in the god martial arts realm were found to have died accidentally. As for Zheng Fang himself, he was also seriously injured in the hands of a god martial arts realm monster. If it were not for the timely rescue of Yuan sect experts, this first elder had most likely perished in the demon race army. Shu Yuanming asked, "How is the great elder's injury now?" "It's not a big problem. He will recover after a period of recuperation." Zheng Fang shook his head and said, "Now that the human emperor has faked his death and revived, the turmoil in the world has gradually subsided. The monster race has retreated to the Skyend mountain range. Our sect should not have a big problem in this time. However, there is news that the human emperor will attack the monster race in a month. We still need to pay attention to this matter. In the end, Zheng Fang added one more sentence. Xu Yuanming nodded. Yuan Pavilion has been paying close attention. Speaking of Yuan Pavilion, the two of them were relieved. The only good thing about the chaos of the monster race this time was probably the change in Yuan Pavilion. In the past, other than assassination missions, there were also assassination missions in Yuan Pavilion. After this incident, others discovered that in addition to assassination missions, they could also hire some people to protect them or do some things for them. The misconceptions in his thinking had been revealed, causing the number of missions in Yuan Pavilion to increase day by day. If it was said that Yuan sect didn't suffer a huge loss this time, then a considerable portion of the subsidies would come from Yuan Pavilion. Speaking of which, 2 million taels to ensure their survival for 20 years seems to be too much of a loss for us. Should we think of a way to raise the price? Xu Yuanming suddenly changed the topic and said with a smile. This time, the sects of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain had suffered heavy losses. However, in all seriousness, not a single sect was destroyed. On the one hand, such sects had a strong foundation and could not attract the attention of the demon race. Naturally, they would not send too many experts to kill them. There was another aspect. It was these sects that issued the missions and received the support of many rogue cultivators. Other than that, Yuan Zhong did not turn a blind eye to this. These sects had also sent people to request for help. As long as it was within their capabilities, Yuan Zhong would also send people to help. Back then, he had charged the other party 2 million taels. It was because Yuan sect was still very weak at that time and had a weak foundation in all aspects. That was why it was like this. However, Yuan sect had developed too quickly. In just a few years, it had directly climbed to the level of a top sect. When he looked back again, 2 million taels to ensure their survival for 20 years, no matter how he looked at it, it was a loss. Hearing this, Zheng Fang shook his head and said, "This can't be done. Otherwise, our sect's reputation will be tarnished." "Then forget it." Xu Yuanming smiled. He had just come up with this idea on a whim. Whether this matter could be done or not, he was very clear about it. Just as the two of them were talking, Zheng Fang and Xu Yuanming's communication jade talismans moved. Then, the two of them sent their divine senses down. After a while, they looked at each other and smiled. "It seems that I don't need to care about this matter anymore. The person in charge has returned. Great Elder, do you want to go together?" "Let's go together." Outside the mountain gate, Qin Shujian had already appeared there. It took him a lot of time to return from the Central State Prefecture to the Baiyun Mansion. Now that he had returned, he was relieved to see that the mountain gate was still in good condition. Just as he stepped into the mountain gate, a few elders were already approaching them. "Sect Master, yes, the demon clan has been causing trouble recently. Has anything major happened?" Qin Shujian could tell at a glance that Zheng Fang and the others were weak. It was obvious that they had suffered serious internal injuries. For this, he was already prepared. As long as they didn't die, it was fine to suffer some injuries. Zheng Fang said, "This time, many of our sect's disciples have died or been injured in the demon clan's turmoil. When you step into the cultivation world, you should have been prepared. Life and death are up to fate. No one can change anything." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. His expression didn't change. This was the case when one's strength was inferior to others. If one day he encountered a stronger enemy, he would have nothing to say if he was killed. So, from the beginning to the end, Qin Shujian had been constantly improving his strength. From the threat of the players at the beginning, to the devil calamity demons, as well as the experts of the human clan and the demon clan, it was the same. As long as he embarked on this path, there would be no chance of stability. If he wanted stability, only if he was strong enough. As the few of them chatted, they had already arrived at the inherited martial hall. At this time, the news of Qin Shujian's return had completely spread. There was no need for the sect master to summon them. The elders of the various branches had already spontaneously arrived. "Greetings, Sect Master. Elders, please take a seat. Thank you, Sect Master. Ever since he broke through to the divinity realm, Qin Shujian had always had a faintly discernible aura. He didn't deliberately restrain this aura, nor would he deliberately erupt it. But ordinary cultivators would involuntarily maintain reverence in front of him. This was the power of a divinity realm cultivator. Now in the inherited martial hall, although the people sitting were all elders of the Yuan sect, in terms of strength, the gap between them and a divinity realm cultivator was not just a little. Even Xiong Haogan, a great cultivator of the god martial arts realm, in front of the current Qin Shujian, he didn't dare to overstep in the slightest. Qin Shujian looked at the crowd and said calmly, "Elders, you have contributed greatly to the fact that our sect is safe and sound when the demon race army attacked." "Sect Master, you're exaggerating," Zheng Fang said first. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." "Great Elder, feel free to say it. Now that our sect has been involved in many wars, we have lost a lot of disciples. I think we should open the mountain gate and recruit disciples with potential in Beiyun Mansion." "Recruit disciples." Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. He didn't immediately answer the other party. Indeed, the Yuan sect had been involved in several wars and had lost a lot of disciples. Correspondingly, the number of people who provided him with life had decreased by a lot. However, the Yuan sect originally had more than 10,000 disciples. At its peak, it had more than 20,000 disciples. This number of disciples was already one of the best among all the sects. If they continued to recruit disciples, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the imperial court. However, after meeting the human emperor this time, Qin Shujian realized that he had misunderstood some things. Given the human emperor's breadth of mind and vision, he would definitely not be constrained by a small sect. Even if the sect had hundreds of thousands of cultivators, it might not be able to move the human emperor. At this moment, when Qin Shujian looked at the Yuan sect again with his Dharma eye, there were no signs of bad luck shrouding the Yuan sect's luck. Back when the Yuan sect had reached the peak of a 5th grade force. Although the Yuan sect's luck was strong, it was covered by bad luck. Now, the Yuan sect's luck was still strong, but the bad luck that shrouded it had disappeared without a trace. Qin Shujian knew very well what this meant. When Shi Yang was outside, the other party couldn't tolerate the birth of a 6th grade force. Now that the human emperor was in power, he had no scruples about it. He could tell from the fact that the human emperor gave him the mountain-breaking halberd and the broken jade. After all, 2 6-seal Dao artifacts could give birth to a 6th grade sect. It was impossible that the human emperor didn't know. At this time, the human emperor gave him the Dao artifacts to make him feel more at ease. After a short moment of consideration, Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, "It's time to recruit disciples. Now is the right time." However, in this recruitment, other than the talented ones, the rest of the disciples will be based on talent. As for the age, they cannot be more than 16 years old. After the age of 16, one's foundation would be set. If they wanted to be nurtured, the chances of them reaching the peak in the future would not be high. The Yuan sect now was different from before. In the past, the Yuan sect lacked experts, but now, the Yuan sect didn't lack that. The Yuan sect now. What they needed was the accumulation of a foundation and enough time to develop. It didn't matter if the batch of disciples recruited now couldn't form an effective fighting force in the short term, but after a few years, these disciples would gradually grow. This was especially so with the current resources of the Yuan sect and the abundant spirit energy in the sect. As long as a disciple with normal aptitude stayed for a few years, it wouldn't be a big problem for them to enter the real martial realm. However, it was easy to enter the real martial realm. However, if they wanted to go further, they couldn't just rely on resources. There were certain requirements for talent in all aspects. For the Yuan sect, what they lacked now wasn't the real martial realm or the spiritual martial realm, but a batch of disciples with the potential to grow. In the future, they could strive for the spiritual martial realm, the divine martial realm, and even the heavenly man realm. Hearing this, the others also remained silent. Opening the sect to recruit disciples was also a lot of benefits for them. After these few incidents, all the branches had suffered a lot. Especially the branches in the stone forest, they were the first to bear the brunt. Since the sect was opened this time, they could get some new blood. As for what happened later, Qin Shujian just gave a few simple instructions and it was over. After leaving the Chengwu Hall, Qin Shujian didn't go anywhere. Instead, he ran to the forbidden area. The entire Yuan sect. It could be said that other than the courtyard where he lived, he stayed the longest in the forbidden area. This was something that couldn't be helped. With Qin Shujian's identity as the sect master, it wasn't appropriate for him to wander around in the Yuan sect. After arriving at the forbidden area, Qin Shujian took out 2 storage rings. As for the origin of the storage rings, one came from Du Chengwu and the other from Shenhong. Both of them were marquises, so they must have a lot of treasures in their hands. However, he didn't have time to check the storage rings after getting them for so long. Now that he was back in the Yuan sect, most of the things were almost done. The rest of the time, it was time to count the gains this time. First of all, Qin Shujian immersed his mind and recognized the 2 storage rings as their owners. With the death of Du Chengwu and Shenhong, the master recognition mark on the rings had long disappeared. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to recognize them as their owners. After the recognition process, Qin Shujian picked up the storage ring that originally belonged to Du Chengwu. When he immersed his mind into it, a wide space suddenly appeared in his perception. There weren't many things inside. However, when Qin Shujian's mind scanned through them one by one, his heart was shocked. Materials. All of them were top-quality materials. There were also some exquisite bottles. He guessed that those should be elixirs. In addition, there were 2 inheritance crystals. He could feel the aura on them. These 2 inheritance crystals emitted the aura of heavenly beings. Divinity Realm Martial Arts. And Divinity Realm Martial Arts. Qin Shujian couldn't be sure, but the things inside were definitely at the Divinity Realm. In addition to these things, there were also rows of jade boxes piled up. His mind moved. A jade box appeared in his hand. Then, Qin Shujian opened the jade box. A surge of spirit energy rushed out. Spirit stones. Looking at the 10 spirit stones neatly arranged in the jade box, he felt his hands tremble a little. If one jade box contained 10 spirit stones, Qin Shujian seriously counted the jade boxes in the storage ring. There were more than 50 of them. 10 spirit stones in one jade box. More than 50 jade boxes. That was more than 500 spirit stones. Let's not talk about anything else. Just by looking at these 500 spirit stones, Qin Shujian knew that this was a good deal. As for Divinity Realm Martial Arts and Martial Arts, to be honest, Qin Shujian would never complain about having too many of these things. Every cultivation method and martial art was suitable for different people. The more martial arts there were, the more experts there would be. In other words, Yuan Zhong now had 2 Divinity Realm martial arts. One came from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the other was his own Guiyuan ancestral canon. In comparison, the power of the Guiyuan ancestral canon was naturally a street ahead of the Heavenly Corpse sect's martial arts. Then, to cultivate the Guiyuan ancestral canon, not everyone could reach a profound level. This was also why, although all of the sect's legacies referred to a single cultivation technique, the reason why there were so many cultivation techniques in each sect was because there were so many of them. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of choice. After understanding the treasures in Du Chengwu's hands, Qin Shujian's attention fell on Shenhong's storage ring. There were so many treasures on the body of a fallen moon marquis. As the more experienced Wuan marquis, he would not be much inferior. As his mind sank, Qin Shujian's body did not move for a while. After a long time, his mind withdrew from inside, and there was an unconcealable smile on his face. Divinity Realm Martial Arts. It was also the same. In that case, the Divinity Realm Martial Arts in Du Chengwu and Shenhong storage rings should be the inheritance of the Du and Shen families. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Only the current patriarch was qualified to sit in the position of a marquis. If the Du and Shen families were placed in the cultivation world, they would be supreme families that could suppress the top sects. However, now, these aristocratic families had been annihilated. No matter how deep his foundation and strength were, in front of the human emperor, he was vulnerable. After suppressing this thought, Qin Shujian also counted the spirit stones in the storage ring and finally came to a result. 727. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shujian's face did not show any excitement, but calmed down. When one thing reached a certain level, there was no longer the joy at the beginning. What he wanted to think now, it was about how to use the extra spirit stones that he had obtained. Should I sell them? No, it's a bit inappropriate. After all, spirit stones are so precious. If I exchange them for some resources, I may lose money. Shun Hong has more than 700 spirit stones, Du Chengwu has more than 500 spirit stones, plus the spirit stones that Shi Yang gave me and the inventory that I have. Now I have a total of 1,397 spirit stones. If I round it up, I should have 1,400 spirit stones now. In the main sect of the Heavenly Corpse sect, there were only dozens of spirit stones buried. In other words, 1,400 spirit stones are enough to build the foundation of a supreme sect. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning wildly. It was certain that the spirit stones would be buried in the main sect. However, it wasn't appropriate to bury all 1,400 spirit stones in one go. Doing so, although the spirit qi of the origin sect would rise steadily, it could not maximize the benefits. Moreover, if the environment was too comfortable, the subsequent disciples would probably retire in the main sect. Except for assessment missions, probably not many people would be willing to move their butts. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian sighed, what I need is not only strong people, but also strong people who keep going out to harvest the source of life for me. If those people do not move for 10,000 years, even if you give me a few thousand celestial beings, it will be useless. Nurturing the sect was his idea. But the real purpose of nurturing the sect was to contribute the source of life to himself. Or else, in a few decades, his advantage might be caught up by the players. Although a few decades was a long time, when that time came, there would be no place to cry. Therefore, the improvement of strength could not be stopped. As long as the players were still around, this progress could not be stopped. Among so many players, there might be enemies who wanted to kill him all the time. It was only because of the problem of strength that they did not take action. When the players advanced to the celestial being, they would not kill him. Therefore, Qin Shujian was very clear in his heart. The disciples had to recruit. The strength of the origin sect had to be increased. At the same time, his strength had to be constantly improved. This was inseparable from the existence of the source of life. His thoughts stopped here. Qin Shujian already had a follow-up idea. Bury a part of the spirit stones to improve the foundation of the sect. The remaining spirit stones can be considered to create a secret realm of inheritance for the disciples to cultivate. Open up a secret realm. This idea suddenly appeared after he broke through to the second realm of the Array Guru realm. The second realm of the Guru realm. The array had gradually broken away from the inherent category and reached the level of deriving rules. Strictly speaking, such an array was actually already an imperfect small world. According to Qin Shujian's guess, perhaps the third realm of the Guru realm could completely derive a small world. And this, with a slight transformation, would be the prototype of a secret realm. Although there was also a cultivation room in the sect. The spirit qi in the cultivation room was only a little denser than the outside world, but the degree of density was not too high. After all, only a few spirit stones were used, and the overall amount provided was not much. And although there was an array to seal and fix the spirit stones in an area, there would always be some spirit qi spilling out. But a secret realm was different. All of the spirit qi could be firmly sealed inside. However, opening up a secret realm was not a simple thing. Even if Qin Shujian did it himself, it would take some time to prepare. Then, he took out a halberd and a pair of gloves. Mountain-breaking halberd. Jade of defeat. As soon as the two six-seal Dao weapons appeared, they burst out with a strong killing intent as if to kill him. Even if Du Chengwu and Shen Hong were dead, these two Dao weapons that had followed them for many years still remembered Qin Shujian as an enemy. However, as soon as the two Dao weapons attacked, they were directly suppressed by Qin Shujian's palm. Even Du Chengwu and Shen Hong are no match for me. How dare these two ownerless Dao weapons resist without permission? You're courting death. The 366-star acupoints shone brightly, and the two Dao weapons were directly suppressed by this tyrannical force. Then, Qin Shujian's divine thought fell again. Two confinement arrays fell and sealed the two Dao weapons. At this moment, in mid-air, the two Dao weapons trembled slightly, trying to break through the array seal. However, they only caused the void to tremble, but there was no way to break through the array. Looking at the two Dao weapons in front of him, Qin Shujian reached out and rubbed his chin. He was thinking about something now. Should he directly refine the two Dao weapons and let Yuan sect be promoted to a 6th grade force, or should he swallow the two Dao weapons and use his luck points to upgrade the other Dao weapons? The former was needless to say, and it would be much less troublesome. However, Qin Shujian thought of the scene in the imperial city and shook his head. Even if he didn't think that the human emperor would use such a method, it would be better to be safe than sorry. If the other party really did something, it would be troublesome in the future. As for the latter, although it would save time and effort, it would also have a certain hidden danger. After all, if a 3-seal Dao weapon suddenly became a 6-seal Dao weapon, it would be impossible not to attract attention. The method to upgrade Dao weapons. This was not just for show. In the beginning, it wasn't a big problem. After all, those who knew that the Mountain Blood was a 2-seal Dao weapon were mostly dead. The remaining people mistakenly thought that the Mountain Blood might be a 3-seal Dao weapon. It was just that he didn't use it much before, so others mistook it for a 2-seal Dao weapon. As for the fact that the Mountain Blood was originally a 5th grade weapon, to be honest, the two were completely different now. Even Jiyu Feng would definitely not be able to recognize it. So be it. Anyway, I'm strong enough. Why should I worry about other people's guesses? Qin Shujian's eyes suddenly turned ruthless. He was already a heavenly being. Why should he worry so much? If there really was a problem, it would be a matter of the future. There would naturally be a solution. It was no big deal. It was fine if he changed to an inconspicuous Dao weapon to upgrade. Chapter 487. The Red Lotus of Purgation appeared. After advancing to the celestial being realm, this ability became even more terrifying. Around the Red Lotus, the void was violently distorted. It was as if in front of this flame, even the void couldn't withstand it. The moment the Red Lotus of Purgation appeared, the two Dao artifacts trembled slightly. Compared to the previous impact on the formation, what was revealed now was fear. Qin Shujian didn't hold back. The two Red Lotus of Purgation were directly thrown over. Buzz! Buzz! When the Red Lotus of Purgation fell, the Dao artifact trembled violently, and a pleading thought came out from it. However, Qin Shujian was unmoved, allowing the Red Lotus to burn and refine. The 6-seal Dao artifact was indeed a Dao artifact at the prefecture level. Even under the refining of the Red Lotus of Purgation, it still held on for a long time. Half an hour later, the two Dao artifacts were completely refined. In the end, only the two Red Lotuses remained there quietly. Qin Shujian reached out and held the two Red Lotuses, then absorbed all the energy in them. Suddenly, the luck value skyrocketed by 40,000 points. Seeing this, Qin Shujian sucked in a breath of air. 40,000 luck points. If that's the case, a 6-seal Dao artifact is equivalent to 20,000 luck points. This number. But it wasn't little at all. 40,000 luck value was equivalent to 40 billion life source. According to his estimation, with so much life source, it was enough to upgrade the origin returning ancestral code by 1 level. However, for him now, although the increase from the first level of the celestial being to the second level of the celestial being realm was great, if he could get a 6-seal Dao artifact, when he set up the formation in the future, it would also increase his strength by a lot. One was to improve his foundation. The other was to improve his current combat strength. Originally, Qin Shujian had already planned to upgrade the level of the celestial being realm. Now that he saw the 40,000 luck value, he only hesitated for a moment before choosing the latter. Immediately after, he took out the 6th grade Golden Lotus. This Dao artifact that he had obtained from another sect had already grown to the peak of the 3rd seal. It had been so long. This defensive Dao artifact also provided a lot of help. In terms of means, Qin Shujian was more than capable of attacking, but his defense was lacking. To put it bluntly, at this stage, there were only 2 types of opponents that he could defeat and those that he couldn't. The former was still acceptable. If the latter encountered someone like Du Chengwu in his prime, an offensive 6-seal Dao artifact would not be able to make up for the difference. In comparison, if he had a 6-seal defensive Dao artifact in hand, he wouldn't have been chased so miserably by his opponent. Before upgrading the Dao artifact, Qin Shujian first set up a concealment array formation before injecting his luck points into the Tier 6 Golden Lotus. 10,000 luck points disappeared. The 6th grade Golden Lotus trembled violently. Immediately after, a huge Golden Lotus shadow appeared in the sky. The original 6th grade Golden Lotus had now bloomed with a single lotus leaf. And when the 7th lotus leaf appeared, as if some kind of shackle had been broken, the aura of the Golden Lotus became even more vast. Yuan sect is favored by heaven and earth. Luck is at its peak and it has been upgraded to a 6th grade force. 6th grade force, Yuan sect's people can increase their realm by 7 levels from their original foundation, cannot exceed LV10 spiritual martial realm. Yuan sect's influence has increased. As the sect master of Yuan sect, your realm has been upgraded. As you are already at LV1 heavenly human, your realm upgrade has failed. You will receive an additional 200 million life points. At the same time, a list suddenly appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. On the list were the names of all the disciples of Yuan sect, including the players. This is the list of people who have leveled up. Qin Shujian's expression froze. The changes brought about by breaking through to a 6th grade force were unexpected. In the past, when a force leveled up, all the local people in the sect would level up except for the players. There was no choice at all. But this time, the leveling up, there was an additional list. This meant that now, whoever he wanted to break through would be able to do so. Whoever he didn't want to break through would not be able to do so. It was the same even if it was for the players. If that's the case, if I give the chance to break through to LV7 to the players, many of them would probably sell everything they have to buy it. Qin Shujian smiled and immediately got rid of this thought. What was he thinking about? If he gave the players the chance to level up, they might just kill him later. As for the local disciples leveling up, to be honest, Qin Shujian didn't want everyone to get such an opportunity. It was still the same sentence. He wasn't raising a bunch of vermin. If he kept relying on the sect to level up, he would also increase his own strength. Many people would have the heart to slack off. But at the same time, Yuan sect also lacked middle and high-level cultivators to hold down the fort. The so-called middle and high-level cultivators were measured by the standards of the top sects. For the top sects, the elders of the other sects were at least at the god martial realm. Even the weakest had to be at the peak of the prominent divine realm. If they weren't at that level, they wouldn't have the qualifications to be elders. In comparison, Yuan sect was far behind. They could either rely on decades to make up for it or take shortcuts to make up for it. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. Looking at the names on the list, he selected all the elders, as well as some of the deacons with good temperament. For a moment, hundreds of tyrannical auras exploded in the sect. Numerous spiritual deities appeared in the void, suppressing the others to the point that their minds trembled. In the martial arts hall, Zheng Fang kept the spiritual gods back. Feeling the explosive increase in power in his body, he muttered to himself, "Peak of the spirit martial realm, it seems that the sect has leveled up again." It had to be said. This kind of leveling up would indeed make people involuntarily indulge in it. Cultivating for hundreds of years wasn't as fast as a sect leveling up. However, Zheng Fang's temperament had been tempered for dozens of years. After a short moment of fluctuation, he calmed down. The sect's leveling up is only temporary. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. He shook his head and forgot about this matter. In a courtyard, Test Jianfeng was giving a lecture when suddenly, a tyrannical power poured into his body, causing his original strength to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the spirit martial realm. Master! Seeing this, the expressions of the disciples changed slightly. They seemed to have guessed something. After all, Yuan Zhong had leveled up several times. This kind of situation had happened before. However, what they didn't understand was that if his strength had leveled up, why didn't Test Jianfeng have any reaction? Therefore, this was what the disciples weren't sure about. Test Jianfeng closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Nothing, today's lecture will end here. You can leave now." "Yes, Master." The disciples stood up, bowed and left. After the disciples had left, Test Jianfeng's attention fell on himself. 6th level force. Peak of the spirit martial realm. When Yuan Zhong's power level had been upgraded, he had already understood this in his heart. However, Test Jianfeng didn't smile at his own leveling up to the peak of the spirit martial realm. Although the peak of the spirit martial realm is good, it's a pity that I didn't cultivate step by step. This level is like a pavilion in the sky. It's hard to continue. After Test Jianfeng muttered to himself, his expression changed slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. All of a sudden, he called out his spiritual deity. 150 feet spiritual deity appeared in the sky. At the peak of the spirit martial realm, a normal spiritual deity of 20 feet was the limit. Now, Test Jianfeng was at the peak of the spirit martial realm, but his spiritual deity was only 15 feet. The reason was that he didn't keep up with his subsequent techniques and didn't seriously polish his level. Compared to the real peak of the spirit martial realm, there was still a gap. He looked at his spiritual deity. Test Jianfeng's expression became ruthless. He suddenly unsheathed his long sword and slashed at his spiritual deity. The sword fell. The 15 feet spiritual deity suddenly collapsed. Test Jianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was frighteningly pale. Just then, his spiritual deity was directly destroyed and his level dropped from the peak of the spirit martial realm to the peak of the genuine martial realm. For a moment, Test Jianfeng's aura was extremely dispirited. The fire of life seemed to be extinguished at any time. He forced himself to take out an elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it. Not long after, the chaotic aura in his body calmed down a little. Feeling the changes in his body, a smile appeared on Test Jianfeng's face. Cut his own level. He had always had this thought. It was just that at that time, he had not avenged the Ji family and there was the great enemy of the Dingshu sword sect. If he had cut his own level, it would have taken him many years to get revenge with his own strength. From Test Jianfeng's point of view, even if he had to wait for one more year, it would be a torture for him. But it was different now. The Dingshu sword sect was destroyed and there were many experts in the origin sect. They did not lack a peak of the spirit martial realm cultivator like him. Therefore, he had cut his own level. Test Jianfeng was confident that he could return to his peak state in a short period of time. At that time, the state that he possessed was the most perfect one. Immediately, Test Jianfeng took out his communication jade talisman and briefly told a few disciples that he was going to cultivate in seclusion. After that, he directly closed the door and did not see anyone. Inside the forbidden grounds, the original 6th grade golden lotus had bloomed and turned into a 10th grade golden lotus. It had directly entered the ranks of 5th grade Dao artifacts. Qin Shujian silently watched the changes of the 6 seals golden lotus. Just as Test Jianfeng's spiritual soul was forming, he looked down. His gaze penetrated the obstruction of space and landed directly on Test Jianfeng's body. I was wrong. Qin Shujian smiled and shook his head as he muttered to himself. He had thought that Test Jianfeng would calmly accept the increase in power brought about by the promotion of power. But now it seemed that Test Janfeng was more ambitious. He had cut his own level. To be honest, Qin Shujian might not have been able to do it if it were him. Now that Test Janfeng had cut his own level, he had fallen from the peak of the spirit martial realm to the peak of the true martial realm. It seemed that his strength had weakened a lot. But in Qin Shujian's eyes, what Janfeng had done made him look at him in a new light. He dared to do this. As long as he did not die halfway, it was not impossible for him to reach the peak in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's smile was much more carefree. In a few years, our sect will have another god martial realm cultivator. It will also be another heavenly being. Test Janfeng might not be able to break through to the heavenly being level. After all, heavenly beings were the top experts in the current human race. There were many god martial realm cultivators in the world, but less than 1 in 100 could break through to the heavenly being realm. But in his eyes, Test Janfeng had a higher chance of breaking through to the heavenly being realm in the future. Even if there is an extra 10% chance, it is still a world of difference. The Origin sect does not lack an expert at the peak of the spirit martial realm. What the Origin sect lacks now is such a cultivator who has the chance to step into the peak. Qin Shujian quickly turned his attention back to the 10th grade Golden Lotus in front of him. The 10th grade Golden Lotus. The peak of the 5-seal Dao artifact. After inserting 10,000 luck points, he still had 50,000 luck points on him. The 5-seal Dao artifact is not enough. I still have a lot of luck points. Let's continue to increase it. With a thought, Qin Shujian injected another 10,000 luck points. Rumble. The void trembled. The 10th grade Golden Lotus trembled violently, and a new lotus leaf appeared from it. And as the Golden Lotus broke through to the 11th grade, a vast aura spread from the Golden Lotus. That was not all. When it broke through to the 11th grade Golden Lotus, another new lotus leaf appeared, but the lotus leaf only grew halfway before it stopped. Seeing this, Qin Shujian injected another 10,000 luck points. Half of the lotus leaf had already finished growing, and the 13th lotus leaf was gradually emerging. Now, there were only 30,000 luck points left. The 12th grade Golden Lotus is the peak of the 6-seal Dao artifact. Now that the 13th lotus leaf has grown, it is about to break through to the 7-seal Dao artifact. Qin Shujian's eyes were burning. To be able to deduce a 7-seal Dao artifact would be of great benefit to him. But this time, he no longer threw in 10,000 luck points. Instead, he threw in 1,000 luck points into 1,000 luck points. With every infusion of luck points, Lin Fan's luck points would increase. Some lotus leaves grew. Qin Shujian had forgotten how many injections, but the 13th lotus leaf finally grew. Buzz, an invisible wave spread out, and a myriad of Dao rhymes flowed from the 13th grade Golden Lotus. 7 Dao seals were deeply engraved on the lotus platform, and a vast aura suppressed the void and made it buzz. A 7-seal Dao artifact. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. Looking at the Golden Lotus in the void, his divine thought landed on it, urging it to bloom. Then, with a finger seal, the wind and clouds changed. Heavenly Cloud God sealing finger, boom. The energy finger bombarded the Golden Lotus shadow, and then it disappeared without a trace. He looked at the Golden Lotus shadow again, and it was not affected at all. In this regard, Qin Shujian finally had some understanding of the defense of a 7-seal Dao artifact. The 11th grade Golden Lotus is considered a 6-seal Dao artifact. The 12th grade Golden Lotus should be able to withstand the attack of a peak saint. As for the 13th grade Golden Lotus, it has already surpassed the saint level and reached the level of an almighty. He glanced at his luck points. Before he knew it, he had used up 16,000 luck points. In addition to the previous consumption, he had used a total of 46,000 luck points to upgrade a 3-seal Dao artifact to a 7-seal Dao artifact. Although the consumption was great, with a 7-seal Dao artifact in hand, he was basically invincible against anyone below the level of an almighty. However, this was only to a certain extent. If other cultivators also had powerful Dao artifacts in hand, they would still have to flee if they could not defeat them. With the appearance of the 7-seal Dao artifact, the entire Yuan sect's luck also skyrocketed. In the originally clear sky, there was already a faint yellow color faintly discernible. This was the sign that when the luck reached a certain level, it would turn from illusion to reality. He activated his Dharma eye. The original auspicious beast, the Qilin, had disappeared. He did not know when it had transformed into another form. However, when Qin Shujian saw this form, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he had a strange expression on his face. Isn't this me? Although people did not often look at themselves in the mirror, they could not see what they looked like. However, as a cultivator, how could they not know what they looked like? Above the yellow clouds, a 13-grade lotus platform bloomed. An enlarged version of Qin Shujian sat cross-legged on it, like a high and mighty god. A vast aura suppressed the world. After a moment of shock, Qin Shujian quickly calmed down. Luck was ever-changing, and there was no rule about what it would show up as. Now that the luck had condensed into his appearance, it was probably because most of Yuan sect's luck came from him. This was the only explanation. Besides this, Qin Shujian could not think of any other reason. When the 7-seal Dao artifact was established, Yuan sect had completely stabilized at the level of a 6th-grade force. However, in terms of luck, it would not be so easy to become a 7th-grade force for the time being. The limit of a 6th-grade force was the peak of the spiritual martial force. A 7th-grade force would definitely reach the divine martial force stage. The limit of a 1st or 2nd-grade force is the basic martial force. A 3rd or 4th-grade force is the true martial force. A 5th or 6th-grade force is the spiritual martial force. A 7th or 8th-grade force should be the divine martial force. A 9th-grade force should be the diviner. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. He had always thought that the Great Jiao would be a 9th-grade force. However, if he were to calculate according to this, the Great Jiao might not be a 9th-grade force. Otherwise, the hidden foundation of the Great Jiao would be too frightening. A 9th-grade force had the upper limit of a diviner. If the Great Jiao was really a 9th-grade force, then they would definitely have a large number of diviner cultivators. However, these are all just guesses. The Great Jiao might not have become a 9th-grade force. If the Great Jiao is really hiding such a terrifying power, then what exactly is the human emperor planning? It shouldn't be to the extent of dealing with a demon. If there really were tens of thousands of diviners, no matter how many experts the demon race had, they should have been wiped out. Qin Shujian's expression changed. He was basically certain that either the Great Jiao was not a 9th-grade force, or the limit of a 9th-grade force was not the diviner but the divine martial force. Otherwise, it was very difficult to explain these things. However, compared to the latter, his current thoughts were more inclined towards the former. The Great Jiao. Perhaps it really was not a 9th-grade force. However, there was one thing that was unquestionable. That was, the Great Jiao was currently the existence of the highest level of force in the human race. Even the current Yuan zone was very far away from the Great Jiao. After collecting his thoughts, Qin Shujian did not think too much about things for the time being and placed his attention back on himself. On the attribute panel, he still had more than 10,000 luck points. After thinking about it, his spiritual force landed on his storage ring. Then, a bow and an arrow were released. I'm suffocating. As soon as the bow of heaven and earth appeared, it screamed exaggeratedly. The days in the storage ring were simply dark and gloomy. The other Dao artifacts were still all right. Although they had spirituality, that spirituality was not strong. Like the bow of heaven and earth, which was similar to an ordinary person, it could only feel that stifling feeling when it was in the storage ring. At this moment, it was released. It felt as if it had been reborn. Until now, the bow of heaven and earth had already forgotten that Qin Shujian had once promised it that he would not stuff it into the storage ring again. Speaking of shamelessness, the person it admired the most in its life was Qin Shujian. However, just as the bow of heaven and earth said that, it was stunned for a few seconds and then cried out involuntarily, "Damn, a 7-seal Dao artifact. If it had eyes, it would want to rub them hard with its hands right now." 7-seal Dao artifact. The bow of heaven and earth almost thought that it had seen wrongly. However, the 13 lotus leaves in the void were slowly rotating, suppressing the aura of the void, causing the bow to tremble uncontrollably. This feeling. It was constantly reminding it that the Tao artifact in front of it was indeed a 7-seal Tao artifact. After a long time, the bow of heaven and earth floated in front of Qin Shujian and asked in bewilderment, Sect Master, that golden lotus is the previous 6th grade golden lotus? Yes. Qin Shujian made a soft sound of acknowledgement. Hearing that, the bow of heaven and earth was so envious that its eyes turned green. 7-seal Tao artifact. This was a 7-seal Tao artifact. To be honest, the bow of heaven and earth had never thought that one day it would be able to advance to a 7-seal Tao artifact. For it was already satisfied to have the chance to reach the 6-seal Tao artifact level. Above the 6-seal Tao artifact, it already belonged to another category. Sect. Just as the bow of heaven and earth was about to speak again, Qin Shujian directly interrupted it, don't talk nonsense. Then, with a thought, 10,000 luck points were injected into it. Rumble. After the golden lotus occupied the void, a long bow rang softly, resounding through heaven and earth. Fortunately, the surroundings were already covered by the array, otherwise, the successive strange phenomena would be enough to attract everyone's attention. 5 Tao seals were engraved on the bow, and the originally transparent bowstring now had a touch of faint golden color. Immediately after, Qin Shujian injected all the remaining luck points into the cloud-piercing arrow. Boom! 1 bow and 1 arrow, as if shooting through the sky. After a long time, only then did the aura gradually calm down. The bow of heaven and earth was in a state of confusion from beginning to end. It had just broken through to a 5-seal Tao artifact. All of a sudden, the bow of heaven and earth felt as if its eyes were brimming with tears. A 5-seal Tao artifact. This was a 5-seal Tao artifact. The surprise came too suddenly, and it felt as if it was caught off guard. However, after being stunned, the bow of heaven and earth was ecstatic. It had broken through to the 5-seal Tao artifact level. As for the cloud-piercing arrow, although it had not broken through to the 5-seal level, it was also at the peak of the 4-seal level. Now that the bow and arrow were working together, it was confident that it would not be weaker than a 6-seal Tao artifact. Qin Shujian looked at the bow of heaven and earth in front of him, interrupting the other party's surprise, and asked, with your current state, with the cloud-piercing arrow, what level can you reach? Sect Master, if I go all out, I can even fight against a 6-seal Tao artifact. It's comparable to a 6-seal Tao artifact. Not bad. Qin Shujian nodded, revealing a faint smile on his face. Spiritual companion item. It was indeed blessed by the heavens. Chapter 488. He had spent more than 10,000 luck points. He had obtained the cosmos bow and cloud-piercing arrow that were comparable to a 6-seal Tao artifact. This transaction. It was actually not a loss. At this point, Qin Shujian had used up all his luck points. But even so, the sect's level did not rise to level 7. It remained at level 6. It's much more difficult to rise to level 7 than level 6. Qin Shujian sighed. He had mentally prepared himself for this. If it was so easy to rise to a level 7 force, there wouldn't be so few experts in the world. Then, Qin Shujian glanced at the cosmos bow and said, if there's nothing else, stay here quietly. Don't go out and show off. If it causes bad consequences, I'll kill you immediately. Ahem, Sect Master, don't worry. I know what to do. The cosmos bow said awkwardly. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded and simply ignored the other party. Now, he still had a lot of things to do. The 27-square array disk that he had painstakingly forged was gone. However, after breaking through to the 2nd level of the Guru realm, there was no difference whether he had the array disk or not. He had a 7-seal Tao artifact to suppress the array. Unless a mighty figure made a move, it would not be so easy for others to break the array. While thinking, Qin Shujian had already taken out some materials and planned to start refining the secret realm. Opening up a secret realm. To put it bluntly, it was opening up a space. To put it bluntly, it was evolving a world. But unlike the evolved world, the space secret realm still could not be separated from heaven and earth, and the rules were not perfect. Besides that, it still needed a certain carrier. However, to carry a space secret realm, the carrier was definitely not ordinary. Just as Qin Shujian was about to refine, he stopped what he was doing. Speaking of which, the current strength of the sect's forging hall and array formation hall is still too weak. I have to take this opportunity to improve. With this thought in mind, he immediately picked up the communication jade talisman and sent out the message. Soon, the news that Qin Shujian was going to refine a divine weapon and open up a space secret realm was completely spread out. Damn, 10,000 contribution points per viewing. Why doesn't he just rob? When Liu Dazhong received the news, he finally couldn't help but complain. 10,000 contribution points. This was no different from robbery. What was the use of looking at it? Could it be that he could break through just by looking at it once? That was not right. Perhaps, he might really be able to achieve a breakthrough after taking a look. But 10,000 contribution points is ridiculously expensive. Liu Dazhong still could not accept the fact that refining a divine weapon and opening a secret realm required 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. How many demonic beasts and demon clans did he have to kill to accumulate so much? Ordinary missions would reward him with a few contribution points, while some would reward him with a few dozen contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. Almost 90% of the disciples had no hope of watching it. However, those elders who had received the news had excited expressions on their faces. Forging Hall. Shun Yuqing looked excited and said, "The sect master is finally going to make the refining public. The skills of a grand master of forging are extraordinary. If I can observe it once, I might be able to find the possibility of becoming a master." It was impossible for him not to be excited. Master Realm. Once one stepped into this level, one would be considered a famous existence in the cultivation world. The Tao of forging might not have reached the pinnacle, but it was definitely not ordinary. No matter where one went, one would be respected. In some top sects, the strongest forging master was only at the master level. As for grand masters, they were scarce resources. Other than the imperial court, there were only a handful of other forces that had grandmasters in their ranks. Although Shun Yuqing had only broken through to the superior grade forging master 1 or 2 years ago, he was still in the stage of polishing. But no matter what, if he could observe it, it would be of great benefit to him. As for the 10,000 contribution points, Shun Yuqing did not care about it at all. The forging hall was famous for being rich. As the hall master, he could also get a lot of commission. In terms of wealth, Shun Yuqing was confident that there were not many people in the entire Yuan sect who could compare to him. In addition to Shun Yuqing, there were also many people in the forging hall who were ready to observe. As for the array formation hall, it was about the same now. Xiong Haogan had been stuck at the peak of the superior grade array formation master realm for a long time, and now he just needed an opportunity to break through. Opening a space secret realm. This obviously required the use of an array formation. Of course, this level was too high and even Xiong Haogan could not understand too much. But this did not stop his desire. Mystic realms. Others might not know, but as a great cultivator of the god martial arts realm, how could Xiong Haogan not know? It was just that there were not many sects that could have mystic realms. Even some of the top sects did not have mystic realms. And these mystic realms, most of them were left behind by experts who had passed away. As for the method of opening a space mystic realm, he had never seen it before. For a moment, many people in the Yuan sect were excited. Most of these people were elders and disciples who majored or minored in array formations or forging. As for the message sent by Qin Shujian, it also indicated that the opening of the space mystic realm this time would be of great help to these two paths. Not counting the other disciples of these two paths, they were also welcome to go and observe. After all, no matter what, It was a heavenly cultivator who did it personally. With the spread of all kinds of Tao rhymes, it would also be helpful to some people's cultivation. Although many people were stuck at the 10,000 contribution points. But there were already many disciples who had used various channels to exchange for some contribution points. As for the players, there were even more ways to exchange for contribution points. In order to ferment the news, Qin Shujian specially set the time for 7 days later to give the others enough time to prepare. After doing these things, he came to the book collection pavilion. Sect Master. The deacon guarding the door bowed and saluted. I'll go in by myself. Don't worry about it. Qin Shujian waved his hand, indicating that the other party did not need to be so polite. The deacon retreated to the side and made way. He opened the door of the book collection pavilion. When Qin Shujian walked in, the space inside suddenly opened up. It was just the first time, and there were many disciples. However, before these disciples could notice anything, Qin Shujian directly disappeared from the first floor. The fourth floor. Wang Taizhu, who was sitting cross-legged and silently cultivating, suddenly twitched his ears and looked around suspiciously, not knowing what he had noticed. Strange, the fluctuation just now, could it be that I sensed wrongly? Wang Taizhu was a little uncertain. The entire fourth floor of the book collection pavilion was within the range of his perception. If someone stepped in without permission, it was impossible for him to not notice at all. No one knew what he had thought of. Wang Taizhu suddenly stood up and looked towards the fifth floor. At the entrance of the fifth floor, a familiar back appeared in his eyes. Greetings, Sect Master. Elder Wang, you don't have to be so polite. It's been hard on you to guard the book collection pavilion for so long. Qin Shujian turned around and looked at Wang Taizhu in front of him, his expression somewhat emotional. The vicious, merciless, and ferocious bandits from before were no longer there. After being in the book collection pavilion for so many years, Wang Taizhu had a touch of peace on his body. Even if he had just directly skyrocketed because of the promotion of the sect, there was not much emptiness. To this, Qin Shujian was also relieved. Obviously, Wang Taizhu was also a talent that could be cultivated on the path of cultivation. Perhaps it was because Yuan sect's luck had increased, so the talents of the people in the sect were more outstanding. But no matter what, with his current state, he could obviously go further in the future. What Yuan sect lacked now was such a talent. Previously, Qin Shujian had found Test Gen Feng, and now he found Wang Taizhu. As for Zheng Fang, Niu Feng and the others, needless to say, to be able to become the three elders, they had their own unique points. There were more and more talents in Yuan sect now. Wang Taizhu on the side also did not know that Qin Shujian had so many thoughts in such a short period of time. Hearing this, he cupped his hands and said, Sect Master, you're too kind. It's my honor to guard the book collection pavilion. If not for being able to cultivate here in peace, my strength may not have improved much. Millimeter, Qin Shujian replied. Without chatting too much with Wang Taizhu, he directly entered the fifth floor of the book collection pavilion. On the fifth floor of the book collection pavilion, it was no longer the same as before, when there was only an empty space without anything placed. In the fifth floor of the book collection pavilion, there were several crystals floating quietly. These few crystal stones. They were the God Realm cultivation methods and God Realm martial arts obtained from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out a few more crystals and placed them here. These few crystal stones. They were the legacy cultivation methods of Du Chengwu and Shen Hong. When the inheritance crystals appeared, the original inheritance crystals seemed to have sensed something. They trembled slightly and an indescribable aura spread out. It was as though they were rejecting something. At the same time, the two inheritance crystals of the Du family also emitted a subtle aura, contending with the aura of the Heavenly Corpse sect. As for the inheritance crystals of the Shen family, they also joined in. Suddenly, in the fifth floor of the book collection pavilion, a deep and vast aura pervaded and filled the space. However, these fluctuations were all consciously dispersed when they were about to touch Qin Shujian, as if they did not dare to make things difficult for him. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took out another inheritance crystal and placed it directly inside. Buzz, as soon as this inheritance crystal appeared, it immediately erupted with a vast aura, like a falling galaxy, suppressing the other crystals in one fell swoop. This crystal. It was the Guyuan ancestral scripture that Qin Shujian cultivated himself. God realm cultivation methods and martial arts were not divided into high and low ranks. In fact, there were differences in strength. The Guyuan ancestral scripture was deduced by him using his luck points. According to the system, it should belong to the top few among the God realm cultivation methods. Whether it was the inheritance of the Heavenly Corpse sect or the inheritance of the Du and Shun families. Compared to this cultivation technique, it was a level weaker. The inheritance is perfect, reaching the heavenly realm. From now on, Yuan Zhong has the capital to confront any forces in the world. The only thing that is lacking now is enough time. Qin Shujian took a deep breath, feeling a sense of pride in his heart. Now, Yuan Zhong's wealth could be said to be accumulated by him bit by bit. To be able to have such achievements. If Qin Shujian said that he was not proud, then he would be lying to himself and others. However, the Guyuan ancestral scripture that he placed in the book collection pavilion this time was still the abridged version. The method that could give birth to the red lotus of purgation was separately removed. Not only that, even the original version that could allow one to cultivate the Wisdom King Hellfire was also abridged. After all, these two methods could be said to be a bug in improving one's strength. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Qin Shujian would not easily leak it out. On the other side, Marquis Mansion of Baiyun. Marquis Baiyun was flipping through books in the study. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Who dares to spy on my Marquis Mansion of Baiyun?" As soon as he finished speaking, the space was slightly distorted, and a person stepped out from it. Seeing this, Marquis Baiyun's heart skipped a beat, and there was a look of shock on his face. However, when he saw the person who came, he still got up and bowed. "Xiao Chengfeng greets Your Majesty." Marquis Baiyun, rise. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Marquis Baiyun straightened up, then looked at the human emperor in front of him and asked, "Your Majesty, why have you come to my Marquis mansion so late at night?" He was also a little surprised by the arrival of the human emperor. He also did not expect. The other party had already gone deep into his Marquis mansion before he was detected. Even that wisp of aura that was detected might not have been sensed by him, but it might have been deliberately leaked by the human emperor. Thinking of this, Marquis Baiyun was even more shocked. One had to know. As an almighty, the only person in the world who could do this in front of him was the human emperor in front of him. Apart from that, there was no one else who could do it. The human emperor put his hands behind his back and looked at Marquis Baiyun with a look of appreciation on his face. After Yu Tian's death, the Xiao family must be able to rest in peace to have a genius like you. The previous Marquis Baiyun, Xiao Yutian. He was the person who had followed him for many years. When he looked at Xiao Chengfeng now, the human emperor vaguely saw the shadow of Xiao Yutian. However, compared to Xiao Yutian, Marquis Baiyun was even more outstanding. Almighty. To be honest, when the other party revealed this realm, he was also surprised. And the human emperor also saw every move of Marquis Baiyun in the Baiyun mansion. For this, the human emperor only felt gratified, but he had no intention of blaming him. Even if the other party only guarded Zi and city later, it was still the same. Hearing this, Marquis Baiyun fell silent. Now that the human emperor was here, the other party did not state his purpose, but several thoughts flashed through his mind, guessing what his purpose was. Could it be about the incident in Zi and city back then, and now he was here to denounce him? As if seeing the guess in Marquis Baiyun's heart, the human emperor smiled and said, "You don't have to be nervous, I'm not here today to denounce you, but to ask for your help." "What can I do for you, Your Majesty?" "It's very simple, I want to borrow Zhu Bing from you." The human emperor still smiled, but his eyes fell on Marquis Baiyun as if he had seen through all the other party's secrets. Boom. As for Marquis Baiyun, after hearing the human emperor's words, his mind exploded. Zhu Bing. The human emperor knew that he had Zhu Bing in his hand. One had to know that ever since he obtained Zhu Bing, he had only used it a few times. And every time, he was extremely cautious. Under such circumstances, how could the human emperor know that he had Zhu Bing in his hands? As his mind churned, Marquis Baiyun's expression changed slightly, and then he said with a puzzled look, "Your Majesty's words make me a little confused. How can there be Zhu Bing in the Baiyun mansion? You're still too vigilant against me." The human emperor shook his head and laughed, saying, "No one in the world can hide what I want to know. This time, I came here to borrow Zhu Bing, not to seize Zhu Bing. If I wanted to seize Zhu Bing, I wouldn't have waited until now." Hearing this, Marquis Baiyun fell silent again. In his mind, the voice sounded, "He has noticed my existence. I didn't expect that the human clan had already produced such a powerful expert. It's surprising." The human emperor said, "Zhu Bing is now suppressing the seal of the demon abyss and can't use lightness skills. The demon clan has the heavenly demon temple. If I want to destroy the demon clan, I need another Zhu Bing to destroy the heavenly demon temple. After the demon clan is destroyed, Zhu Bing will naturally be returned. You can rest assured that I always keep my word. Your Majesty, Chengfeng naturally believes your words." Marquis Baiyun smiled and no longer denied it. He said, "Your Majesty, when are you going to take Zhu Bing? The sooner, the better. In 3 days, Your Majesty will come to the Baiyun mansion again. Chengfeng will give Zhu Bing to you." "Okay." The human emperor nodded slightly, and then he didn't talk too much nonsense with the other party. His body emitted a subtle fluctuation, and then he disappeared from the study. He came quickly. He also left quickly. Even though he said it with his own eyes, Marquis Baiyun didn't see clearly what means the other party used when he left. Does it involve spatial means? This is void teleportation. Void teleportation? That's right. The voice in his mind sounded with some shock. I thought that the strongest person of the human clan was only at the limit of the celestial being realm, but now it seems that the current human emperor has transcended this category. Void teleportation is not something a celestial being can do. To put it bluntly, this method is called so close, yet worlds apart, but it's more profound than so close, yet worlds apart. He knew that the other party had obtained the legacy of the heavenly court, so his strength was definitely not simple. But even if he was not simple, he didn't think that he could transcend the celestial being realm. After all, taking that step was not something that could be achieved by obtaining the legacy of the heavenly court. "You mean that the human emperor has successfully broken through?" Marquis Baiyun's expression changed again. "Above the celestial being realm? What kind of realm was that?" To be honest, it had been too long since the human clan had an expert above the celestial being realm. If this voice hadn't mentioned it, he would have thought that such an expert had never been born in the history of the human clan. The celestial being realm was the peak. This was a view that everyone in the world agreed with. Hearing this, the voice said, "Yes, and no." "What do you mean? What realm is above the celestial being realm?" "Above the celestial being realm is immortal." Immortal. Marquis Baiyun's expression was solemn. The word immortal made him feel invisible pressure. The voice said, "Immortals are all supreme experts in the heavenly court. Once they reach the immortal realm, to a certain extent, they can be considered immortal." "To a certain extent, you mean that immortals also have a lifespan limit?" Marquis Baiyun accurately captured the words contained in the other party's words. "Yes, the lifespan limit of immortals is 129,600 years. This is the real limit of heaven and earth. No matter what method is used, the limit of heaven and earth can't be broken." The voice said, 129,600 years. The limit of heaven and earth. Marquis Baiyun murmured, 129,600 years. In that case, it can be considered immortality. Of course. 129,600 years. Such a long period of time is enough to witness too many things. However, not everyone is satisfied with a mere 129,600 years. For some immortals, what they pursue is true immortality. Is there anyone who can live forever? No, the voice denied. After a while, it added, even the Emperor of Heaven couldn't do it. If the Emperor of Heaven could live forever, how could he die? Marquis Bayun said, you mean that the human Emperor has broken through the limit of the celestial being and reached the immortal realm? That's not right. If you have something to say it all at once. There's no point in beating around the bush. Marquis Bayun's face darkened. No matter how good-tempered he was. Now, he was a little angry. Every time he spoke halfway, he would have to guess for a long time before he realized that he had guessed everything wrong. These things left from ancient times were good except for one thing. They liked to be mysterious. Ahem. The voice coughed twice and didn't continue to beat around the bush. It said, the human emperor shouldn't have broken through to the immortal realm, but he did break the limit of the celestial being. There is another realm between the celestial being and the immortal realm. This realm is called nirvana. Nirvana is like being reborn from fire. People in this realm already have the capital to become an immortal, but their foundation is insufficient and they can't completely transform. The current human emperor is in this nirvana state of being reborn from fire. Once he succeeds in nirvana, he can skyrocket and become an unparalleled immortal. But whether it was in the past or now, it's not easy to become an immortal. In the past, when the 10,000 races were combined, the number of powerhouses was innumerable, but there were only 365 powerhouses who truly became immortals. However, with the collapse of the heavenly court, all the immortals have fallen. With the current foundation of the human clan, it's not completely impossible to give birth to an immortal, but the probability is very small. Previously, we said that the human emperor must have other plans for faking his death. Judging from the current situation, his so-called plan should be to prepare for becoming an immortal. That voice didn't stop. It explained everything in a single breath. Marquis Bayun sat where he was and listened to the other party silently. There were many things. If the other party didn't say it, he wouldn't know. Above the celestial being, if one wanted to become an immortal, they had to go through nirvana. As for how to achieve nirvana, Marquis Bayun didn't ask. Because he hadn't even reached the limit of the celestial being, so it was still too early to talk about nirvana. However, he finally understood why the human emperor was so powerful. And the other party's plan was also unexpected. Become an immortal. Chapter 489. Fallen Moon Mansion. The Celestial Array sect was much more low-key now. During this period of time, most of the sects that had joined the rebels and besieged the imperial city had been destroyed. Among them, 3 of the top sects were directly destroyed by the imperial court. The top sects in the world. There weren't many of them to begin with. First, the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed by Yuan Zong, and then 3 sects were eradicated by the imperial court, causing the number of top sects to sharply decrease. This caused the entire cultivation world to be in danger. However, these sects were afraid, but they didn't dare to complain to the imperial court. It used to be okay. The human emperor's lifespan was coming to an end, and he didn't appear in person for many things, causing the sects to gradually forget his power. This time, after the human emperor faked his death and came back to life, he easily killed the 4 demon saints and killed all the rebels. Only then did they recall the human emperor's supreme power and influence. The Celestial Array sect didn't participate in the rebellion. However, Marquis Du Chengwu was one of the masterminds of the rebellion. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the imperial court didn't like the Celestial Array sect and destroyed it while cleaning up the rebels of the Fallen Moon Mansion, Mu Liang wouldn't even have a place to cry. As for whether the cultivation world would resist if the Celestial Array sect was destroyed for no reason. If Shi Yang were to sit on the throne, there would indeed be such a possibility. However, now that the human emperor was on the throne, who dared to show up easily? With the human emperor's power, no one could resist him even if he swept across the entire cultivation world. Therefore, the Celestial Array sect was very low-key now. They didn't close the door, but it was close. However, now that the Fallen Moon Mansion had calmed down and the imperial court didn't take any action, Mu Liang gradually felt relieved. On this day, Mu Liang had just come to find Fang Xinglan. Before he could speak, Fang Xinglan spoke first. I need to leave the Celestial Array sect for a while. Where are you going, Martial Uncle? Mu Liang was stunned. Fang Xinglan said, Baiyun Mansion, Mount Liang Spiritual Domain. Martial Uncle, you've also heard the news that Yuan Zhong is going to open a space secret realm? Mu Liang suddenly understood why Fang Xinglan left. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan did not find it strange that Mu Liang knew about it. He nodded and replied, to be able to open up a spatial secret realm, he must be at least at the second stage of Grandmaster. In the end, he still walked ahead of me. If I can observe it for a bit, I might be able to find an opportunity to advance further. The second level of the Master Realm. Qin Shujian was now considered the #1 array Dao cultivator in the world of cultivation. Now, apart from the Imperial Court, there might be a second-level array master. In the cultivation world, excluding Qin Shujian, there was no second-level array master. The Heavenly Deployment sect ranked as a top sect because of its formations. When it came to array Dao, there was no one in the world who could match him. Furthermore, the Heavenly Array sect was also known as the world's #1 array sect. However, with the appearance of Qin Shujian, the title of the world's #1 array formation sect might change hands to Fang Xinglan. The change of this title was also a blow to the Heavenly Array sect. However, he had no other choice. After all, he was not as good as Fang Xinglan. What was there to say? In Fang Xinglan's opinion, since he was not as good as Qin Shujian in terms of formations, he should find a way to observe his formation. Even if he could not compete with him in the future, if he had the chance to enter the second stage of Grandmaster, it would be enough to make the Heavenly Array sect famous. Mu Liang said in a deep voice, but Uncle, Yuanzhong may not give outsiders the opportunity to observe the space secret realm this time. If you go, you may make a wasted trip. Everything in the world is driven by interests. Fang Xinglan shook his head and said calmly, Qin Shujian puts interests first. If he doesn't agree, it can only mean that we don't give enough benefits. Uncle, what are you going to give Yuanzhong? We will give him whatever he wants. Mu Liang frowned instinctively. Giving him whatever he wanted was completely ignoring the existence of him, the sect master. However, Mu Liang really did not dare to say anything to Fang Xinglan. He was the sect master in name only. It was the uncle in front of him who maintained the status of the Heavenly Array sect as a top sect. On the other hand, he himself. His array Dao cultivation was only at the master level. Although he was at the peak of the divine martial realm, he was not at the diviner level. In all aspects, he was neither high nor low. It was also because of this that Mu Liang was now in a relatively awkward position. Uncle, if you can also get me a spot. Mu Liang was a little embarrassed and said, you see, I have been stuck at the master level for a long time. If I can break through, the power of the Heavenly Array sect will definitely be stronger. 2 masters in one sect. There was no doubt that the power of the Heavenly Array sect was stronger. However, in Fang Xinglan's eyes, his martial nephew did not necessarily want to break through to the Array Dao master level for the Heavenly Array sect. Soon, he suppressed this thought. No matter what the other party's purpose was, it was just his own guess. As the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect, Mu Liang's current strength was indeed rather awkward. I understand. Fang Xinglan said and then left the Heavenly Array sect. Although Qin Shujian opened the space secret realm 7 days later, there were only about 4 days left in the 7 days since the news spread to the Fallen Moon Mansion and the time that had passed. Yuan sect, Cold Mountain City. Qin Shujian had not been idle these few days. After giving the disciples enough time to prepare, he came here. The purpose of coming to Cold Mountain City was very simple. That was to build a cultivation room. The so-called cultivation room was the same as the one in Yuan sect. There were spirit stones below and it was specially for other people to cultivate. The difference was, the cultivation room in the sect was for the people in the sect. The cultivation room in Cold Mountain City was for other people to use. Qin Shujian had always had this idea. It was just that there was a shortage of spirit stones, and building a cultivation room required a lot of spirit stones. Therefore, this plan had been put on hold. Now that he had more than 1,000 spirit stones in his hands, he did not have so many scruples. As for building a cultivation room in Cold Mountain City, it was actually a profitable business. Everyone knew that. In order to improve quickly, in addition to cultivation methods and resources, a large amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth was needed for one to absorb and cultivate. Cultivating in the cultivation room for 1 day was equivalent to cultivating outside for 3 days. Although 2 days was not a long time. However, if this time was measured in terms of days, months, or even years, the span was terrifying. 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to 3 years of normal cultivation. 10 years was equivalent to 30 years. 100 years was equivalent to 300 years. Although this seemed exaggerated, if the spirit chi in the cultivation room was always abundant, it was not impossible. For some cultivators with average talent, if they cultivated under normal circumstances, they might not be able to break through to the next level even when their lifespan was depleted. However, if they cultivated in the cultivation room, there might be hope for them to break through. However, to build a cultivation room, it had to be built with spirit stones as the foundation. For anyone, spirit stones were an unattainable treasure. Some sects might have some spirit stones, but it was not enough for their own cultivation. Why would they give it to others to cultivate? Therefore, Qin Shujian could be sure. Once the cultivation room was built in Cold Mountain City, the people who heard about it would definitely come in droves. When that time came, it would be much easier to make money. When the time comes, the cultivation room will require contribution points to enter. As for the contribution points consumed, I will charge 3 times the amount in the sec. In this way, the Yuan sect's contribution points will have another place to spend. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Currently, in the sect, if one used the cultivation room to cultivate, it would cost 100 contribution points, and then one could cultivate for 3 days. 3 times the amount, it would cost 300 contribution points to cultivate for 5 days. Looking at the situation of silver tails being exchanged for contribution points, 200 tails of silver for 1 contribution point, then 1 cultivation session would cost about 60,000 taels of silver. It seemed that the fee was not high. However, it should be known that 60,000 taels of silver for 3 days, 6 million taels of silver for 300 days, and 60 million taels of silver for 3,000 days. On the market, 1 spirit stone was worth about 10 million taels of silver. In the Yuan sect, it would only be worth 40 million taels of silver. Of course, the price was one thing, and whether or not anyone would sell it was another. However, it could be seen that the cultivation room was basically a profitable business with little capital. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't need any spirit stones for cultivation, and only need the source of life, I might not be willing to take out the spirit stones for others to use. Qin Shujian shook his head. His purpose of doing this was still to build the sect. Although the Yuan sect had many properties now, and with the support of the Yuan sect, it would not be a problem to cultivate the current disciples. However, not long after, the Yuan sect would open its doors again. When that time came to recruit disciples, it would require a huge amount of resources to cultivate them. If they wanted to have enough experts, then they would need to use resources to build them up. Otherwise, how could Yuan Zong possess so many experts? While Qin Shujian was deep in thought, a deacon came forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Sect Master, the site to build the cultivation room has been found." "Okay, bring me there." "Yes." The deacon had a respectful expression as he led the way. From beginning to end, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. With Qin Shujian's current power in the Yuan sect, no one dared to be disrespectful to him. As the Yuan sect became more and more famous, all the places in Liangshan City, except for the city master's mansion, were occupied by others. A large number of shops, restaurants, and inns were opened. Qin Shujian wanted to clear out a place. Naturally, he needed to buy some shops and vacate the place. As for the method of buying, it was very simple. He would use money. Moreover, when these people heard that the Yuan sect needed to buy, no one would not know what was good for them. Therefore, the matter progressed very smoothly. The Yuan sect was developing in an orderly manner. However, the entire Great Zhao world was full of soldiers and horses, full of murderous intent. It had been more than half a month since the human emperor issued the edict that they would attack the demon clan in a month. Everyone knew that. The time for the human clan to attack the demon clan was not far. Many sects wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get a share of the pie. After all, the human emperor had said that any human clan member could participate in the war. This meant that he had tacitly agreed to the participation of those who were not part of the imperial court. To these sects, the demon clan had occupied the endless mountain range for so many years and had countless resources in their hands. These resources, even if a trace of them fell into their hands, it would be enough for a sect to develop and grow. Therefore, these sects naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Marquis Bayun's mansion. 3 days later, the human emperor arrived as promised. In the same study. Compared to the first accident, the Marquis Bayun had already prepared for it this time. Your Majesty, I've come as you said. I want to borrow Zhu Bing, the human emperor said. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves and set up a protective boundary around them. Hearing this, without hesitation, the Marquis Bayun cupped his hands to the side and said, Zhu Bing, please show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the void distorted violently, and an ancient and deep aura spread out from it. In an instant, the surrounding space became stagnant. Fortunately, the human emperor had set up a boundary in advance, so that this fluctuation did not spread out. In the distorted void, a stone spear appeared from it. On the blood-stained spear, there seemed to be endless gods, demons, immortals, and saints roaring and wailing. Seeing this, the human emperor's expression was also solemn, and he praised, "What a killing weapon." After that, he solemnly cupped his hands to the stone spear and said, "I'm Shi Yingtian of the human clan. Greetings, Zhu Bing." Zhu Bing. It was the condensation of the fate of a clan, and it was an existence that protected the human clan since ancient times. The stone spear in front of him was Zhu Bing of the human clan. From the blood of the gods and demons on the spear, it could be seen that the other party had once fought for the human clan, killed powerful enemies, and protected an area. Therefore, the human emperor had great respect for this. "You're too polite, human emperor. May I ask what Zhu Bing's name is?" "John Doe." Hearing this, the human emperor couldn't help but be silent for a moment, then he cupped his hands and said, "Today, I want to borrow Zhu Bing just to kill the demon clan. I wonder if Zhu Bing is willing to help." "Yes." A simple word came out from the stone spear. "Thank you." The human emperor smiled slightly, reached out to hold Zhu Bing, and then put it away. After that, he looked at Marquis Bayun and said, "Marquis Bayun, are you willing to go to the demon clan with me? Now?" Marquis Bayun was stunned. According to the human emperor, the other party was going to kill the demon clan now. The human emperor smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look. If we can destroy the demon clan, then we'll do it. If we can't, then we'll have a good fight with them in a few days. How about it? Are you interested in going with me? Your Majesty, how dare I disrespect you? In that case, come with me." After that, he directly removed the barrier and then took the lead to leave the Marquis Bayun's mansion. This time, the human emperor didn't use the void teleportation method. Instead, he directly flew into the air and turned into a stream of light. Behind him, Marquis Bayun followed closely. In the sky, the two turned into streams of light and fled. With the eyesight of ordinary cultivators, they couldn't find anything at all. Liang Mountain Spiritual Domain. Yuan Sect. The cultivation room in Liang Mountain City had been opened, and Qin Shujian was also waiting in the forbidden grounds at this time. Rather than saying that he was cultivating, it was better to say that he was adjusting his state to prepare for the opening of the space secret realm in a few days. At this moment, two streams of light flashed across the Liang Mountain Spiritual Domain. In the forbidden grounds, Qin Shujian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the two streams of light disappearing in the sky. His face immediately darkened. Just now, He had been stepped over by someone over his head. Sect Master Qin was a dignified cultivator of the heavenly human grass. But soon, Qin Shujian reacted, those who can have such speed in the world are at least experts of the heavenly human realm. Although those two auras are obscure, they are a little familiar. The auras were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't figure out who they were for a while. The main reason was that their auras were too obscure. Then, Qin Shujian looked in the direction that the two had gone. The endless mountain range? The demon clan? Suddenly, he felt a little itchy in his heart. At this time, the forbidden grounds couldn't sit still anymore. They directly flew into the sky and chased after the two. There was no other reason. Qin Shujian just wanted to see if there was a chance to take advantage of the demon clan. With his current strength, he didn't need to worry too much. Even if he faced a demon saint almighty, he was confident that he could escape. However, how many almighty figures were there in the world? 4 of the 12 demon saints of the demon clan had died, and there were about the same number of almighty figures on the human clan's side. In this regard, Qin Shujian naturally had no reason to be afraid. Soon, Qin Shujian turned into a stream of light and followed closely behind the human emperor and Marquis Baiyun. In terms of speed, he was much slower than the two of them. However, his heavenly human perception was powerful. Although he couldn't catch up, he could still barely follow behind them. Interesting. The human emperor smiled, and the movement behind him naturally couldn't be hidden from him. However, he didn't intend to stop Qin Shujian. Originally, he wanted to test the strength of the demon clan this time. At this time, it didn't matter if there was one more person or one less person. Although Qin Shujian was at the first level of the heaven realm, with the means of the second level of the Grandmaster, he could barely be considered an expert at the Saint realm. Beside him, Marquis Baiyun didn't say anything. Since the human emperor didn't have any objections, he didn't have any objections either. Anyway, entering the demon clan this time was just to accompany the other party. As for whether the human emperor could destroy the demon clan by himself, to be honest, he wasn't sure. The human emperor was very strong. He was a Nirvana realm expert who surpassed the heaven realm and was close to becoming an immortal. But the demon clan wasn't weak either. In terms of foundation, the demon clan was not much worse than the human clan. No one knew if the demon emperor had left any means behind back then. At the back, Qin Shujian chased all the way while flipping through his memories in his mind, trying to find the source of these two auras. He didn't know many heaven realm experts. It was just that when he fought in the Imperial City, he had encountered many experts of this level. After a while, Qin Shujian's pupils constricted slightly. Looking at the two streams of light in front of him, his expression changed. Human Emperor, Marquis Baiyun. Although the two auras were subtle, they couldn't hide from his perception at this time. It was just that the two of them had restrained their auras too subtly. Otherwise, as long as he felt the aura of the human emperor once, he would never forget it. The human emperor and Marquis Baiyun were going to the demon clan. After knowing this, Qin Shujian was already guessing what their purpose was. Are they going to the demon clan now to talk about attacking the demon clan? Qin Shujian wasn't sure. However, he had no intention of turning back. If he could sense the existence of the human emperor and Marquis Baiyun, then with their strength, they must have also sensed his existence. Since the two of them didn't say anything, it was equivalent to being unfamiliar with him. To this, Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't turn back halfway. If the human emperor and Marquis Baiyun really wanted to barge into the demon clan, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. At this moment, the three of them had already gone deep into the endless mountain range. In the heavenly demon temple, all the demon saints suddenly opened their eyes. Zi Sheng's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Human powerhouses have entered the endless mountain range." Ever since the demon clan retreated, he had been thinking about how to deal with the next attack of the human clan. Right now, the most terrifying person in the entire human clan was the human emperor. Although the demon clan was strong, they didn't have the confidence to fight against the human emperor. Therefore, the entire demon clan was now jittery. All the demon saints' divine senses had been sweeping back and forth in the mountain range in order to prevent powerhouses from attacking the demon clan. Although the human emperor and the others hid some of their auras, they didn't do it too deliberately. Therefore, after entering the range of the demon saints' perception, they were immediately detected. "This aura is a little familiar," a demon saint said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. They hadn't left the heavenly demon temple for many years. It was a somewhat familiar aura. It proved that the person who came must be a human powerhouse from thousands of years ago. Ziyi Sheng closed his eyes and deduced something. In less than a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were red as if he had gone crazy. "The human emperor is here." Boom. All the demon saints' hearts shook wildly, and their faces were full of horror. The human emperor. The human emperor was here. After the shock, a demon saint gritted his teeth. What does the human clan mean? The human emperor came alone. Does he want to destroy the demon clan with his own strength? Whether it is or not, we have to face this matter. Ziyi Sheng's voice was hoarse, and his fists were unconsciously clenched. It didn't matter what the human clan's purpose was. The most important thing now was to resist the human emperor's attack. Otherwise, the demon clan's inheritance for so many years would come to an end. At this moment, all the demon saints looked at each other. The next moment, a vast power converged into the entire heavenly demon temple. Rumble. The sky shook. A resplendent light rose from the heavenly demon temple and shot into the sky. The sky, which was supposed to be black, was dispelled the moment the light appeared. The light beam soared into the sky and turned into a huge barrier, covering the entire endless mountain range. It was a sudden change. It directly attracted the attention of all the demon clan. In front of the power of this light beam, even the demon kings felt small. As for the human emperor and the others, the moment the light beam appeared, a terrifying impact swept toward them. In the face of this attack, the human emperor launched a finger attack, and the finger energy shattered the void and collided with the impact. Crack! The sky exploded, and it was deafening. As for Marquis Bayun, he also launched an attack to resist this force. Behind him, Qin Shujian held up his 13th grade golden lotus and looked at the power that the demon clan had erupted. His eyes were also filled with shock. This is the foundation of the demon clan. He had long known that the demon clan's strength was extraordinary. Just this burst of energy alone could injure an ordinary celestial being. Without the 13th grade golden lotus, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could escape unscathed. Chapter 490. The human emperor is invading. Don't move. Ziyi Sheng's voice resounded throughout the demon race. Some of the heavenly human demons and demon kings who were about to attack stopped at this moment. The human emperor was invading. The news of the human emperor killing 4 demon saints outside the imperial city had also spread. At this time, no one dared to move. The gap between the two sides was too great. If they were not careful, they would be courting death. At this moment, the shield opened and protected the entire demon race. Then, the shadow of a great hall suddenly descended and turned into a vast world. A hazy figure appeared in it and Ziyi Sheng's voice came from it. Shi Yingtian, what are you doing here? What do you think? The human emperor put his hands behind his back and looked at the world in front of him with a cold expression. Beside him was the Marquis of Northern Cloud. On the other side, Qin Shujian did not hide his figure at this time. He directly came to Marquis Bayun's side and then looked at him. Both of them nodded but did not say anything. The main character now was the human emperor. Whether it was Marquis Bayun or himself, they were just bystanders. Therefore, Qin Shujian had already decided to wait and see how the situation developed. Ziyi Sheng said, "The demon race has retreated to the endless mountain range for thousands of years. Why do you have to force them? A month ago, the demon race attacked the Great Zhao dynasty and caused the deaths of many humans. This debt will be settled sooner or later. The demon race also paid the price of 4 demon saints. Not enough. 4 demon saints are far from enough. The human emperor shook his head. Immediately, a vast aura spread from his body, shaking the void violently. It was as if a world had evolved from under his feet. A few demon saints want to pay the blood debt of the human race. More than 6,000 years ago, the demon race relied on the heavenly demon temple to get a chance to recuperate. Today, I'll see if the heavenly demon temple is really unbreakable. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven and earth beneath his feet crushed down and collided with the vast heaven and earth that Ziyi Sheng had created. Boom! The void cracked, and endless black lines appeared from within. Immediately after, the human emperor struck out with his palm, and a 300-meter-long palm energy fell. It was enough to suppress heaven and earth. On the other side, the blurry silhouette dissipated and turned into a huge demon. The demon had a single horn on his head and a goatee, but he had the body of a lion. Terrifying power erupted from the horn and tore the palm apart in an instant. "By Ziyi," the human emperor sneered. With a tap of his finger, the space caved in. Bai Ziyi let out a furious roar. His massive body charged forward, attempting to crush the Ren Huang. The human emperor did not move, but his solid stellar chi turned into a barrier of heaven and earth that appeared in front of him. The barrier shattered. Bai Ziyi's attack was also neutralized. Immediately after that, the human emperor took a step forward and vanished. In the next instant, he appeared above Bai Ziyi. His leg was like a bolt of lightning that directly smashed the space within a 50 kilometers radius. Boom! Bai Ziyi's body flew out, shattering countless clouds. Just as the human emperor was about to give chase, Bai Ziyi's body transformed into a gigantic 9-headed monster. It let out a baby-like cry, which made Qin Shujian's expression change slightly. This sound went straight to the depths of his heart. It made the spirit god's qi and blood in his body slightly turbulent. Then, the 9-headed monster spat out flames and turned the sky into a vast sea of fire. The human emperor waved his hand and shot out endless stellar qi that seemed to cover the sky and the earth, drowning the sea of fire. At this moment, Qin Shujian was completely reduced to a spectator. Even Marquis Baiyun was no exception. Whether it was the human emperor or the demon, their strength was not comparable to that of ordinary almighties. Especially Marquis Baiyun. Others thought that the human emperor was a heavenly being, but he knew that the other party had reached the Nirvana realm and was only one step away from the legendary immortal. This kind of strength, even with a raise of his hand, he could kill ordinary almighties. It could be seen from the fact that the other party had killed 4 demon saints. In terms of strength, although Marquis Baiyun was confident that he was not weaker than a demon saint, he was absolutely not confident that he could kill a demon saint without using Zhu Bing. Now, the demon could compete with the human emperor, which meant that even if its strength had not broken through the limit of the heavenly being, it was definitely not far off. At this moment, the human emperor's body seemed to be infinitely large, and all kinds of Daoist rhymes flowed around his body. Immediately after, he formed a seal with one hand and blasted it down heavily. Roar! The 9 heads of the 9-headed demon spat out black ice, and a white trail of frost spread out in the space, as if to completely seal the human emperor. However, when the hand seal fell, all the frost turned into powder. In the end, the 9-headed monster let out a blood-curdling scream and finally dissipated into nothingness. In the heavenly demon temple, all the demon saints spat out a mouthful of blood. The 9-headed monster that fought with the human emperor was a powerful existence that they had created with the help of the heavenly demon temple and the power of all the demon saints. Now, the 9-headed monster had collapsed. All the demon saints had suffered serious injuries. Ziyi Sheng's expression was extremely solemn as he said, "The human emperor is even stronger. We have no way out. If we don't fight with all our might, we will die." Hearing this, the other demon saints also looked very solemn. How could they not understand Ziyi Sheng's words? In the face of a powerhouse at the level of the human emperor, unless all the powerhouses of the demon clan came out, there might be a possibility of perishing together with the other party. But when that time came, the demon clan was basically crippled. How could the remaining demon clan soldiers resist the army of the human clan? Ziyi Sheng looked at the other demon saints and said solemnly, "Next, I will completely activate the power of the heavenly demon temple. All of you should be mentally prepared. A demon saint was unafraid of death and laughed. After living for so many years, I have long lived enough to be able to use this broken body to make one last contribution to the demon clan. I can die in peace. That's right. If our deaths can be exchanged for the longevity of the demon clan, that will be enough. The other demon saints were also unafraid of death. To completely activate a Zhu Bing was not something that one or two powerhouses could do. In the past, the 12 demon saints of the demon clan joined forces to activate the heavenly demon temple. Now, with only 8 demon saints, if they wanted to truly activate the heavenly demon temple, they would die if they were not careful. However, no demon saints, including Ziyi Sheng, were afraid because of this. For them, life and death were not something that they cared about, but they could see it more clearly. Compared to being able to exchange for the foundation of the demon clan's survival, the death of a demon saint was also acceptable. After reaching an agreement, the power of all the demon saints was injected into the heavenly demon temple. The Zhu Bing, which had been silent for thousands of years, finally woke up at this moment. In the sky, tens of thousands of yellow clouds clustered together. As the power of the heavenly demon temple appeared, the vast demon court evolved above the yellow clouds. Ziyi Sheng was dressed in an imperial robe and sat on the throne of the demon court, as if he was announcing to the world, "From today onwards, I am the demon emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, many demon clan members prostrated on the ground and shouted, "We kowtow to the demon emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, countless power surged out from the demon clan and gathered in the imperial court. Demon clan divine generals were formed and sat in the 4 corners of the demon court. The aura emitted by each demon clan divine general was not weaker than that of a heavenly being. Interesting. The human emperor revealed some interest on his face, but there was only a solemn look in his eyes. Rumble. In the great Zhao 13 prefectures, Providence rose and a true dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long soared into the sky. The deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Then, the true dragon was born and turned into a vast heavenly court. The human emperor sat on the throne and a vast aura swept through the world. "From today onwards, I am the emperor of heaven." Immediately after, the human emperor looked at Marquis Baiyun and Qin Shujian and said, "Are the 2 of you willing to be the divine generals of the heavenly court?" "Yes." Marquis Baiyun and Qin Shujian looked at each other and immediately bowed. "Good." The human emperor waved his hand and endless power fell on the 2 of them. He said, "Today, the 2 of you will be the divine generals of the heavenly court." Then, the human emperor took out a stone spear and nailed it directly into the heavenly court. Suddenly, the originally illusory heavenly court suddenly became solid. An even more vast and endless power spread out from it, enough to crush the heavens and the earth. In the demon court, Ziyi Sheng shouted coldly, "Generals, listen to my orders, kill." As soon as he finished speaking, many divine generals of the demon court immediately charged towards the human emperor. The human emperor sat still and said in a deep voice, "Kill," compared to the many divine generals of the demon race. On the heavenly court side, there were only Marquis Baiyun and Qin Shujian. However, at this moment, with the support of the heavenly court's mighty power, Qin Shujian found that his power had expanded to an extremely exaggerated level. There should only be 366 star acupoints in his body, but at this moment, he opened up 10,800 acupoints. Endless power surged from his body, and an aura that could crush the galaxy also spread. As soon as the human emperor finished speaking, Qin Shujian took a step forward and blasted out a heavenly cloud god sealing finger. A divine general of the demon court who was not weaker than a heavenly being directly exploded in front of this power. Kill. At this moment, Qin Shujian himself could not predict what level his power had reached. Sage. Mighty figure. And he was at the peak of the mighty figure. Qin Shujian was not sure, nor did he want to delve into it. The 10,800 star acupoints opened gave him the terrifying strength to crush other heavenly beings. As for Marquis Baiyun, it was the same. Although there were only 2 divine generals of the heavenly court, compared to them, the divine generals of the demon court were no match at all. In the demon court, Ziyi Sheng's expression was ugly. Although he had produced many divine generals of the demon court, they could not contend against Qin Shujian and Marquis Baiyun. If this continued, he would be in a very awkward situation. Thinking of this, Ziyi Sheng shouted angrily, "Is there a divine general of the demon race? I was a divine general. I was a divine general. I was a divine general." Many of the demon clan members below shouted. Ziyi Sheng scanned with his divine will, and in an instant, several demon king-level powerhouses appeared in the demon court. Immediately after, infinite power descended, and the demon kings revealed their true forms, and a fierce power swept in all directions. As for the divine generals of the demon court, at this moment, they had completely become nourishment for these demon kings. When Qin Shujian saw this, he took out the cosmic bow and the cloud-piercing arrow. When he drew the bow and arrow, the 10,800 star acupoints in his body vibrated together, and a river of stars flowed in his body, and a terrifying power condensed in it. In the next second, his fingers loosened. The cloud-piercing arrow tore through the void in an instant, leaving an indelible black line in the sky. Boom! A demon king who had just endured the power directly exploded under this arrow. It was a sudden change. This made many monster kings set their eyes on Qin Shujian. Suddenly, a sky-reaching giant ape stepped on the void and charged at Qin Shujian. A heaven-reaching ape. How could Qin Shujian be unfamiliar with this race? However, the heaven-reaching ape in front of him was completely different from the heaven-reaching ape he had seen before. A 10,000-foot-long heaven-reaching ape could crush the void with a single punch. Celestial phenomenon. Extraordinary physical body. Qin Shujian's body also became 10,000 foot long and immediately fought with the heaven-reaching ape. Boom! Boom! There were a total of 8 demon kings who attacked this time. 4 of them blocked Qin Shujian and Marquis Baiyun, while the remaining 4 stepped into the heavenly court and charged towards the human emperor. Now that the power of the demon court had deepened, these demon kings' hearts swelled. Although the human emperor's power was strong, in their eyes, it was no longer worth fearing. Destroy! The human emperor stretched out his hand, and a demon court divine general was directly crushed by him. Then, he stood up, and an unstoppable power swept out like a wave. Then, the human emperor left the throne and walked forward. With every step he took, the remaining 3 demon court divine generals' bodies trembled. When he took the 7th step, the 3 demon court divine generals exploded. At this point, the 4 demon court divine generals had all been destroyed. In contrast, the power of the heavenly court seemed to have become more illusory. The human emperor easily crushed the 4 demon court divine generals, then stood at the top of the heavenly court, looked at Ziyi Sheng on the throne in front of him, and said, "Do you dare to fight me? Today, I am the demon emperor. Why wouldn't I dare?" Ziyi Sheng laughed heartily and stood up from his throne. In the next moment, the 2 sides fought. At this moment, there were still demons entering the demon court and transforming into demon court divine generals, wanting to occupy the heavenly court. Qin Shujian joined forces with Marquis Baiyun to intercept all the demon court divine generals who rushed over. The 13-grade golden lotus swayed, and Qin Shujian's 10,000-foot-long body could shatter the bodies of the demon court divine generals with every punch, causing them to retreat continuously. But at the same time, there were also demons attacks that landed on his body, causing his body to be stained with blood. However, Qin Shujian did not retreat at all. Now, he realized that this was a good time to harvest the source of life. Every demon court divine general that he killed could contribute at least hundreds of millions of life sources. Usually, how could there be so many heavenly humans for him to kill? Moreover, ordinary heavenly humans could not contribute so much life sources. In his eyes, the demon court divine generals that were constantly surging over were already a walking source of life. It was fine as long as he did not die. This time, following behind the human emperor and Marquis Baiyun, Qin Shujian did not expect that there would be such a huge harvest waiting for him. Kill! Qin Shujian roared angrily, and a surge of fighting spirit rose from his body. This kind of power that could collapse space with a raise of his hand did not make him lose himself. Instead, it made his fighting spirit erupt, and his strength increased to an unimaginable level. On the other side, Marquis Bayun's battle was much more elegant. However, the great underworld dark heaven still gave people a feeling that it was unstoppable. As for the upper part, it was the battlefield where the human emperor and Ziyi Sheng were fighting. The current Ziyi Sheng, with the heavenly demon temple as his foundation, had gathered the destiny of the entire demon race and was much more terrifying than the demon king at his peak. Even the human emperor had to treat the power that he displayed with caution. After all, this was the demon race's home ground. Although the human race's destiny was vast, they did not have much of an advantage in the demon race's home ground. As the two of them raised their hands, the sky cracked. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing all the experts who felt this power to tremble. This was a battle. Although it only happened in the depths of the endless mountain range, however, even the humans could sense the powerful energy fluctuations and the commotion. However, no one knew what was happening to the demon race now. This was because only Marquis Bayun and Qin Shujian knew that the human emperor had entered the endless mountain range. Other than them, no one else knew. After an unknown period of time, the demon court's divine generals kept attacking, while Qin Shujian and Marquis Bayun retreated. No matter how strong the two of them were, they were only two people. On the demon court's side, there were divine generals constantly replenishing their numbers. In this regard, it was already not easy for the two of them to last until now. As the demon court's divine generals attacked the heavenly court, the vast heavenly court suddenly shook and was gradually eroded by the demon court. As the demon court eroded, Ziyi Sheng's power steadily increased, while the human emperor's power gradually declined. Human emperor, this time, you can't destroy the demon race after all. Ziyi Sheng laughed out loud and attacked again. He finally blocked the human emperor's attack and did not retreat. On the other hand, the human sovereign's expression was indifferent as he continued to bombard Ziyi Sheng with his power. However, Ziyi Sheng was able to withstand it. All of a sudden, the stone spear that was suppressing the heavenly court suddenly moved and was pulled out. As the stone spear was pulled out, the heavenly court instantly collapsed. Then, the human emperor held the stone spear with one hand and said coldly, "If you can take this move of mine, I'll forget about today's matter." As soon as he finished speaking, the stone spear pierced out, shattering heaven and earth. Ziyi Sheng roared, raised the heavenly demon temple with one hand, and blasted at the stone spear in a tyrannical manner. The two collided. The terrifying aftermath spread out. Wherever it passed, the space was destroyed inch by inch, turning into endless black. But soon, the shattered space was automatically repaired by heaven and earth. Under one attack, the two stood on the left and right. The human emperor's heavenly court collapsed, while the demon court on Ziyi Sheng's side was vast. At this moment, the outcome of this confrontation was already clear. The human emperor did not care about his defeat. He chuckled and said, "The demon race's foundation is indeed good. Today, I have seen it. In a few days, when the human army arrives, I will compete with the demon race again." After that, he waved his hand and forced all the demon court's divine generals to retreat. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and Marquis Bayun. "It's almost time. It's time to go." Now, with the collapse of the heavenly court, the power that was originally on his body was also declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Shujian sensed that out of the 10,800 acupoints he had opened in his body, no less than 5,000 had been destroyed in the span of 2 breaths. Moreover, this speed was still continuing. Looking at the many divine generals on the demon court side, he did not dare to stay for too long and went directly behind the human emperor. With the support of the heavenly court, Qin Shujian was confident that he could fight to the death with the divine generals of the demon court. But now, he did not have such thoughts anymore. What a joke! Without the support of the heavenly court, he was just a small cultivator at the first level of the heaven realm. Even if he had a 13th grade golden lotus, it would not be of much use. One could understand just by looking at the many divine generals of the demon court. If a fight really broke out, With his current strength, he would be drowned by the other party. As for Marquis Baiyun, he also returned behind the human emperor. Without Ziyi Sheng's order, these divine generals of the demon court did not dare to rashly step forward. The human emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Ziyi Sheng and the many divine generals of the demon court. Suddenly, he shook his head and laughed before turning to leave. He was clearly the loser. But he did not look like a loser at all. This time, the human emperor came only to test the foundation of the demon race. If the demon race was really weak, then he would destroy them. However, judging from the current situation, the foundation of the demon race was as deep as ever. If he wanted to destroy the demon clan alone, it would only result in a lose-lose situation for both sides. Therefore, the human emperor did not intend to fight the demon race head-on now because there was no need. When the human army gathered and attacked the demon race again, with the current strength of the demon race, it would be impossible for them to resist. The human emperor left. He left very decisively. As for Qin Shujian and Marquis Baiyun, they just followed behind the human emperor. Qin Shujian was not very clear about what Marquis Baiyun was thinking. But for himself, he was afraid that if he was a step slower, he would be torn apart by the angry demon race. If the human emperor left too quickly and left him here, then the situation would be a little awkward. When the three of them left, the demon court that was originally maintained also collapsed in vain. The body of the demon emperor that Ziyi Sheng had transformed into collapsed, and all the divine generals of the demon court were also beaten back to their original forms at this moment. In this battle, although the demon race had defeated the human emperor, many experts had died in battle. On the other hand, the human emperor retreated unscathed. Such a comparison made the hearts of many demon race experts heavy. Even the human emperor was like this. If the human army really arrived, then what could the demon race use to resist? Immediately, many demon race experts thought of the heavenly demon temple. Now, the only one who could resist the human army was the heavenly demon temple. On the other side, in the heavenly demon temple, of the original 8 demon saints, 6 of them had already exhausted their strength and turned into bones. The only 2 demon saints left were Ziyi Sheng and Ape Sheng. They were both demon saints. Their foundation was stronger than the other demon saints, and because of this, they were not sucked dry by the heavenly demon temple. But even so, the 2 demon saints were not in good condition. Their flames of life were dim and on the verge of extinguishing at any time. Shi Yingtian is still as strong as ever. Ziyi Sheng looked at the 6 fallen demon saints and finally looked at Ziyi Sheng with a wry smile. If the human race has Shi Yingtian, which clan can stop the glory of the human race? Ape Sheng's voice was weak, and the light in his eyes was dim. He was going to die. Ziyi Sheng was going to die too. In this battle, the heavenly demon temple's foundation was exhausted. On the surface, it seemed that they had won, but in reality, they had suffered a crushing defeat. Chapter 491. He was like a lamp that had run out of fuel. This was the state of Ziyi Saint and Ape Saint. Originally, the 12 demon sages had to join forces to maintain the heavenly demon temple's expenditure. Now, there were 4 less demon saints. It was reasonable for him to end up in such a situation. What surprised them was that the other demon saints had died so quickly. Among them, it was not because the human sovereign was stronger that the heavenly demon temple's strength was rapidly depleted. The ape saint's eyes dimmed as he said in a low voice, he became a celestial being 15,000 years ago and became a demon saint 7,000 years ago. Until now, he never had the chance to break through to the peak. Now that he's dead, it's a good thing. Demons had long lifespans. For the human race, even the peak of the celestial being realm would only be around 7,000 years. However, for the Yarrow clan, once they broke through to the celestial realm, they would have no problem living for tens of thousands of years. However, no matter how long one's lifespan was, there would be a day when it would be exhausted. Relatively speaking, the demon race gained a long lifespan, but they paid a price in terms of talent. For the human race, those with good talent would be able to step into the celestial being realm in a few hundred years, and they would have the opportunity to become almighty in 1 or 2,000 years. But in the Yarrow clan, even those with great talent would need a few thousand years to break through to the celestial level. If it was a mighty figure, it would take at least a few thousand years or even more than 10,000 years. Both had their advantages and disadvantages, and it was hard to say which was better. However, from the ape saint's perspective, even if a Renhuang did not show up, his current lifespan would only last 1 or 2,000 years at most. He couldn't break through the celestial limit. In that case, there was no way to break the shackles of lifespan. Hearing this, Ziyi Sheng shook his head and sighed. Breaking through the celestial limit is easier said than done. You and I don't even have the qualifications to reach the celestial pinnacle, so how can we talk about other things? Moreover, in the past generations of demon emperors, there was no lack of outstanding talents, but none of them had ever broken through the limits of celestial being. I originally thought that this path had been cut off, but I never thought that I would see Shi Yingtian discover it today. So, the road is still there. In Ziyi Saint's eyes, there was no doubt that Ren Huang had broken through the celestial being limit. If the other party hadn't broken through the celestial being limit and ascended to the realm above the celestial being, it would have been impossible for him to wipe out all the demon sages in the heavenly demon temple in such a short time. Ape Sage said, Shi Yingtian faked his death. Could it be that he really did it for our demon race? This time, he asked the question in his heart. Hearing this, Ziyi Sheng suddenly fell into silence. Could it be that the human emperor faked his death for the sake of the demon race? If it had been at the beginning, he would have answered Ape Sage's question with certainty. But now, Ziyi Sheng didn't know how to answer. With the human emperor's current strength, even if the 12 sacred beasts were present, they might not be able to contend against him. Because they had Zhu Bing. The human sovereign also had Zhu Bing. If the other party wasn't doing this for the Yarrow race, then what was it for? He seemed to have thought of something. Ziyi Sheng's expression abruptly changed, and his life origin flame dimmed even more. I know what Shi Yingtian's goal is. He wants to imitate the ancient heavenly court and gather the providence of all races to rebuild the supreme heavenly court. Wang. Ape Sage's heart shook when he heard that. Imitate the ancient times and rebuild the supreme heavenly court. Unlike the human race, whose inheritance was missing, the Yarrow race was a race that had been passed down since the ancient times. Their inheritance had always been extremely complete, and as a sacred beast, he knew a little about the ancient times. After recovering from his shock, Ape Sage smiled bitterly. So what if I know the human sovereign's goal? If we sacred beasts die today, when the human race's army arrives, what will we use to resist the human race? There are 50 great Taos and 49 heavenly divinations. Everything has a chance of survival. Let me calculate again. Ziyi Sheng took out a pill out of nowhere and swallowed it. The originally dim flame of life, at this time, glowed again, and it was even brighter than before. Seeing this scene, Ape Sage's heart was filled with sorrow. What Ziyi Sheng did was to burn the last ray of life. When this power could no longer be maintained, the other party would truly die. This method was irreversible. Ziyi Sheng closed his eyes and calculated. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The originally flourishing life origin flame dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, there was no sorrow on his face. Instead, there was a hint of joy. Ziyi Sheng's lips moved, and a message was sent to Ape Sage's ears. The life origin flame was completely extinguished, and a sacred beast had died. Roar. In the sky above the heavenly demon temple, a towering giant ape stood proudly in the sky and roared angrily. All Yarrow race above the heavenly demon temple, listen to my orders within an hour. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Yarrow race. After saying that, the giant ape disappeared. Many Yarrow race members were still immersed in the power of the human sovereign, but when they heard this, they instantly sobered up and headed toward the heavenly demon temple. On the other side, Qin Shujian followed behind the human sovereign and left. When they reached the Liang Mountain spirit domain, the human sovereign stopped in his tracks. He, who had been following behind, had to stop as well. At this moment, Qin Shujian's expression was a little awkward. No matter what, he was still tailing the human sovereign. If he encountered a bad-tempered Yarrow race, it would be reasonable for him to attack directly. Although the possibility of the human sovereign attacking him was not high, it was hard to explain this matter. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian spoke first before the human sovereign could speak. Previously, I saw an aura heading toward the Skyend mountain range. I thought that the Yarrow race had sneaked into the human race and returned to report, so I followed in to see the situation. I didn't expect to meet your majesty. That's right, that was it. Sect Master Qin was just worried that the Yarrow race had sneaked into the human race and had some ulterior motives, so he went to take a look. As for the fact that someone had stepped over his head, he was indignant, and he wanted to get some benefits, so he followed them. It was impossible for that to happen. Hearing this, the human sovereign turned around to look at Qin Shujian and said with a faint smile, "Sect Master Qin, you're wholeheartedly serving the human race. I'm very relieved. It's my duty, it's my duty." Qin Shujian smiled awkwardly. In front of the human sovereign, he couldn't show the aura that a heavenly demon should have. It couldn't be helped. The other party was too strong, so strong that it made people despair. Not to mention him, even Marquis Bayun, who was beside him, didn't dare to disobey the human sovereign. In 7 days, the human race will officially attack the Yarrow race. Sect Master Qin, if you have any ideas, you can come along. One more heavenly demon will reduce the casualties for the human race. At the end of his words, the human sovereign's expression was solemn. Qin Shujian replied solemnly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. As a member of the human race, I will definitely not stand by and watch." "Well, I'll take my leave first." The human sovereign nodded, then took a step forward and turned into a stream of light to escape. As for Marquis Bayun, he also looked at Qin Shujian and said with a smile, "Sect Master Qin, if you have time, you can come to Zongyang City. Speaking of which, you and I haven't seen each other for a long time. I'll definitely see you next time. Okay, goodbye." After saying that, Marquis Bayun also left with the human sovereign. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Shujian quietly returned to the Yuan sect. No one knew that he had left, and no one knew that he had just participated in a great battle. The battle between the human sovereign and the Yarrow race was in the depths of the endless mountain range. It was the hinterland of the Yarrow race. Even if the commotion spread and attracted the attention of the human race experts, as long as they didn't go deep, they wouldn't find much. Not many people dared to go deep into the hinterland of the Yarrow race. The hinterland of the Yarrow race. That was the place where the strongest power of all the Yarrow race was gathered. Even if a mighty figure went deep, he might not be able to walk out. Therefore, no matter how big the commotion in the Yarrow race was, no one from the human race would investigate. The sky was bright. Qin Shujian was in the forbidden area, counting his gains. This time, he had killed a total of countless demon court divine generals, and his life source had directly soared to 30 billion points. But unfortunately, his life source had reached 30 billion points, but the Guyuan ancestral canon didn't have a plus sign that could be upgraded. Regarding this, Qin Shujian felt a little regretful. Apart from that, there were no other practical gains. Although some of the incarnations of the demon court divine generals were indeed great demons and demon kings, the battle was chaotic at that time. Even if they killed the enemies, they didn't have time to collect the spoils of war. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't gain much after abandoning 30 billion points of life source. No, there's still one more gain. He focused his attention on himself. Currently, more than half of the 10,800 star acupoints had collapsed, leaving only 366 star acupoints still there. These 366 star acupoints were originally opened by Qin Shujian himself. Previously, I opened up 10,800 star acupoints because of the power of the heavenly court. However, when this power disappeared, these star acupoints all collapsed. However, although the acupoints are gone, the enlightenment from back then hasn't completely dissipated. Perhaps, I can use this opportunity to open up some acupoints. Observing the changes in his body, Qin Shujian's expression changed. Then, He closed his eyes as he recalled the state of his body, as well as the locations of the various stellar acupoints that had been opened. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept over. When a celestial being cultivated, even a breath could trigger a vast amount of spiritual energy. Cold Mountain Spirit Region. When Fang Xinglan passed through the teleportation gate and entered Cold Mountain City, he saw the huge vortex in the sky in front of him. Every breath has its own astronomical changes, attracting spiritual energy from all directions. As expected of a celestial being powerhouse, this scene stunned him, and there was a trace of envy in his eyes. Celestial being. He had been searching for it for many years. Even Fang Xinglan himself didn't know if he could break through to the celestial being level in his lifetime. If he couldn't, as a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial arts realm, his lifespan was about to come to an end. However, regarding these matters, Fang Xinglan had already become much more indifferent. He no longer had the thought of forcing himself to break through to the celestial being realm. If he could take the opportunity to peak at the second stage of the master realm, he might be able to leave some inheritances for the heavenly array sect. Leaving Cold Mountain City, Fang Xinglan walked straight towards Yuanzhong. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he saw the black-robed man sitting cross-legged beside the mountain gate stone tablet. Jiang Feng? Fang Xinglan frowned, and a name appeared in his heart. The news that Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng had been refined by Yuanzhong was no longer a secret. Others knew the origin of the black-robed man, and so did the Heavenly Array sect. Although he knew Jiang Feng's origin, he didn't have any other thoughts. The current Jiang Feng was no longer the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Jiang Feng was already dead. What still existed now was merely a heavenly corpse. At this moment, Fang Xinglan stood in front of Yuanzhong's mountain gate without moving. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but he didn't deliberately hide it either. He believed the powerhouses in Yuanzhong wouldn't be unable to sense his existence. Inside Yuanzhong, Niu Feng was silently cultivating when he suddenly felt the existence of an unfamiliar aura outside the mountain gate. Although this aura wasn't strong, it was extremely vast and deep. Could there be an invasion? Niu Feng opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. There was an invasion, but he wasn't too nervous. Qin Shujian had returned to the sect, and Yuanzhong was now at its peak. Even if a celestial being powerhouse came, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Moreover, Niu Feng didn't feel any malice from this aura. Thinking of this, he directly left the place where he was cultivating in seclusion and walked towards the mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, Fang Xinglan also felt an aura approaching. Peak spiritual martial force. His eyes flickered slightly. Soon, Niu Feng appeared in his line of sight. I wonder which expert has come to my Yuanzhong. Please tell me your name. Fang Xinglan of the Falling Moon Mansion's Sky Array sect is here to pay my respects to sect leader Qin. Fang Xinglan cupped his hands and said loudly, Falling Moon Mansion's Sky Array sect. Hearing this, Niu Feng's expression also changed. As a top sect, how could he not have heard of the Sky Array sect's name? As for Fang Xinglan's name, it was also like thunder in his ears. In the cultivation world, Fang Xinglan was considered to be one of the top few. He was a well-deserved powerhouse. Although Niu Feng didn't know what relationship Qin Shujian had with the Sky Array sect, since Fang Xinglan had come to pay his respects, he had no reason to reject him. So it's Elder Fang. I am Yuanzhong's Elder Niu Feng. Please follow me up the mountain. Thank you. Fang Xinglan nodded. Then, the two of them entered Yuanzhong, one on the left and one on the right. Along the way, Niu Feng turned his head to look at Fang Xinglan and asked, Elder Fang, are you here to see the sect leader? Yes. That might be a little unfortunate. The sect leader is currently cultivating in seclusion. I'm afraid he might not be able to come out in time. Cultivating in seclusion? Fang Xinglan was stunned for a moment. This answer surprised him. Niu Feng smiled and said, the sect leader has always been obsessed with cultivation. He usually doesn't have much time to come out of seclusion. At this point, He paused for a moment and continued, however, there are still 3 days. My sect has some matters to attend to. The sect leader should come out of seclusion during this time. I see. Fang Xinglan suddenly understood. As for the matter that Niu Feng was talking about, he knew what it was without thinking. It was nothing more than opening a spatial secret realm. This was also the reason why he came this time. After leading Fang Xinglan to the inherited martial hall, Niu Feng took out his communication jade token and sent out the news of the other party's arrival. Then, he waited for Qin Shujian's reply. Inside the forbidden area, Qin Shujian was cultivating the Guyuan ancestral classic. Now, every level required a lot of life force. It wasn't easy to rely on life force to improve the cultivation technique. The further he progressed, the more life force he would need. At that level, it might not be as fast as him cultivating by himself. Rumble. As the massive amount of spirit qi of heaven and earth poured in, the qi and blood in his body surged and turned into a dazzling river of stars that continuously charged at the next acupoint. Although the Guyuan ancestral classic had 3 characteristics. Among them, the constellation manifestation body was the most important cultivation method. As for the impenetrable body and the red lotus of purgation, they were all derived methods and weren't considered the orthodox cultivation method. Therefore, as long as he focused on the constellation manifestation body and continuously opened up the constellation acupoints, his cultivation realm would increase accordingly. After opening up 72 constellation acupoints, he would be able to advance to the first level of the heaven-human realm. After opening up 365 Ju Tian acupoints, he would be at the peak of the first level of the heaven-human realm. After opening up 512 constellation acupoints, he would officially step into the second level of the heaven-human realm. The realm that Qin Shujian was in now, it was between the peak of the first level of the heaven-human realm and the second level of the heaven-human realm. His strength was stronger than the first level of the heaven-human realm, but weaker than the second level of the heaven-human realm. As the cultivation method continued to operate, the spirit qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings was also drawn in more and more. However, qi and blood kept charging at that acupoint, but he still couldn't open it. Not enough spirit qi. Qin Shujian opened his eyes helplessly. Although the absorption of spirit qi of heaven and earth in the heaven-human realm was very fast, there was a necessary prerequisite. That was, there had to be enough spirit qi in the surroundings. The origin sect was located in the spirit zone, so the spirit qi was naturally not weak. However, it wasn't easy to reach the heaven-human realm. Qin Shujian didn't intend to spend a lot of time gathering spirit qi. After all, it was time to open the space mystic realm in 3 days. Immediately, he took out 365 spirit stones from his storage ring and arranged them around himself in the Ju Tian formation. Immediately after, a terrifying amount of spiritual qi was extracted from the spirit stone. In an instant, the color of the 365 spirit stones dimmed, and all the spirit qi was sucked out in an instant. At the same time, in Qin Shujian's body, the qi and blood star river flowed, and a vast force kept charging in his body. The acupoints that were originally closed were trembling violently, as if they were going to be opened at any time. Boom! 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 After countless attempts, a star acupoint trembled and opened. Then, the qi and blood star river continued to charge toward the second star acupoint. From the outside world, Qin Shujian sat cross-legged and didn't move for a full day before he ended this cultivation. When the spirit qi of the spirit stones was exhausted, he opened his eyes again and checked the condition of his body. I opened 30 star acupoints, but I consumed more than 300 spirit stones. Now, the number of star acupoints in his body had increased from 366 to 396. With the addition of 30 star acupoints, his strength naturally increased a little. However, Qin Shujian didn't intend to continue cultivating. The main reason was that there wasn't much time left. When his eyes fell on the dim spirit stones around him, there was a helpless look on his face. More than 300 spirit stones. If it were other people who cultivated, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to consume so much spirit qi in their lifetime. But for a heavenly man, One extraction can suck all the spirit chi out of all the spirit stones. Although these spirit stones will slowly recover their spirit chi in the future, it's not easy to return to the state of being full again. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it would take at least 10 years for the depleted spirit stones to recover to their original state. The reason why the spirit stones had so much spirit chi, to put it bluntly, it was because of the accumulation of spirit stones over time and finally established the status of spirit stones. Now that the spirit chi was exhausted, it wouldn't be easy to replenish it. Qin Shujian originally thought that he was rich with more than 1,000 spirit stones. But now, if he used all these spirit stones for his own cultivation, they wouldn't last long. But on second thought, Qin Shujian also felt relieved. After breaking through to the heavenly man realm, every step of cultivation requires a lot of time. Although the cost of using spirit stones for cultivation is relatively high, the spirit stones can recover after a period of time. If you calculate it this way, your cultivation speed has actually increased by a large margin. Although the spirit stones were powerful, it wasn't to the extent of defying the natural order. It was already not easy to help a heavenly man realm cultivator to speed up the cultivation progress. Thinking of this, he felt much better. Then Qin Shujian got up and set up a spirit gathering formation around all the dried up spirit stones for these spirit stones to absorb spirit chi. In this way, it would take at least 10 years for the spirit stones to recover. Then under the spirit gathering formation, this speed might be reduced by about half. Half of 10 years, that would be 5 years. If it was calculated carefully, this span was not small at all. After doing these things, Qin Shujian took out a communication jade token from the storage ring and read the message inside. Heavenly Array Sect, Fang Xinglan? After receiving the message in the communication jade token, he raised his eyebrows. Speaking of Fang Xinglan, Qin Shujian was naturally familiar with him. Back then, when he was in the Flying Crane sect of the Fallen Moon Mansion, he had met him once. He was a powerful array master. Qin Shujian didn't know many array masters. But Fang Xinglan was absolutely in existence whose formation's Dao cultivation could be considered first or second among all the people he had encountered. Even Ming Jingshan was slightly inferior to the other party. However, the Heavenly Array sect is in the Fallen Moon Mansion. Although Fang Xinglan and I have met once, we don't have any friendship. It seems that he came to my Yuan sect at this time for the Space Secret Realm. Just thinking about it carefully, Qin Shujian roughly guessed what Fang Xinglan's purpose was. Now that the news of the Space Secret Realm had spread out, it was no longer limited to the Yuan sect. During this period of time, there were already many cultivators who came, hoping to observe the opening of the Space Secret Realm, but he didn't agree. Now that Fang Xinglan came over, 99% of the reason was because of this. After figuring out the other party's plan, Qin Shujian also had a faint smile on his face. The reason why he didn't agree when others wanted to observe was because these people didn't have much to gain. But the Heavenly Array sect was different. No matter what, they were still a top sect with a foundation that others couldn't compare to. Chapter 492. The day before, Fang Xinglan came to Yuan sect but didn't see Qin Shujian. Then, he rested for a night in Liangshan City. Early the next morning, he came to Yuan sect to wait. Niu Feng was helpless about this. However, no matter how helpless he was, he couldn't chase him away. Not to mention the power of the Heavenly Array sect, Fang Xinglan came as a visit and didn't cause any trouble. Chasing him away for no reason was equivalent to making enemies. Although Yuan sect wasn't weak now, it wasn't to the extent where it could rival the world. If he made enemies everywhere, it wouldn't be good for future development. Elder Niu, has Sect Master Qin come out of seclusion? Sect Master hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid Elder Fang has come in vain. It's okay, I'll just wait here. Fang Xinglan sat down as if he was familiar with the place, looking like he had a lot of time. Seeing this, Niu Feng also had a headache. It wasn't appropriate to chase him away. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to leave the other party sitting here. After thinking about it, he could only sit with Fang Xinglan. Fortunately, Niu Feng didn't have anything to do. It didn't matter if he just sat there. Subsequently, the two of them chatted casually. Fang Xinglan was mainly asking questions, and Niu Feng answered accordingly. Half a day passed. Niu Feng's communication jade talisman moved, and he read the message inside. Instantly, he heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Fang, sect master, has come out of seclusion and is waiting in the courtyard. Please follow me. Thank you. Fang Xinglan smiled. Although he could keep waiting, if Qin Shujian really didn't come out of seclusion, he couldn't just wait like this. Now that Qin Shujian saw him, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Subsequently, Niu Feng brought Fang Xinglan to the courtyard where Qin Shujian was. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian was making tea. For his current realm, spiritual tea could only satisfy his cravings. It couldn't increase his cultivation. This was also because the osmanthus flowers on the tree were too low level. While making tea, Qin Shujian's ears moved slightly. Then, the courtyard's door opened automatically, and he said slowly, "Come in." After saying this, Niu Feng and his companion arrived at the door just in time. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and stepped in. When they saw Qin Shujian, both of them cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, sect leader." "Greetings, sect leader Qin. No need to be so courteous." Qin Shujian smiled and pointed to the two seats in front of him, saying, "Elder Fang came from afar, please take a seat. If Elder Niu has nothing else to do, please sit down and have some tea with us." "No, I have other things to do. I won't disturb the sect master any longer." Niu Feng waved his hand and refused. There was no such thing as drinking tea. He felt a lot of pressure when facing Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not force him. "Elder Niu, you may go ahead." "Goodbye." Niu Feng cupped his hands and turned to leave. When he stepped out of the courtyard door automatically closed. In the courtyard, a cup of spiritual tea was already placed in front of Fang Xinglan. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "Elder Fang, please have some tea." "Thank you." Fang Xinglan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Regardless of whether he liked it or not, the person who asked was Qin Shujian, so there was no possibility of refusing. Not to mention that he had something to ask of him later, just the words of a heavenly being was not something that anyone could refuse. As the spiritual tea entered his stomach, Fang Xinglan also felt a little emotional. The last time he met him, he did not seem to have broken through to the God Martial realm. Now that he met him again, he was already a heavenly being. This kind of improvement also made Fang Xinglan's heart have all sorts of complicated feelings. Qin Shujian picked up a cup of spiritual tea and took a sip. He looked at the other party and said with a smile, "Elder Fang, you came from afar this time. May I know why?" "I heard that sect leader Qin plans to open a space secret realm. Is that true?" Fang Xinglan asked bluntly. Qin Shujian nodded and said, "There is indeed such a thing. The Heavenly Array sect wants 2 spots to watch. May I know what the conditions are?" "Elder Fang, are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Xinglan nodded and said, "What kind of person you are talking to depends on what kind of person you are talking to." Speaking to people like Qin Shujian who talked about interests, he had to be more direct. Even if he said a lot, if he could not satisfy the other party, it would be useless. On the contrary, as long as he could pay the other party a satisfactory price, everything would be fine. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Elder Fang should know that opening a space secret realm this time is an internal matter of the sect. I have never thought of using this to exchange with other forces. Now that Elder Fang has spoken, you are making it difficult for me." Hearing this, Fang Xinglan snorted in his heart. However, even though he had seen through Qin Shujian's thoughts, he didn't reveal anything. Instead, he directly laid out the price. "I heard that your esteemed sect charges 10,000 contribution points for a single observation. My sect is willing to pay 20,000 contribution points per person. Elder Fang should understand that wool comes from the sheep's back. Collecting contribution points is just a benefit for the sect disciples. What does sect leader Qin mean? Fang Xinglan's old face was a little solemn. Qin Shujian did not collect contribution points, which meant that the other party's appetite was not just a few million taels. But if he paid a bigger price, he had to hesitate for a while. Because one viewing would only increase one's comprehension. It did not mean that he would definitely break through to the second stage of the Guru realm. If it was 100% possible, then needless to say, even if the Heavenly Array sect emptied all its assets, they would pay this price. But if it was just a little more comprehension, Fang Xinglan still had to consider the future of the sect. Although he was ready to give whatever the other party wanted, it did not mean that it would affect the development of the Heavenly Array sect. Although Qin Shujian could not see through Fang Xinglan's heart, he roughly understood what the other party was thinking. Hearing this, he said lightly, "Originally, only the sect can observe the opening of the space secret realm this time, but I have always hit it off with Elder Fang. Since Elder Fang has spoken, I have no reason to refuse. It's just opening a space secret realm once, and the consumption is not small. Some things still need to be recovered. Don't you think so?" Sect leader Qin's words are reasonable. Fang Xinglan replied gloomily. Now, the more the other party said, the more uncertain he felt. If Qin Shujian did not want to ask for too much, why would he say so much to pave the way? If possible, I would also like to directly make it public and let everyone who wants to observe come. This will also allow the human race to have more experts in the Tao of Array Tao or the Tao of Forging. Qin Shujian sighed and said regretfully, "It's a pity that it's not easy to open a space secret realm. Even if the Sky Origin sect has a lot of assets, it can't afford this consumption." Sect leader Qin is benevolent and righteous. "I admire you. Haha, Elder Fang, you're exaggerating." Qin Shujian smiled, then pretended to ponder and said slowly, "How about this? If the Heavenly Array sect can give me 2 primordial chaos sacred fruits, then I'll leave 2 spots for Elder Fang to observe this time. Although the primordial chaos sacred fruit is a level 9 spirit medicine, it shouldn't be a big problem for the Heavenly Array sect. This can be considered as me fulfilling the fate of our 2 families. In the end." Qin Shujian smiled and looked like he was doing it for Fang Xinglan's sake. To this, Fang Xinglan's face twitched slightly. Primordial chaos sacred fruit. And 2 of them. Only the other party dared to say that. That's right. Ordinary level 9 spirit medicines were not a problem for the Heavenly Array sect. As a top sect, they could still take out level 9 spirit medicines. However, even among level 9 spirit medicines, there were strong and weak ones. The primordial chaos sacred fruit was the top among level 9 spirit medicines. Sect leader Qin Elder Fang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. If the Heavenly Array sect can take out 2 primordial chaos sacred fruits, then I have an opportunity to give you. Qin Shujian interrupted him. Opportunity? Fang Xinglan looked puzzled. If I'm not wrong, Elder Fang should have been stuck at the peak of the divine martial realm for a long time. If you want to break through to the diviner realm, cultivation techniques are one thing, but your own body is also very important. Qin Shujian chuckled and said, "Elder Fang's foundation is indeed deep, but you're old after all, and your qi and blood are not as good as before. If you want to break through to the diviner realm at this time, the difficulty is not ordinary. However, if Elder Fang can take out the primordial chaos sacred fruit, then I can think of a way to sell you a creation pill." Boom. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan's heart was in turmoil, and his expression could not remain calm. Creation pill. How could he not have heard of the creation pill's name? The top level 9 spirit medicine was rumored to have the effect of defying the heavens. If he could get a creation pill, coupled with his cultivation technique foundation, Fang Xinglan was confident that he could break through to the diviner realm. This time, he came. Originally, he only came to watch Qin Shujian open up the space secret realm. Other than that, he had no other thoughts. But now, from the other party's words, Fang Xinglan saw the hope of breaking through to the diviner realm. If he could break through to the diviner realm on his own, Then he was absolutely willing to break through to the second level of the Master Realm. Although the second level of the Master Realm was comparable to a Saint Realm expert. But for Fang Xinglan, even if he was at the third level of the Master Realm, it would not increase his lifespan at all. On the contrary, once he broke through to the Diviner Realm, the problem of his lifespan would be solved. Therefore, compared to the temptation of the second level of the Master Realm, the creation pill that Qin Shujian mentioned was more attractive to him. Sect Master Qin has a creation pill. Fang Xinglan could not help but ask. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Let's not talk about whether I have a creation pill or not. If the Heavenly Array sect can take out 2 primordial chaos sacred fruits, then I can guarantee that I can sell a creation pill to you. Of course, the premise is that the Heavenly Array sect can afford this price. Hearing this, Fang Xinglan's mind was full of thoughts. The other party's words were very clear. He did have a creation pill in his hands. As for the purpose of Qin Shujian wanting the primordial chaos sacred fruits, he was not very clear. It could not be that he wanted to use it to refine a creation pill. As soon as this thought arose, it was abandoned by Fang Xinglan. Although he was not clear about the pill formula of the creation pill, he knew that to refine it, one would at least need the cultivation of an alchemy grandmaster. Qin Shujian was already a grandmaster in 2 Dao. In this way, the probability of the other party becoming a grandmaster in alchemy was extremely small. Qin Shujian knows an alchemy grandmaster. In the end, a thought appeared in Fang Xinglan's mind. He quickly confirmed it in his heart. That's right. The primordial chaos sacred fruits should be one of the materials to refine the creation pill. And Qin Shujian must also know an alchemy grandmaster, which was why he dared to say such a thing. For a moment, Fang Xinglan was a little excited. If he wanted to break through to the Diviner Realm, he still had to observe some Array Dao. He had a few thousand years of lifespan, so he could go home and slowly study it. Couldn't he? But after the excitement, he quickly calmed down. Not to mention how rare the primordial chaos sacred fruits were, otherwise, Qin Shujian would not ask him for it. And even if there really was a creation pill, the price would definitely not be cheap. Even if the other party had the idea of giving the pill to him, he would definitely ask for a sky-high price. It's not easy to get the primordial chaos sacred fruits. Even if my sect wants to collect it, it will take a certain amount of time. As long as sect leader Qin gives me 2 spots to observe, I can promise to deliver the treasure to your sect within a month. Alright, since Elder Fang has spoken, I have no reason to refuse. This matter is settled. Qin Shujian nodded and directly made the decision. Then, he raised his teacup again and said, I'll toast to Elder Fang. In a few days, before the opening of the Space Mystic Realm, I'll send someone to Liangshan City to inform you. Thank you. Fang Xinglan raised his cup in return. The main matters were settled, and there was nothing else to say. The 2 of them were no longer on the same level as each other. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or Array Dao, Fang Xinglan was far inferior to Qin Shujian. To this, Qin Shujian naturally did not have the intention to preach the Dao for free. Therefore, after a few simple words, Fang Xinglan got up and left. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian drank alone. After getting the primordial chaos sacred fruits, I can start preparing to refine the cultivation pill, just as Fang Xinglan had guessed. To refine the cultivation pill, one of the spiritual herbs was the primordial chaos sacred fruit. Moreover, the primordial chaos sacred fruit was irreplaceable in the pill formula. It was one of the main ingredients. As for the other spiritual herbs, with Yuan Zhong's current strength, he had collected almost all of them. Only the primordial chaos sacred fruit was still missing. Therefore, Qin Shujian turned his attention to Fang Xinglan. As a top sect, the Heavenly Array sect had existed for a long time, much longer than Yuan Zhong. In terms of influence, Yuan Zhong was only in Beiyun Mansion. As for the other manors, although it was famous, it had not reached the point where it could influence other sects. Therefore, since Beiyun Mansion did not have the primordial chaos sacred fruit, he would think of a way to get it from other manors. Moreover, Qin Shujian was not prepared to pay too high a price for a few primordial chaos sacred fruits. Like now, it was enough to exchange 1 or 2 observation spots for 2 primordial chaos sacred fruits. After getting the primordial chaos sacred fruits, Qin Shujian was also preparing to refine the cultivation pill. This kind of pill that could go against the natural order was simply an irresistible temptation for cultivators at the peak of the divine martial realm. Now, Yin Bancheng of the Traceless sect and Fang Xinglan of the Heavenly Array sect had reserved 2 cultivation pills. Qin Shujian estimated the wealth of both sides, and the smile on his face became even more obvious. Subsequently, he glanced at the Osmanthus tree and directly left the courtyard. After that, Qin Shujian was basically strolling around the sect. Occasionally, he would casually give a few pointers when he saw a disciple that was pleasing to the eye. With his heavenly realm, the disciples at this stage could not hide at all in his eyes. He could see the flaws in any cultivation method or martial arts at a glance. His casual pointers made many people go wild with joy. On an empty square, Xiao Junyi, who had already become an elite disciple, danced with a long sword in his hand. A sharp sword light burst out, and a few afterimages appeared in front of him as he moved. In the end, the afterimages combined into a beam of sword light and smashed a mountain rock. After the sword light dissipated, Xiao Junyi sheathed his sword and looked at Qin Shujian excitedly, waiting for his pointers. Is this the 7 killing celestial demons of the trial sword peak? Qin Shujian's tone was a little strange, and the way he looked at Xiao Junyi was a little strange. Although Xiao Junyi found it strange, he still answered truthfully, "It is Master's 7 killing celestial demons of the trial sword peak. In the future, don't use this move in front of the trial sword peak." "Why?" "Nothing." Qin Shujian shook his head. He could not say that if the trial sword peak saw this move wrongly, he might be expelled from the sect. The 7 killing celestial demons of the trial sword peak was a move. Although it was only a spirit-level martial art, in terms of exquisiteness, it was comparable to a divine-level martial art. Especially when it was used by the trial sword peak, it was a move that could be used to challenge people of a higher level. Of course, the 7 killing celestial demons of the trial sword peak, as a martial art of a family of the spirit domain, could not be more exquisite. The reason why it was so powerful was because the sword technique in the trial sword peak's hands had undergone another transformation. While thinking, Qin Shujian grabbed the air, and the long sword at Xiao Junyi's waist was suddenly unsheathed, and in the next second, it was in his hand. The whole process seemed slow, but Xiao Junyi did not react until the long sword was in his hand. Although I don't understand the 7 killing celestial demons of the trial sword peak, I know some tricks. I will only use this move once, and how much you can understand depends on your talent. Qin Shujian held the sword with one hand, and the surroundings seemed to be merged with heaven and earth. Hearing this, Xiao Junyi's face immediately became serious, and his gaze fell on Qin Shujian, and he did not dare to blink for a moment. To be able to receive guidance from Qin Shujian was a supreme honor in the entire Yuan sect. Some disciples who were more powerful than him might not be able to receive such treatment. So, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Xiao Junyi. Especially now that the trial sword peak was in seclusion, although he was the disciple of the trial sword peak, there was no one to guide him. "Watch carefully," Qin Shujian shouted softly, and then moved his feet, and the long sword pierced forward. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Junyi's head buzzed. In his line of sight, Qin Shujian had only taken a step forward and pierced with the sword, and it seemed to have occupied his entire vision. When he looked at it, it seemed like there was only one person, but it also seemed like there were thousands of afterimages. In the end, the afterimages of the sword gathered together, and turned into a shocking sword that directly bombarded the depths of his heart. All of a sudden, Xiao Junyi closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the long sword had already been sheathed, and Qin Shujian was nowhere to be seen. 7 killing deities and ghosts against the stars, he murmured, and his pale face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Xiao Junyi could not see much from the sword just now. But that little bit he saw had already allowed him to comprehend a part of the essence. When he looked at the attribute panel, he did not know when this sword move had taken a step forward and reached another level. Seeing this, Xiao Junyi could not help but take a deep breath. One demonstration directly advanced the sword technique to a new level. If I watch it a few more times, won't it directly reach the highest level? Although he knew that this was not very likely, but he was still pleasantly surprised by the harvest this time. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already left. The reason why he guided Xiao Junyi was because the latter was a disciple of the Trial Sword Peak. Since the Trial Sword Peak could be ruthless enough to kill a spiritual god, Yuan sect was destined to have one more expert in the future. Now that the Trial Sword Peak was in seclusion, and there was no disciple to guide him, he might as well be a good person and guide him along the way. Speaking of which, my sect is not very competent. For so long, I have not guided the cultivation of my disciples. Now is a good opportunity. Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. Yuan sect had been established for so long, and he was either in seclusion to cultivate or out to harvest life sources. The disciples in the sect were all handed over to the elders to deal with. No matter what, this was a bit inappropriate. However, Qin Shujian did not have the intention to recruit disciples now. After all, once a disciple was accepted, it was impossible to leave them alone. But if he wanted to take care of them, it would waste a lot of time. In a short time, he did not have this idea. At this moment, the news of Qin Shujian giving pointers to his disciples also spread. Many disciples deliberately came to meet Qin Shujian by chance and then wanted to get a few pointers. To this, Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to most of them and only picked some that he found pleasing to the eye and gave them some pointers. There were so many disciples in Yuan sect. If he guided every one of them, he would have to queue for a long time. At this moment, Qin Shujian's communication jade token heated up, and then he took it out of his storage ring. His divine sense landed on it, and the corresponding message appeared. Why is Ming Jingshan here to join in the fun? The message appeared in his mind, and his expression was a little strange. It was understandable that Fang Xinglan came because there was no second realm guru in the Heavenly Array sect. But it was not necessarily the case for Ming Jingshan. Although Fang Xinglan was a first realm guru, he was backed by the Imperial Court, and there must be a second realm guru in the Imperial Court. With Ming Jingshan's status, and the fact that he had made a lot of contributions in the past, the Imperial Court had no reason to refuse him if he wanted to be guided by a second realm guru. However, although Qin Shujian was puzzled, there was no reason to reject him. In Chengwu Hall, as soon as Ming Jingshan saw Qin Shujian, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Sect Master Qin, I haven't seen you for a while, and you're even more elegant than before. I really admire you. You're too polite, Master Ming." Qin Shujian laughed, and there was a little more enthusiasm on his face. Unlike Fang Xinglan, he still had a good impression of Ming Jingshan. After the two of them sat down, Qin Shujian asked, "May I know why Master Ming came from afar this time? I heard that Sect Master Qin wants to open up the space secret realm, so I came here shamelessly to ask for a chance to observe." Chapter 493. Speaking of which, I'm ashamed. I didn't expect Sect Master Qin to reach such a realm before me even though I've wasted so many years. It's really embarrassing. Ming Jingshan's words were full of emotions. The second realm of Grandmaster. He had always been pursuing this realm. It was a pity. He hadn't even reached the peak of the first realm of Grandmaster, let alone the second realm of Grandmaster. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. "Grandmaster Ming, you're overpraising me. There should be many second realm Grandmasters in the Imperial Court. With your status, it shouldn't be a problem for you to gain some insights. I'm afraid Sect Master Qin is wrong about this. Although there are second realm Grandmasters in the Imperial Court, it's not easy to invite them." Ming Jingshan shook his head and said, "If I hadn't heard that Sect Master Qin had opened the space secret realm, I wouldn't have come all the way here. However, I won't ask for an observation spot for free. I heard that a disciple in your sect needs 10,000 contribution points to observe. Coincidentally, I've also registered an identity in the Yuan Pavilion and have tens of thousands of contribution points. How about exchanging 3 times the contribution points for a disciple in your sect for a spot? 3 times the contribution points. That was 30,000 contribution points. It could be seen that Ming Jingshan had indeed come with sincerity. Hearing this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and nodded. Since Grandmaster Ming has spoken, then it's decided. Haha, Sect Master Qin is a straightforward person. I owe you a favor this time. Ming Jingshan was also in a good mood. 30,000 contribution points were a lot for ordinary people, but for him, it was only 6 million taels of silver. This price was high, but it also depended on who had it. Ming Jingshan was a formation grandmaster and had the support of the huge Ming family behind him. Although taking out a few million taels of silver wasn't as simple as eating and drinking, it wasn't to the extent of hurting him. Ming Jingshan came quickly and left quickly as well. After the matter was settled, all that was left was to wait. In the Yuan sect, there were no other places for people to stay. If Ming Jingshan wanted to stay, he could only go to Liangshan City. Ming Jingshan. Qin Shujian tapped his finger lightly with a faint smile on his face. He was different from Fang Xinglan. The heavenly deployment sect was not worthy of his attention, so he still had to fight for the benefits. But Mingjing Mountain was different. Not to mention the relationship between the two of them, just the fact that the other party was a member of the imperial court was enough to make people treat him with caution. Qin Shujian shook his head when he recalled the power of the human emperor. As long as the human emperor was alive, there were not many forces in the world that could contend with the imperial court. After Mingjing Mountain, many people from other sects came to visit. As for his objective, it was the same as Fang Xinglan and Ming Jingshan. He hoped to obtain an opportunity to observe. Regarding this, Qin Shujian directly stated the price. You could either take some high-grade materials or some treasures. For a time, many people were eliminated. After all, no matter what, the people who could take out these things were not from ordinary sects. Time passed. Rumble. There was a lot of noise in the sky, and a large amount of spirit chi surged. The entire Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate seemed to be slightly shaken. In the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian raised his head and looked at the changes in the sky. In his perception, the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate had expanded from its original foundation. Another region has advanced and merged with the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate. It was normal for a region to advance. The Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate was surrounded by a bunch of true regions and ordinary regions. The abundant spirit chi was enough to affect the surrounding regions. This was a situation where a region had advanced. This was not the first time it had happened. Every time a region advanced, it meant that the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate's territory would expand. At the same time, the spirit chi would become denser. There is no such thing as breaking the shackles from a spirit protectorate to a major domain. It can only rely on time and the density of spirit chi to slowly advance. Apart from the density of spirit chi, there is not much difference between a spirit protectorate and a major domain. Qin Shujian shook his head as he felt the pervasive spirit chi of heaven and earth. The advancement of a spirit protectorate to a major domain was not something that could be done by simple people. It was a chance to advance over time. However, it was not that there was no chance. If a large number of spirit stones were buried in the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate, the impact of the spirit chi might be able to promote the spirit protectorate to a major domain. However, the number of spirit stones needed to achieve this would not be as simple as a few hundred or a few thousand. Qin Shujian sighed and said helplessly, if you want the spirit protectorate to advance to a major domain, you will need to bury hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This would require too many spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones. Even the great Zhao nation's treasury might not have 100,000 spirit stones. The reserves of a prefecture's marquis were only a few hundred spirit stones. This time, the advancement of a region had caused quite a commotion. In a region, a group of true martial realm cultivators greedily inhaled and exhaled the dense spirit chi of heaven and earth. In this region, it had originally been an ordinary region. However, after the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate had advanced, it had quickly advanced to the true domain level. Now, it had advanced to a spirit protectorate less than 2 years after entering the true domain. Such a leap. This had caused the spirit chi of this region to become extremely dense. This had also allowed the cultivators here to obtain great benefits. However, at the same time, the shortcomings were also very obvious. Originally, the strongest person in the ordinary region had been at the limit of the basic martial realm. After the true domain had advanced, although some people had broken through to the true martial realm, they had only lingered around the early stage true martial realm. Now, the true domain had not yet stabilized, yet it had been extended to the spirit protectorate. Such a change, this had caused a serious lack of top-notch combat strength in this region. In a spirit protectorate, the strongest person was only at the early stage true martial realm. In the eyes of other cultivators, this was simply a delicious cake. The competition for a region and the killing of sects. This was something that happened all the time no matter where it was. Qin Shujian had no intention of paying attention to this. Natural selection. There was nothing worth talking about. However, the attention of the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate was currently focused on the Origin sect's mystic area. Therefore, not many people paid attention to the advancement of that region. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, many people came to Liang Mountain and entered the Origin sect. In order to facilitate the opening of his mystic area, Qin Shujian had specially cleared out a spacious area for his own refinement. This was also for the sake of the people who had come to observe. Apart from the Origin sect disciples, the people from the Celestial Array sect were the first to arrive. Elder Fang, you came just in time. Xiong Haogan looked at Fang Xinglan and greeted him with a smile. As for Fang Xinglan, he also knew him. Although Xiong Haogan was originally an itinerant cultivator, he was still a great cultivator of the divine martial realm. Furthermore, he had done a lot of research on array formations and had visited the Celestial Array sect before. Upon hearing this, Fang Xinglan returned the greeting and said with a faint smile, "Long time no see. Elder Xiong's elegance is even greater than before." The current him had no intention of looking down on the other party. The current Xiong Haogan was no longer an itinerant cultivator. He was the hall master of the Origin sect's array formation hall and also an inner sect elder. He was a 7th grade official in front of the Grand Chancellor. The elders of the Origin sect naturally had a higher status in front of others. "Haha, Elder Fang, you're too kind." Xiong Haogan laughed. Then, he looked at Mu Liang and asked uncertainly, "Is this sect Master Mu?" "Greetings, Elder Xiong." Mu Liang smiled and cupped his hands. Xiong Haogan was stunned. Then, he replied with a smile, "So it's really sect Master Mu. I'm almost blind." Although he said that, his heart was filled with surprise. Mu Liang. Xiong Haogan also did not expect that the sect master of the Celestial Array sect would personally come to the Origin sect to observe the opening of the space secret realm. However, although he was surprised, he did not show it on the surface. Subsequently, the other people who had exchanged for the slots also arrived one after another. The Origin sect did not make any special arrangements for this, nor did they set up any seats or anything. After all, the main purpose of these people coming here was to observe the opening of the space secret realm. Everything else was not important. Following Ming Jingshan's arrival, it also caused quite a commotion. Just like Fang Xinglan. Although Ming Jingshan was a member of the imperial court, he also had quite a reputation in the cultivation world. Although they were both array masters, to be honest, he was more famous than Fang Xinglan. Naturally, this was due to the imperial court's help. Master Fang. Master Ming. When Ming Jingshan saw Fang Xinglan, he was also a little surprised. However, the two of them did not say much. After a simple meeting, they stopped talking. As for the disciples of the Origin sect, when they saw so many people coming, they were also surprised. No one would have thought that there would be so many powerhouses appearing. In the crowd, Liu Dazhong clicked his tongue in wonder. Opening a space-secret realm attracted so many people. If they were to charge money, how much would they earn? They would definitely earn a lot. When the players at the side heard this, they sneered. They also had a deep understanding of their own sect master. He was a typical money grubber. Even the disciples of his own sect had to pay 10,000 contribution points to observe. These outsiders would probably lose a layer of skin. As for not taking a single cent, no one would believe this if they said it out loud. Hearing this, Liu Dazhong sighed and said, "When I have such attractiveness, I won't have to worry about not being able to earn money." To be honest, he was really jealous. Look at what kind of people were coming. Top sects, large sects, each of them were rich masters. If he were to make a fortune from these people, he would definitely make a lot of money. However, Liu Dazhong was just thinking about it in his heart and did not take any practical action. At this moment, with everyone's arrival, in the middle of the originally empty field, the space was slightly distorted, and a person had appeared out of nowhere. This scene, it made the pupils of several experts at the peak of the divine martial arts involuntarily shrink. The other party did not appear out of nowhere. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye, which caused such an effect. Even with their eyesight, they could only see a few clues, but not too much. The diviner realm is so terrifying. In the minds of these people, this thought appeared at the same time. Just a little and you would be able to see everything. Even if the peak of the divine martial arts was only one step away from the diviner realm, the gap was still unimaginably big. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master Qin. When Qin Shujian appeared, everyone either bowed or cupped their hands to salute him. To this, Qin Shujian only nodded slightly, and then focused his attention on the empty space in front of him. In these few days, he had been conserving his energy, and now his essence, qi, and spirit had reached a peak state. Buzz, a mysterious and vast wave rose from Qin Shujian, causing the space to tremble and buzz. Then, a terrifying divine sense came out of his body, turned into an axe, and chopped at the space in front of him. Boom! The axe fell, and the space distorted violently. The loud noise was like the sound of the heavens, causing everyone's minds to sway. One axe. Two axes. Every time the axe was chopped, there was a mysterious trajectory. The space in front of him was like a curtain, twisting and rippling, and the waves spread out in all directions with this as the center. Come. Qin Shujian clenched his hand in the void, and the giant axe formed by his divine sense suddenly condensed into a substance, and finally fell into his hand. The next moment, the giant axe chopped out, and a myriad of daoist rhymes spread out. Rip! The space suddenly shattered, and a pitch-black crack appeared under the giant axe. Then, Qin Shujian chopped out 8 more times with the axe, and the crack in the space was enlarged to a certain extent. Then, the giant axe dissipated, and the vast divine sense turned into many array patterns, and directly sank into the crack in the space. When the array patterns appeared, everyone's eyes were fixed on it, and they didn't dare to relax for a moment. It was supposed to be an ordinary array pattern. However, in the eyes of these people, it was as if it had come alive. Every stroke was natural, and there was a terrifying daoist rhyme circulating inside. All of a sudden, someone screamed, and then closed his eyes. 2 lines of blood flowed down from his eyelids. Xiong Haogan suddenly shouted, "Those who can't look, don't force yourself." Hearing that, immediately, a few disciples sat down cross-legged, not daring to look at the array patterns. However, more people stared at it without blinking, constantly trying to figure out the charm. The second level of the Master Realm, looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Xinglan's heart was also shocked. Those array patterns were no longer as simple as array patterns, but had turned into a myriad of laws of heaven and earth, intertwining within. Inside every law, there were also endless daoist rhymes. These daoist rhymes were of great benefit to those with sufficient cultivation, but to those with insufficient cultivation, it was a terrifying killing intent. Rumble. The void trembled. As the array patterns fell, the space that was supposed to heal was forcefully stabilized, opening up a spatial secret realm. There was also a method to turn a mustard seed into a mountain. Now, Qin Shujian used a spatial crack as a node to directly open up a vast secret realm. Many array patterns fell, and an array formation was suddenly formed. Then, in the pitch-black spatial crack, there seemed to be earth, water, fire, and wind emerging, and there seemed to be the division of heaven and earth. At this moment, Qin Shujian took out a lot of materials that he had prepared long ago from his storage ring. Flames ignited in the void, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged over, turning into nourishment. When the flame appeared, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. The surrounding temperature instantly rose. The ninth-level materials that were supposed to be indestructible melted under the burning of the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the moment the materials melted, an invisible hammer formed by divine will smashed fiercely towards the liquid. Bang! The heavy voice caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Some of the disciples who had been bitterly holding on spat out a mouthful of blood when the hammer fell, ending their observation. Until now, none of the people from the other sects who came to watch had left. On the contrary, more than half of the disciples from Yuan's sect had already sat down cross-legged to heal their injuries and digest what they had gained this time. Xiong Haogan was not surprised by this. After all, the realm of Yuan's sect disciples was too low. Not everyone could watch a heavenly being perform a Dao. As for the people from the other sects, they were all experts now. Naturally, they would not be unable to hold on so quickly. Or else, the price would be paid for nothing. Bang! Bang! Every time the hammer fell, Fang Xinglan felt that his spiritual spirit had been tempered. It seemed to have become clearer, but he also felt very uncomfortable. The hammer sounds directly hit the spiritual spirit. What kind of method is this? The eyes of the great elder of the heavenly array sect were already filled with shock. In his line of sight, as Qin Shujian's hammer fell, the melted liquid gradually merged into the space. That's right. The space that was supposed to be empty had become different now. What is he doing? Fang Xinglan was shocked. With his current vision, he could not see what Qin Shujian's purpose was. On the other side, at this moment, Shen Yuqing was also focused on Qin Shujian's actions. When Yuan sect was promoted to a 7th grade force, he was also forcefully promoted to the peak of the spiritual martial realm. The spiritual spirit that had skyrocketed was incomparably illusory. But now, when the hammer sounds appeared, the illusory spiritual spirit was greatly shaken. Some impurities were expelled bit by bit, causing the realm to become more stable. In such a situation, to Shen Yuqing, this was naturally a good thing. However, compared to the changes in the spiritual spirit, he paid more attention to the Dao rhymes that erupted from Qin Shujian's hammer every time it fell. After breaking through to a superior grade blacksmith, Shen Yuqing had been stabilizing and settling in this realm. Now, when the hammer fell, he found that his realm was gradually stabilizing. Some of the things that he could not figure out before were also suddenly enlightened. Bang! Another hammer fell. The spiritual spirit shook violently. Shen Yuqing's face immediately turned pale. I've reached my limit. He was a little unwilling. Until now, he had only opened about half of the space secret realm. But he knew his own situation. The reason why he could hold on for so long was because he was at the peak of the spiritual spirit. Or else, earlier on, they had already retreated in defeat. If he forced himself to hold on now, he would only end up seriously injured. Therefore, at this time, Shen Yuqing had no choice but to close his eyes and sit cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. He no longer watched the hammering scene. And as his eyes closed, the hammer sound that had been bombarding the spirit god had also suddenly disappeared. It could be seen and heard. Shen Yuqing was shocked in his heart. This kind of method was already beyond his understanding. In the open space, at this time, Qin Shujian was concentrating. His divine sense was pushed to the extreme. It turned into a hammer that constantly hammered the materials, causing them to merge with the space crack. If he wanted to open a stable space secret realm, he must have a carrier. With his current strength, it was not realistic to want to directly extract a space and place it into a carrier. Therefore, Qin Shujian did the opposite. He used the materials to merge into the space and forcibly turned the space into his own without stripping it off. Every time the hammer fell, for him, it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, after reaching the heavenly realm, the spiritual spirit and the physical body merged. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the spiritual spirit. After opening the 376 stellar acupoints, Yi Zichen finally opened up the star acupoints. Qin Shujian's spiritual spirit grew stronger on the original foundation. Therefore, although his divine sense was severely exhausted, it was not a big problem with his huge spiritual spirit as the foundation. How many hammers fell in total? Qin Shujian himself did not remember. Only when all the liquid merged into the space did he stop. Then, he struck out the runes. His divine sense enveloped all the melted materials and constantly gathered them into shape. After that, he hammered again. The golden crow fell. The moon rabbit rose. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the sky had reached a very terrifying level. Half of the spiritual qi in the entire Liang Mountain spiritual domain was drawn over by Qin Shujian. At this time, there were not many people who were still holding on. One was Fang Xinglan, one was Mu Liang, one was Ming Jingshan, and 2 other experts at the peak of the divine martial realm. Apart from them, the others closed their eyes and stopped watching. Even Xiong Haogan, a great cultivator at the divine martial realm, could not bear it anymore. Although he was at the divine martial realm. However, in the end, he had not reached the peak of the divine martial realm. His strength was far inferior to Fang Xinglan and the others. However, Xiong Haogan was satisfied with the harvest this time. Although he regretted not being able to see the end, it was in line with his expectations. Boom! Another hammer fell, and the sound of heaven and earth rang. Mu Liang's body shook, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were still open, and he did not dare to relax for a moment. Another hammer fell. A terrifying Daoist rhyme appeared. He finally closed his eyes unwillingly, and 2 streaks of blood flowed down from his eyelids. Even if he was at the peak of the divine martial realm, there was still a limit. A vast wave of energy spread out. The space that was originally cracked had now stabilized. The melted liquid materials merged with the space, turning into a substantial door that stood on the ground. On the light green door, there was a Daoist rhyme circulating. Then, Qin Shujian took a step inside and disappeared without a trace. It was also at this moment. The power that was originally overflowing dissipated completely. Fang Xinglan looked at the place where Qin Shujian left and sighed in his heart. He knew. This time, the opening of the space secret realm had come to an end. The remaining matters. It was not something he could observe. However, even so, Fang Xinglan still gained a lot. It was just that he still needed time to digest these gains. On the other side, as Qin Shujian stepped in, everything around him suddenly changed. A deathly silent space had already appeared in his line of sight. The spirit energy in this space was extremely thin, to the extent that it was almost negligible. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the space in front of him except that it was relatively vast. There's one last step left. Qin Shujian looked at the space in front of him and stepped into the air. His vast divine thought spread out, and endless formation patterns were born from nothing. They were like the rules of heaven and earth, interweaving in the entire space. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,